What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi warrior clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi warrior clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
won't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
Yeah, he is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool, not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro.
Oh, God, bro.
Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't even be. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother on here. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape, but I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not gonna get nowhere lying because that's what's gonna make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over there, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. He say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love to tell Sutek, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. Make it pay-per-view. We chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. So, you heard it right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He put this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga around me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother. And
the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find
his
y'all?
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga get lost, you just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO, genealogy.
Peace to everybody out there in the chat. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Like the show, share the show. Tell a friend we're live. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there in the world, man. I know it's your day. You're probably enjoying it. And that's probably why, a lot of y'all are in church right now, or leaving the church, or out on dinner dates with the family, trying to get pampered. Some of y'all just might be home, reading your tarot cards or looking up your astrology, your number, your numerals. And some of y'all might be, messing with the shells. Some of y'all might be on the Ouija board. Who knows? Whatever the case may be, right? It is what it is. All right, so give me a second here, man. We're going to get it cranking. We're going to get it cranking up. Respond to that. All right, so last night there was a debate over there on that sis-ass channel where they lie a lot. And somebody sent me the link, so I tapped into it. We're going to get directly into this. Now, before I even get directly into it, let me say this. I'm going to keep it all the way 100 with you. When it comes to the transatlantic slave trade, I have been studying this slave trade, what happened, what transpired, who the major players was, ship names, manifest, document, bold document, the whole nine. Like I've added extensive books to my library regarding this subject matter. And I've been doing it since 2017, this research, extensively. It was stuff that I grew up learning and stuff like that along the way, but extensively, like getting into researching and digging up primaries and secondary sources and cross-referencing all these other different sources and finding the blame understanding the trade market, the trade routes, understanding the intent and purpose with the key players, the Prester John situation, the Adahu the Moor situation, like the slave trade. How did we get here? I spent a lot of time on that topic. So I don't know what led to this debate and how we got here, but Lucky gets involved in a debate with a gentleman that might be a student of Ali Muhammad, using his talking points and arguments. It is pretty evident that he could be a disciple of a cult follower, leader by the name of Ali Muhammad, excuse me. Life and Life said that I see a lot of sources in the description. That is true. There are a lot of sources in the description, for sure. It's going to be one of those, right? This is not only going to be informative, probably funny because you're going to get some commentary, but you definitely going to learn something. And when you have people that say this, it's impossible to prove that 300,000 Africans were shipped to North America, the United States, from 1619 to 1865. Why would they be shipping fucking Africans from Africa to North America in 1865? Let's start there. See, this debate topic, based on the title that it was impossible for 300,000 slaves to be black coming to North America, is centered around a key time period, and it ain't the 1619s. Because in the earlier onset of black people showing up in the Americas, and especially North America, what we know today is the United States of America, them people was coming from the Caribbeans and South America. They wasn't coming directly from Africa. So there's a time period that we are subjected to. And we're going to talk about that time period because it wasn't pretty much harped on in a debate, but scholastically it had to be stated the way it needed to be stated. So this time period is like this. It's a window within the grand scale of the transatlantic slave trade. This window is from the 17th and 18th century. Because anything after the early 1800s, well, even in the 1800s, once they abolished slavery, I think it was like 1806 or somewhere around there, then you had the illegal slave trade period. So when someone says mark it all the way up to 1865, ladies and gentlemen, do yourself a favor. Go, what up, Chris? Go look, pull up, Google. Watch them help y'all out. Just Google what happened in 1865 in America. Everybody, just a simple Google. 1865 should tell you one motherfucking thing, and this is why I said what I said, that this motherfucker don't know what the hell he talking about. He just coming in the chat talking. You ain't gonna be able to see my phone. Hold up. You ain't gonna be able to see it. You know it. The American Civil fucking War. That means niggas was already over here. Shit was transpiring and happening. The American Civil War. and the abolition of slavery as an institution. So the slave trade had already commenced. This is why you don't know what the fuck you talking about. That's why I said after a specific date, you have the illegal slave trade period. But even in the illegal slave trade period, they wasn't bringing them directly from Africa no more. The schooner ships that were able to outrun those British naval ships were bringing them into the Caribbeans, and then they were ciphering people still through New Orleans, South Carolina. They might get lucky and hit New York, Virginia ports. Like, you got to know. We don't remix history. We don't tell no tales. Your comment is out of order with the subject. But listen, I appreciate from 1619 to 1865 because everyone in the chat can disprove you and show you easily 300 people that are Africans coming to the United States, whether from the Caribbeans or directly from Africa, because you're going to get that. Then the number's going to go up even more. That's what you ain't understanding, player. So y'all are of the belief that these 300,000 people that came from Africa didn't come from Africa. So where the fuck did they come from? We all know the United States involvement, British America's involvement in the slave trade and the period it transpired. So why would we even just do that to ourselves? Original One is not going to jump on the panel. There's two reasons why. One, he don't jump on nobody panel because he a bitch. Two, he don't have no information, only regurgitation. And I'm going to add a third one in there. He just here to distract. Because he claims that we don't go over there on those platforms, and he seen me jump on that platform over there the other day, like I have done numerous times before, only to sit in the back for about 35 to 45 minutes, and I waited patiently. And then to be kicked off because I wasn't going to let them just try to paint their narrative to their people, because I don't care nothing about none of that. So those are the two reasons. This is a great question. That's the last ship that would make it to America with quote unquote slaves on it. It is very important and significant, but that would be the last ship. So then you have to move on from that point forward. But even still, there were regulations that was going on. So that's why I said once they abolished slavery, they abolished the slave trade, right? There was no more slave trade, right? The illegal slave trade period ramped up and even more because they created and designed faster and swifter boats, not boats per se, but schooners. Go look up what a schooner is. And I have books over here of some of those. The slave ship Hare, more specifically, just, right off the dome, you know what I'm saying? Then it's a couple of more. I got presentations on slave ship, slave manifest, documentations, and the whole 9 yards. So yeah, I've been at this for quite some time now. Again, Peace to everybody in the chat, detractors and all. I see we got Thomas, Oklahoma in the building. We got Brother Chris in the building. We got Golgan in the building. Brother Vasa in the building. Excuse me. Brother Vasa like this. From 1693 to 1699, just one family brought over 1,000 slaves to New York. Facts. Just one family. Chris said, I got that dumbass book by Dan Calloway, False Heroes and False Hopes. Yo, bro, crazy. Public Enemy in the building. Pure Black was good. Life and Life. Salute. Everybody, this is not a female. This is one of our brothers. I ain't going to tell y'all who, but he had to tap in from his old lady account. No Pseudo was good, Donnie. What up, Doe? Willie? Teddy was good with you. You know what I'm saying? Even Original One. Welcome to the show. Here we go. Sean, you seen the real Choctaw pull up in Centers? Facts. I seen Centers and I seen them pull up. And they wasn't looking black. EIE was good. They made the white man the devil, though. So, before we get into our bill today, and I was kind of dragging it out a little bit to let people get in, you're going to see me use a source. And this source is going to be related to somebody that is being spoken about during this. So I'm going to let this play all the way through. This from my brother YK the Truth. Then we go get into the debate.
What's good? It's your brother YK the Truth. And the Pretendians are at it again. Top Cats goes and misinterpret David Eltis to try to make us believe that he agrees with them that black people are indigenous to America. The black people that was here in 1866. So David Eltis wrote the book called Transatlantic Slave Trade, an atlas of the transatlantic slave trade. So David Eltis agrees with us that the slave trade happened, right? But see, what they try to do is misinterpret the man. So let's play the video. I'm gonna show you what they did, right? These abos ain't slick.
All right, so we give y'all a little clip, a little snippet.
You notice how they always give you a little snippet, a little clip, because when you got a little clip, you could take things out of context. It's always a little clip, a little edit, right? That's how they spin the narrative. But I'm gonna show you. Watch this.
This May, Renewal by Andersen wants to give you a huge win. You can have our award-winning windows and doors right now. You don't have to pay us a dime for 2 years. You can try to pay us during the first 2 years, but we don't want it. Really.
We give y'all a little snippet.
A few minutes ago, I don't find any case at all in any part of the Americas where a European...
The 14th Amendment, which Trump is using right now, in my search, in my research, will be the indigenous people of America.
Yeah, that's for sure.
4 million people that are speaking about it, the Civil War. During the time of the Civil War, 1866. During the time of the Civil War, 1866. The 14th Amendment, which Trump is using right now as his primary. He's using the 14th Amendment. I mean, he's using the they're using it for.
So let's stop there. Let me give y'all the context, right? All right. They trying to spin it like he's saying that black people are from here and we indigenous to America. All he's saying is that after the slave trade was abolished in 1807, right? Majority of the slaves after that came from natural population. That means Africans who intermingled with other Africans or natives or Europeans in America. So this is why Top Cats is saying 1866, because at that time it wasn't no more Africans being transported to the Americas for slavery. Okay, the slave trade was abolished in 1807. So with that being said, the only people that would have been the slaves were the ones who were already native Africans to America. This is why he says it out his own mouth. He calls them Native African American.
You find almost no Africans. They were, of course, Native African Americans. And that's not something that people have taken on board.
If he felt that those black people were the Native Americans, he would have just called them a Native American. He wouldn't have said Native African American. So y'all guys got to stop using this clip. Now, what they would do, right? They would pass this on, and then everybody start spreading a lie. And then the more people that say it, it's going to make it like it's true. Just like they did with the Rick Kittles when they said DNA was only 0.1% accurate, when he never said that. When he said that they only use that much of your DNA.
If you're interested in exploring a tiny bit of your DNA and trace its ancestry, we can do that.
When you say it's a tiny little amount,
It's less than 0.1%.
and that's pretty teeny.
So no, David Eltis is not saying black people are from America. He's not saying that. All he's saying is that the black people after slavery, after the slave trade was abolished, the slaves that were here came from natural population. The 4 million came from natural population. But that's not going to stop the Abos, the Pretendians, from playing with his words. But I'm not going to let you do that. YK ain't going to let you do that. Let's play it.
Citizenship, the 4 million people, as he said, it was to the women and children of slaves. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that would include the European, because in my family, slave schedules, my grandfather, who had came over from his family came from Switzerland back in
so his peoples came from Switzerland, right? But yet he thinks he's indigenous to America. But his peoples came from Switzerland
in the 1700s. But he married a Cherokee Indian. Now, and the Cherokee Indian is his wife.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you believe Top Cats at this moment when he said his people came from Switzerland? That would be a white man. Look at David Eltis. The man from Switzerland would look like David Eltis, who they're interviewing, and then he would mix with a Native American. There ain't no way that they gonna come up with black out of that. Top Cat shouldn't have no African ancestry in him, and he got about 60 to 70%. He is sitting here lying to us. As big as they, Switzerland in the 17th century? All right, let me just keep it a buck with y'all real quick. Not a coincidence is in the chat. Not a coincidence, and myself have documentation, even from ancestry, of the migration in the 17th century, 16th, late 16th, 17th century of all those Europeans coming to the Americas. We got their names, first and last name, the ships they rode in on, and if they were indentured or if they had their moolah already. The reason that we had this information is because when Not a Coincidence initially was debating one of those fools over there, I can't remember if it was AP or A1, I was sending Not a Coincidence this information about these migrations in case it ever came a time that we would need to pull up the documentation to show all the Europeans coming to the Americas on the ships and if they were contract workers or not. We've been sitting on it for at least 2 or 3 years. That's a fact. At least 2 or 3 years we've been sitting on that. So when Top Cats say that his grandfather was on a mother that came over here from Switzerland, guess who gonna be able to prove it? Me, and Not a Coincidence. Why? Because we got all the fucking shit already. We even got the documents where it's got the 50,000 people who were criminals. They have a manifest. Their names are, I'm telling y'all, their names are in alphabetical order by last name. Alphabetical order. Some of them even got the years that they came over. Some is unknown. All of them got the ship names. And it even tells you if they're indentured or not. These were Europeans. So when he claims that his peoples was Switzerland and slept with a Native American, hear the bullshit in his story. Because he ain't even ever said this until some shit he tried to get around people on. But remember, Not a Coincidence got a whole video talking about his grandmama, Top Cat's grandmama, saying she African. And he was mad at his Abo community when he did that. Y'all don't remember that? You see the hypocrisy? 1 minute, his Switzerland granddaddy marries a Native American. The next minute, he on Sonetta telling everybody his goddamn grandmama was an African.
But she is listed as his slave, and their son is listed as the slave.
Wait a minute. So your granddaddy from Switzerland made it with a Native American woman. And on the documentation, who he was smashing was a slave of his in the 1700s. The Indian was a slave in the 1700s. Y'all are not paying attention to this shit. And I'm surprised that YK, as good as he is with listening and catching this shit, did not catch him right here. This man is telling us that his great-grandfather from Switzerland in the 1700s had a Native American woman who was listed as a slave of his in the 1700s? Not a coincidence. Did white people own Native Americans as slaves in the 1700s? Look at Zentz. He said, let's just call him a liar and move on. Zentz, you just gonna have to sit here and pay attention.
Listed as his slave, and their son is listed as the slave as well. But he being of European stock, he's not.
So basically, he married his slave. But here's the thing. These are the same people that'll tell you they don't come from slaves, right? It's still a slave, no matter how you sugarcoat it. Just like if a European had a slave that he was with, she was still a slave, no matter how you sugarcoat it.
So that takes me also in the writing, in that legislation, it was written that it was for Indians not taxed, or Indians who basically left their tribe and became U.S. citizens. Right. So, and it also made sure that it said that the aliens were not included, the illegals, which would be considered the African in the situation, because in America, not until 1870, the Africans.
Did he just say the African?
Are you really going to miss this?
We do this training once a year. There's 800,000 to 1 million people that'll join us.
The what? Nah, I'm tripping. Am I tripping? Did he say the African?
The African in the situation, because in America, not until 1870, the Africans get ability to even own land the African in the situation, because in America, not until 1870, the Africans get ability to even own land or anything like this.
So this goes against the whole Aboriginal, it was told in reverse thing, because if the Europeans were the ones that was the slaves, and the African Americans, or as you guys would say, the indigenous people owned them, how come the Europeans is the ones that's not allowing them in the census and not documenting them? So how could it be told in reverse if Europeans are taking y'all out the census? Yo, y'all gotta hold this L. This whole pretending Aboriginal shit is dead, man. It's dead. Y'all out here trying to twist up David Elch's words. This man never said that we are indigenous to America. That's not what he's saying. But y'all like the clip shit.
So this would have to be talking about the indigenous people of America.
Right.
No.
Say to that.
No.
Yeah. So I agree.
Now look, he stops it. He stops it, but he don't even let us know what he agreed with. There's a reason he clips it. There's a reason he clips it. See, you thought you was slick. You thought you was slick, huh, Top Cats? But I ain't gonna let it slide. Let's get it.
Research. How important was cotton?
It was critically important in the 19th century, but it was not in any sense dependent on the slave trade. The striking demographic fact about the Americas is that the black population of the US, which of course amounted at the time of the Civil War to something like 4 million people.
Now, he said at the time of the Civil War. So that's at the time of the Civil War, because remember, you had the Militia Act in 1862. You had the slave abolishment in 1865. So we're talking about at the time of the Civil War. Now we got to remember that at that time, there were already Africans, descendants who've been mating while here in America. That doesn't mean that he's saying you guys were from here, like you always been here. So what he's saying is that in 1866, the 4 million people that was in Africa, in America, were here because of natural population. So that means that they did not come from Africa, but they was already mating as a product of their ancestors being in Africa, the African ancestors. This is why he's going to call them Native African. But they try to twist it. These abos think they slick, man. He's not saying that we are indigenous to America. And the original video is called Exploring the Transatlantic Slave Trade. This is why these guys reached out to him, because they thought they could get him on and then they could talk about that, and then they say indigenous, and then they twist it up, and then they could clip it, and then it's all on the internet saying, well, the man who did slave voyages said that we was already here. He never said that. Stop the bullshit. Stop it. He never said that.
Those people did not come from Africa. They came as a result of natural population growth.
Yeah. Thank you. Natural population growth. That means that the Africans who were brought here, right, their ancestors made it, and it was more Africans. They didn't come from Africa. The 4 million people didn't come from Africa at one time. This is what he's saying. Now listen.
The slave trade to the U.S. was shut down largely in 1807. Not completely, but largely.
The structure motorized pergola system is reinventing the way homeowners experience the outdoors. The most versatile, modern, useful outdoor patio space ever designed.
So thank you. So if the slave trades was stopped in 1808, they made 60 years. 60 years. No slaves was coming here. No Africans were coming here. So in 1860, those slaves would have had to been of natural population. Do you understand now? Do you get it now? He's not saying that that means they're indigenous to America. That's not what he's saying. I know a lot of you abos have low comprehension skills, but that's not what he's saying. Sister Sharice must have reached out to him, had him on the channel. They did a whole bill. He didn't mention nothing about black people being already here. He did not mention nothing about the whole bill was about the slave trade and how the slave trade happened. This man has written books, 4 or 5 books saying how the slave trade happened. But yet, silly abos are going to try to twist up his words to make it sound like he's saying something that he's not. And he's going to still call him Native African American.
If you look at the census data for the U.S. in 1870, which is when
1870. So we got to put context. Listen.
Black people were finally included. You'll find almost no Africans. They were, of course, Native African Americans. They were, of course, Native African Americans.
What did he say? Native African Americans. You got to hold this L. You got to hold this L. You tried, Top Cats. You tried. Yo, y'all got to share this video, man. Share this video.
Find almost no Africans.
Share this video.
They were, of course, Native African Americans.
Native African Americans. That means they was native to America because they was born here, but they descend from Africa. If you don't understand that, it's something wrong with you. It's something wrong with you.
And that's not something that people have taken on board.
Exactly.
It's nothing else to talk about. You tried, Top Cats. So what he's saying is that at the time of 18 66, right? That's 60 years. No Africans is being brought here. Well, some are illegally, but they're not going to have those ones documented. Plus, we wasn't documented until 1870, right? So everything after that would have to be, right, from the people who was already mating here, the Africans that were already mating here. And you know what? You know how I'm gonna put the icing on the cake? I'm going to use my own genealogy. And my own genealogy is going to body bag you, right? My fourth great parents were born in Africa. This is on the 1880 census. He was born in the 1800s. He was born in America. His parents were born in Africa. He was a native African American. This is what he means. He's not saying that you was already here in the sense of you're indigenous to this planet. I mean, into America, excuse me. That's not what he's saying. Because when you say words, things like indigenous, native, it can also be synonymous with birth, born. You get what I'm saying? Native, born here. So that's why they call us American, African American, because our ancestors descend from Africa, but we were born in America. But you guys tried. Well, I came back, man. I'm gonna be making some more videos. So there's been a lot of shit going on since I've been gone. But I'm back now, man. Top Cash, y'all gotta hold that L. Y'all try. It's your brother YK. I'm out. Peace.
All right, so y'all make sure y'all go over there, like, share, subscribe, man. Get that video out there. I had to start the show right there because it sets the stage for everything else. And because we will be using slave voyages, as it is mentioned in the debate, I had to play that to set the stage. And no, ladies and gentlemen, I am not going to remove the peckerwood in the chat. I repeat, I am not going to remove the peckerwood in the chat. It is a male, and I do strongly believe that this male that is in the chat is one of them. He one of the elbows. They just got him up there for whiteface. You know what I'm saying? They ain't blackfacing it. They got him up there for whiteface. And he doesn't seem to understand how information works. And we don't move at your pace, your time, or delivery. You can easily save yourself. We don't move at your pace, time, or delivery. We do things how we do things. We make sure that we get the full context of what's going on before we move anywhere. We are not. Exactly. Exactly. We are not moving the peckerwood. He going to have to remove himself. He going to get this information about his ancestors. Motherfucker. Fuck you think this is? Tell your bitch happy Mother's Day. Oh, here you go with that bullshit ass song again.
Exactly what now? I see exactly what you sharing. Now you get like a 3-minute introduction. You get a 3-minute introduction into your round, and then your round officially start. I'm putting the timer on now for your round.
Okay. Look. Y'all can't see his comment. Y'all can't see his comment. Look, before we get started, y'all can't see his comment, right? Because it ain't approved. YouTube blocked it. He said, "Whatever, ninja, tell me a fucking story." So that just lets you know right there, right? What type of time you on? The white boy, we ain't removing you. You said you was leaving. What are you still doing in the chat? Huh? Don't you got a cousin to go kiss? Don't you got your auntie to go have sex with? Huh? Or you want this work? Oh, you came here because you want to get this work. You want to come? No. See, your comprehension is off. Your comprehension is off. I said YouTube didn't approve your message. Hey, Mika, I said that. I think it's an elbow. He just here to distract. But let's move on.
For sure. All right, let's get it. Yeah, so today, like he said, the title is basically this brother has to prove that those 300,000 people that they quote unquote said came over here during the transatlantic slave trade were Negroes.
Pause. So immediately in his opening statement, because he's got 3 minutes, okay, he is telling us that Lucky has to prove that the 300,000 people enslaved and brought from Africa were Negroes. Lucky isn't making a claim. We've never heard him make a claim, and I don't know what the exchanges were, but we need to understand this debate is about the 300 people that was brought from Africa. So we have a time period here. We have the 17th and 18th century that we're dealing with specifically as it pertains to the United States of America. We're not talking about no other continent, no other countries, none of that. The United States of America. British America at the time.
Right? So that means that he has to show me where majority of these people's ethnicity was recorded. Keep that in mind. So we don't want we're not going to infer what they was. We're not going to take where they was at when it came to getting on a boat as an indication of what they are. None of that is proof of their ethnicity. You understand what I'm saying? So he needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that their ethnicity, majority of these people were Negro. Point blank, period. If he can't prove that, then I'll win the debate, period. Now, I'm going to start showing some things to question that narrative, because what we got to understand is that there's a narrative going on that dark skin is synonymous with subjugation. Dark skin is synonymous with servitude. So it's not even a matter of a debate. It's a matter of a psychological warfare that's going on amongst our people. And this psychological warfare is detrimental to us, because what it does is we walk around with a victim mentality, because we're taught that we are these subjects and servants in history, when in fact we are not the only subjects and servants in history. And also they overemphasize the subjects and the servants being us. Not only that, we got to understand propaganda, right? So it's still 3 minutes. Let me know when that 3 minutes up too. You heard?
I'm running it all together, so it just ended just now.
All right, for sure. Yeah. So what we got to understand is that we are not subject people the way they make it seem. There's a lot of visual implications on what slavery actually was, and most of those things are based on propaganda, right? They may show you what they call them, slave advertisements. Okay, you see runaway people, they dark skin. What they don't show you is they got slave runaway advertisements of white people as well. But they'll never show you those advertisements though. And also, if you don't do your due diligence when it comes to research, they'll act like those things never existed. But don't get it.
That's a lie. They have slave advertise. They have advertisements that talk about runaway indentured servants, and that's what it says on the advertisements. On the advertisements, it says indentured servants, and when they're talking about slaves, they say Negro, and they give you a description. And if it's a slave ad, they're telling you they got so many Negroes from West Africa, some part of West Africa, prime Negroes, and what location that they'll be at.
Twisted. This debate is not about whether or not it was white slaves and black slaves and this, that, and the third. That's not what this debate is about. However, we need to understand.
There was no white slaves. White people were not slaves in America. They were contract workers, indentured servants. So I don't even know why you said that.
A preconceived notion that our people walk around with, that they automatically think that when they see dark skin and they talk about captives in history, you're talking about dark skinned people. So let's go to my first slide. We're going to talk about retroactive speculation. This is very key for y'all to understand. Retroactive speculation is the act of guessing, inferring, or drawing conclusions of.
Hold on. My bad. Just hold on 1 second. My stuff was messing up. Let me show y'all something real quick. Original one, you already been dealt with on that subject matter. Not a coincidence. I already schooled you on that, so I don't even know why you asking that dumbass question. Let me show y'all something real quick. So here we go. For sale, 4 strong, healthy Negro men. To be sold, a likely young Negro wench. A young Negro woman. These were some of the ads that will come across. And this ain't all of them. These are some. So when he's sitting here running around here, and I didn't leave this in the chat, I just wanted to pull this up real quick, right? And I'm gonna drop this in the chat. But those were some of the slave ads. And that's just real-time type shit. So they're already telling you who they're looking for specifically. Period, point blank. So I don't know how this dude is talking. I don't get what he's saying, but I wanted to show y'all that real quick, just to kind of tell you where this is gonna go. I don't know, bro. We already know it's faulty premises. All right, y'all should be able to see the screen again in full.
About a past based on limited or selective evidence, often from a modern perspective or with present day assumptions. Why is this important? This is important because we got to understand that most of us, when we go back and we do research in history, we already are looking at it with a retroactive speculation. We're looking at it from a preconceived notion that, okay, I already know that these slaves and these subjects are dark people when I'm doing this research. So when I go through these documents, this is what I'm trying to basically reinsure for myself. So when you go through certain things, and we're gonna get into this a little later, but when you go on certain sites like slavevoyages.org, you look at the logs are not saying their ethnicity in them logs. They're not. They're definitely, it's probably a small amount of people that they probably are, but it's not enough to where you could speculate.
Nah, don't backtrack. Don't backtrack. Don't backtrack. Hold on. Let me do this real quick for original one in the chat. And then we're going to get back to it, bro. I apologize. I usually don't really entertain original one because we all know why he's here. We all know why he's here. Right? So I'm going to just give it to him like this. Hold up. I'm gonna do you one even more better. Now I ain't gotta show the ones from Africa because you're gonna be like, they gonna say from Africa. See, this is why I like when people run their mouth about shit, they let me know they don't study. We deal with primary sources. We don't deal with the bullshit speculation assumptions. We don't fake who we are in history. We don't try to superimpose ourselves on other people's history. We're not $5 Indians running around this bitch. We're straight descendants of Africa. I'm waiting on my images to show. Y'all see my screen? Read that. Pause the video. Pause your camera. Whatever you got. Whatever you got. Read that. Matter of fact, I'm going to read it for you. Runaway from the subscribers the 15th of September. 2 Irish indented servants. One named Morris Crowney, 5 feet 8 high, of a fair complexion with his own hair, wore a white shirt and sailor's blue jacket, Ozenbog trousers, and shoes without stockings. His ankles are very much swelled. The other name is Jeremiah Harrington, 5'5" inches high, has fair hair, had one of brownish colored coat, Ozenberg jacket and trousers, white worsted flocking and shoes. Their conversations will convince any person that they are natives of Ireland. A reward of 20s, besides all reasonable experiences, is offered for each to any other persons. That's one. They're doing the same thing. Here go another ad. Ran away from the subscriber on the 15th. An indentured servant boy about 15 years old by the name of Thomas Butler, a well-grown lad, dark complexion, black eyes, and well-dressed. All persons are cautioned against trusting or harboring him on my account. So I wanted to do that because I don't play no games when it comes to the research. We know what we know, what we know. The original one. I can keep doing it. I got more of them. You said that I couldn't show you a slave ad. I mean, an ad that's where they said indentured. Debunked. Showed you 2 of them. I can show you 25 more. I actually can show you 250 more. And it's really more than that because there's a whole dedicated. Never mind. I ain't gonna go there. I'm just gonna let y'all keep on talking y'all shit, and we just debunk y'all.
Speculate that the whole 300,000 is Negro by default. That's not. You're not going to be able to prove that at all. But what you can see is captives, right? So what people see is they see captives, and then they see captives coming on board in Africa, and they automatically think that these captives have to be dark-skinned people, not understanding that. You know them slave dungeons? You know how a lot of Pan-Africans and Afrocentric people be like, yo, you need to visit Africa and visit the slave dungeons. Oh, there were white people in those slave dungeons, though. Oh, best believe that.
Help. Where the white people at? He's in a debate with Lucky, and he's supposed to be arguing from his side that Lucky can't prove that them 300,000 people were black. And then he makes a claim inside of this one as he continues, as all of them do, to say that there were white people in them slave dungeons. Yeah, there were white people in them in them damn ports, and they were controlling them. They were feeding the slaves. They were locking people up. They were putting people down there. They were working those ports. They weren't slaves.
And we're gonna prove that today, so it ain't just speculation. So I want whoever's viewing this right now, when you listen to the arguments today, especially from my opposition, I want you to think that are their narrative based on retroactive speculation, or is it based on proof to show you the ethnicity of these so-called slaves or white people or whatever you black people, whatever you want to call them. Okay, now let's talk about the burden of proof. Who must prove what? If I prove beyond a reasonable doubt about the ethnicity and how it cannot be proven, I win. What he must prove is he must prove that majority of the 300,000 were blacks and Negroes.
Hold on.
And whoever's viewing this right now, when you listen to the arguments today, especially from my opposition, I want you to think that are their narrative based on retroactive speculation, or is it based on proof to show you the ethnicity of these so-called slaves or white people or whatever you black people, whatever you want to call them? Okay, now let's talk about the burden of proof. Who must prove what? If I prove beyond a reasonable doubt about the ethnicity and how it cannot be proven, I win.
You can't make the rules. You have to prove. You made the claim that them 300,000 people didn't come from Africa. They wasn't black. You got to prove that. You can't turn around and then say he got to prove they were black, and you ain't got to carry no burden of proof. That's why Lucky got mad at you. But let me let it play out.
What he must prove is he must prove that majority of the 300,000 were blacks and Negroes. And none of it should be off speculation.
What's the difference between black and Negro? What is a black person and what is a Negro? What's the difference? Because in the United States, according to their dictionaries, the one y'all love to use, a black person is a person of African descent. So if they're picking up people from Africa and bringing them to America, the debate over. Shouldn't even started.
Has to be off proof. If he cannot prove that, then by default, he loses this debate. Don't lose sight of what this debate is about. Okay? This debate is about those 300,000 people and proving that they were Negroes. Point blank, period. Don't try to spin it into something else about blacks being slaves in America and whites being indentured service. Don't try to spin it into that. Don't try to spin it into no type of narratives to get away from what we supposed to be proving today at all. And if my opponent does that, we know what's really happening here, because there's only one truth. Everything else,
5 minutes. 5 minutes
for sure. It's only one truth. Everything else is opinion. Everything else is speculation. Everything else is inferring. Everything else is guessing. Everything else is estimates. None of these things are definitive proof of what a person is claiming. And if they can give you definitive proof, then I stand corrected. Okay, now let's talk about the slave trade backwards. We know that everyone is taught that African slaves came over to America. This is the mainstream narrative. This is not nothing lucrative. This is not nothing. It's not nothing too intelligent. So when a person is taking this narrative, they're taking an easy way out, because they're like, yo, you know what? I'm not going to do the extensive research that I need to prove my point. I'm going to go with the mainstream narrative and make the people who's going against my mainstream narrative go against the machine. So don't get it twisted. I'm not just debating Lucky. I'm debating the mainstream narrative that lives in all Black Americans' mind. Right? So let's talk about the early slave trade. They say that one of the first accounts of slaves is in 1526, coming from Africa. Now, this is not the 1619 thing that most commonly people know. I'm giving them credit of something a little earlier. But even with that credit of 1526, there were slaves in the 1490s coming from Hispaniola, which is modern day Haiti and Dominican Republic, that island, and being sent to Spain. Now you'll be like, okay, cool. They sending Indians over to Spain. What's the big deal? Oh, the big deal is that those very slaves that they're sending to Spain, they're coming up in their records as Negroes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have to pause it right here. The reason that I have to pause it right here again is because he makes a claim. He makes a claim that in 1490s, that the Indians that they're sending to Spain or to these European countries, right, to meet the Queen. We got evidence of that, of them meeting the Queen and other things. But what we don't have evidence for is them showing up as Negroes going to meet the Queen. Because at the time that Christopher Columbus encounters the first people he encountered, he mislabeled them. He called them Indians. So why would they call them Negroes if they were already calling them Indians initially? You can't move the needle from the 1490s up until past the 1520s and then start talking about this, that, and the third, because there's already writings that are transpiring from people that are on these ships and talking about this shit. And we have yet to see any sources from this guy. He's done about almost 10 minutes of talking.
So how the hell is it Negroes coming up in Spain records in the 1500s? That's from America.
Show us the record. He doesn't. Moving on.
And as you can see, this is the proof right here. And under this, these are the sources. I cite my sources. Anybody who's watching this, you could go check out the.
So I can't even read what's on his page. The letters of Americos Vespucius and other documents illustrated of his something, pages 10, 11, and 94. We can't even see his screen. And this is intentional because I got Canva. I have Canva. All he had to do was hit present and it would have displayed it on a full screen. You only got 11 slides. You ain't even doing none of that shit. So you're going to argue with Lucky in a 3-round debate with 11 slides and nobody can read your slide.
Them sources right now, and we're going to get to the point. Hajado proceeded to Espanola, where he behaved in an outrageous manner described by Las Casas, remaining 2 months and 17 days from September 5th, 1499 to November 22nd, and finally visiting some islands carrying off 222 Indian captives to Cadiz.
You said that they were labeled as Negroes. The source that you're using and what you just read does not label them Negro. They call them Indians. Like I told you before you even read this shit. They don't call the motherfuckers Negroes. They call them Indians. You see how he simply just made a claim, then read the source, and then it doesn't say what the fuck he initially said it said at the beginning.
Which is Spain, right? Okay. So, slaves from Terra Nova, which is America, show up in the slave markets of Seville, Spain, and Venecia very soon after the 1500s. For example, in Venecia, during the period of 1516, we find Miguel, Mane,
60 seconds.
Juan,
60 seconds.
Petro, Antonio, Juan, Ali, and they were all classified as Negroes, and that's according to the Jesuit letters.
Nah, you just changed your source.
And we're gonna get further depth to this in the next round.
You just changed your source up. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? He's got 2 quotes on here. I guess that's supposed to be the sources. The second one says Africans and Native Americans by Jack D. Forbes, page 29. And he claims the primary evidence is the Jesuit letters. So I can stop the video right now, pull up Jack D. Forbes' book for everybody. We can go to 29 and get full context to see if we're being misled here. But what I'm gonna do is wait. And we can have fun later.
Shout out to my brother Job Bricks. Y'all make sure y'all drop some fire emojis in the chat for that round for my brother Job Bricks, man. Shout out to the brother Job Bricks, man. Make sure y'all show him some love in the building, y'all. We headed over to the brother Lucky Guzman. NP Lucky, NPM. You ready to go? I can't hear you, Lucky. Let's get a mic check. Hold on. Let's see what's going on. Hold on. Talk to me, Lucky.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, you're good now.
All right.
Sometimes when you turn your volume all the way up when you're on the computer, it make you mute out for some reason. So I just put it on automatic sound. You good to go. You sound crispy. Go ahead. You got the flow. Hold on. Let me get your time set right.
Yeah, I got my screen already shared up for the first segment. Already screened. All right. So before I go into my first round, the brother said a whole bunch in his first round that was basically what we call begging the question. And when I told this brother we was having sideways conversations.
Lucky, I'm gonna pause your time real quick. Hold on. You're a little hold on, Lucky. You're a little staticky. If you want to, just for your round, and after your round, you can turn it back on. You can turn your camera off. Just for the round.
Mic check. What it sound like?
Now let's see if we can hear you a little clearer. A little. This is what I want you to do. Also, go and stop your green screen in the back from your computer. That's gonna make it choppy as well. After that, you should be good. Cause it does that to me too, man.
Mic check. What it sound like?
Still a little
like right now?
All right, perfect.
You sure?
Go ahead and start. I ain't gonna start your time for
Hold up. Make sure my mic right, because I don't want. All right. So
what y'all think in the chat, y'all?
He sound better now.
Sound better, family.
Chris, I don't know. I mean, it is raining right now.
Yeah,
it is raining. You feel me? But hold on.
All right, everybody saying one. Some people said a little choppy. I mean, Cuban Kane said choppy. Somebody said one. I mean, we can hear. It ain't gonna affect your sound. It ain't gonna affect your sound.
Okay. Good. All right. So this kind of messes up a little bit what I was just gonna do just then, because I was about to play this brother's audio. Because this brother just said in the walkthrough that he was not finna be begging the question this whole time. This nigga told me. This is what he said, bro. This is what he said. This nigga told me he was not gonna put the burden of proof on me. He was gonna bring some type of evidence. But yet somehow he brought no evidence for the first round. He talking about retroactive. Literally came with nothing your whole first round. You begged the question. You told me out your mouth verbatim that you wasn't gonna do that. So when I get off here, I'm probably gonna use my last 2 minutes to play that clip, right? This is crazy though, bro. The fact that you begged the question the whole time and provided nothing. After you told me out your mouth, and I got the clip I'm finna play, that you was finna have primary on primary on primary, bro. That was bogus. That was over whooping at the very latest. And without further ado, let me go ahead and just get into my PowerPoint, bro. Cause that was bogus. All right, bam. So this is the first page, right? Let's go. Let's get it cracking, bro. So my agenda is very simple. What was the majority of the transatlantic people coming to America during the slave trade, right? This brother, he just danced and didn't say nothing. He brought up indentured service in the walkthrough. This brother said indentured service was going to be important and that he was going to have to, I was going to have to attest for all of it. And then he come out his first opening round and say, I ain't talking about it. Come on, fam. What you got going on? The number 2 agenda on my is establishing a historical consensus. Because we're not going with mainstream and we're not going with lazy, undisciplined research, right? Looking for one thing in one place and hoping everything is right there. That's lazy research, bro. That's crazy. What you think you're gonna find one document that's gonna have every single thing that you want? Again, bro, that's not realistic and that's lazy. So the third thing I'm gonna be doing is dismantling revisionist myths, right? It's the methodology, right? To effectively challenge revisionist claims about the transatlantic slave trade, I'm gonna use multidisciplinary evidence. I'm not gonna just beg the question, bro. Multidisciplinary approach, bro. Okay, it's gonna be grounded in verifiable historical and scientific data. So just off the rip, okay, the colonial population, and this is pulled directly from census data on the statistics. Okay, we got the colonial population in the 1730s. We see the free whites at about 70,000 in Virginia. Okay, and at the same time, we see the enslaved population at about roughly 40,000. Total population 110,000. That's what they got, and that's just a very simple understanding of the type of populations that we understand. Because these niggas don't really know the time frame in which we're talking about and how many people was on the land. They act like it wasn't no white people around. I don't know where they got this from. I feel like a lot of these niggas came from Craigslist, bro. It don't make no sense otherwise, bro. How do you got all these unincorporated shit going together, bro? So some of the main slave ports, bro, that this nigga don't even want to touch on: Charleston, right? Newport, Rhode Island, right? Okay, and the peak years of these places, they know exactly where the people is coming from in these peak regions, bro. Very simple. So in this peak time, they know where these people coming from. West Central, Gambia, okay, the Baja Alpha, okay, all that, bro. The Gold Coast, right? And let me show you a primary real quick, gang. So let me read it real quick. So the story of Charleston, right? They got the Gadsden Dwarf, right? It's in Charleston. It's a primary entry point for enslaved Africans. Okay, during the peak, okay, this during the peak. So from 1803 to 1805 was the highest numbers, but it been going for longer. Okay, but then during the highest time, it was said to have estimated over 14,000 enslaved individuals, bro. So in 1806, Charleston mandated that all vessels carrying enslaved people dock at Gadsendorf, bro. That's why the numbers were so prominent. Okay, so the newspaper advertisement for that year details the arrival and sale of these individuals. Okay, this is a primary. Understand what you about to see, bro. He ain't show you a primary yet. Bim. So this says prime Congo Negroes. Okay, the brigade Eliza, I'm sorry, the brigade Eliza cargoed at 218 proud young Congo Negroes, consisting of 80 girls and 138 boys, okay, from 12 to 18 years old, are offered for sale on board at Gadsendorf, bro. This is a primary, okay? It even tell you the clerk who you can speak to. That bitch says apply on board John B. Cotton. It even tell you the clerk who you can go chop it up with. Like, what is niggas talking about, bro? You have provided nothing this first round, bro. You begging questions. Okay, let's check out Newport, Rhode Island. Okay, the elusive Guineaman, right? Newport slave of 1735, 1774, right? Newport was a significant hub in the American slave trade, okay? The Brigade Royale, okay, Charlotte, owned by the Vernon family, completed multiple voyages, gang. Multiple voyages, bro. I want to highlight that because you're gonna see that name a lot, bro, when we pull up slave voyages in a second. So 1763 advertisement in the Newport Mercury describes the arrival of Royal Charlotte with a parcel of extreme fine and healthy, well-limbed Gold Coast Negroes, bro. Come on, bro. What you talking about? I can't pull up ethnicities. What is you talking about, fam? Hey, bro, you're not talking to one of them, bro. You talking to him, bro. You tripping, bro. I've been trying to tell you this whole time. Okay, so here go the primary. Okay, primary. And shout out to Not a Coincidence. You feel me? Shout out to the homie Not a Coincidence because he be clipping and snipping and cutting niggas all the way up. Okay, so check this out. To be sold on board the ship. Okay, land on Tuesday, the 6th of May. Okay, what we got? A choice of cargo of 250 healthy Negroes. Hey, bro, do anybody know what constitutes a Negro? Do you misrepresent a Negro to be any other ethnicity? I need to know that for the goddamn chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you know a Negro to be, my fault. Put a 1 in the chat if you know a Negro to be what a so-called Black American is today. Put a 2 in the chat if other things can be classified as a Negro. I need to fucking know. All right, they just arrived off the Windward and the Rice Coast. Ain't that's what I just, hey, listen. Ain't that's what I just said, the Gold Coast? Anybody who don't know, when you're dealing with the British, that's the Windward and the Rice. Hey, listen, gang, you got to keep up. Okay, they argue that they've been keeping the utmost care to these fellas and young women. Okay, they don't have no small part. They keeping up. They got a testimony about these people. Stop playing, bro. Bro, where's your primaries at, gang? I know I didn't waste my time, bro. Hold up, bro. Let me take another swig. I know I didn't waste my time. Okay. Another primary, right? This is a letter. It's a letter from Mr. John Stanton. Okay. A letter from Mr. John Stanton of Barbados to Mr. Stephen Arroyo of Newport, Rhode Island, bro. It's dated from May 15, 1774. 1774, gang. That's what we talking about right now. Okay, and you can find this. I got this shit lined up. And the crazy thing is, by the third round, I'm gonna put the copy link in the front chat so everybody got a PowerPoint and you can have the links. I ain't playing with folks. So listen to me. From Barbados to South Carolina and from Ghana to Spain, these letters connected Newport to a vast world. Okay, the illustration. Okay, this right here illustrates the logistics behind the business of slavery while also blatantly documenting the logic behind it, the crude logic. Okay, all right, okay, and yes, these letters suggest a global market. Okay, simple. So I put an excerpt up from the top, right? So writing safely from Barbados, Stanton updates. What I say? Stanton updates. Okay, he updates Ariel. Hey, AP, what my time is, bro? I had to take my headset out. Can you stop my time? From 8:06, I asked to stop time. It might be straight. All right, so Bill. Okay, precious very okay, damn. See, don't say that, but fuck me up. All right, so the 48th journey, right? 48-day journey all the way across the Atlantic, bro. 48 days. I know 11 months. I know crazy shit y'all be talking about, bro. Come on, bro. Keep up. So after buying 47 slaves, bro, 47 slaves in present-day Ghana, Stanton admitted only losing 4. Okay? This is a first-hand account, bro. What is you talking about? First-hand accounts all over the place. How much time I got, gang? I know I ain't going over time. So, Bill, we going to another slide. I don't want to keep going in the slides because I got a lot. This is dated from 1859, bro. This is from Louisiana, bro. Very simple. Thursday, February 13th, 1859 at 12 o'clock at the City Hall, bro. What they say on the first line? Ism, black. I thought black was only used recently. Man, y'all niggas come on, bro. You got the source up, bro. You niggas be tweaking. Ism, black aged about 40 years old, a superior engineer. You got John, Griffey, Tom, black, Alexander, mulatto, Stephen, black, Edward, black, Jack, black. All the niggas black, bro. They were listed as slaves on an auction block. Negro sale. Okay, to be sold on Thursday, the 13th instant. Okay, 114 healthily prime Negroes. 114 healthy prime Negroes for sale. Let me give you another primary. 357 prime Angola Negroes on board the ship Anna, okay, on the way to Gassendorf, okay, to commence on Wednesday of the 18th of April, and to be continued every day Sunday except from 11 to 2 o'clock. They give you the itinerary, gang. What are you talking about? We don't have manifested shit like that, bro. Y'all are tripping. We got first-hand accounts. We got so much, bro. What do you have but besides begging a question? Like, stop playing. Okay, a choice of parts of the Gold Coast Negroes. Again, bro, these is ethnicities. I'm not even shooting off all the clip right now, bro. This is simple stuff. This is really simple stuff. This person took the debate, and this debate is really elementary, bro. I can't believe somebody would say that the majority of people that came over on the transatlantic slave trade was not, in fact, Black Africans. He does nothing but beg the question, and he did a lazy job at that, bro. I don't see how anyone could take that and feel like that's a real debate. Bro, I've been asking you this whole time, what you gonna provide? You ain't provide nothing, fam. I just ran through so many primaries just like that. And let me share this tab real quick. So just because you think that black one came from out the blue, I just made that up on some AI shit. Y'all know how y'all niggas give it up. Boom. Broadside advertising, value slaves at an auction. Gotta stay swift. Y'all boys is not swift enough. Value slaves at an auction, bro. Yeah. That's the same thing I just showed y'all, bro. Primary document. Bro, you niggas is not ready. I thought he was gonna have something in that first round. Well, maybe he thought I was gonna go first. I was gonna shoot my whole clip and he could come in and say that's retroactive. Hey, bro, none of that is retroactive. All this is first-hand primary. I know you see that old ass motherfucker. I don't know if my mic was muted because of bat or what. I think my time might be up. Because my mic just straight muted.
All right. So that was 2 round ones. Round one for Lucky. And round one for whoever the hell this dude is by the name of Ja. So far, my biggest critique is how the information is being presented on the screen by both. I think Lucky could have did a better job of presenting information, even though he had technical difficulties. And I think that definitely Ja should have did a better job being able to present full screen so that people could actually cross-reference his screens for whatever screens that had sources. However, Lucky, you gotta do a better job at focusing on the audience and not him. You kept referring back to him and speaking to him in your rounds, especially this round, and not educating the audience. Remember, he made the mistake. He arguing from ignorance. You can call out his points earlier on after your intro and you rebutting them. But after you rebut him, it's no longer about him after your rebuttal. It is more so about educating and teaching everybody else that may not ever run across this information. So your delivery and focus has to be on the audience who's listening. And you need to just continue to stick to the topic of the debate, which you did. You know what I mean? And I know y'all YNs, y'all new age, you know, scholars, man. Y'all gonna, you know, I'm gonna call you a young scholar, a YS. Y'all gonna present the information how you do it. But in a debate setting, though, let's be more scholarly and deal with the information being presented so it can be digested And in your rebuttal, though, give them the business. You know what I mean? Give them the business in your rebuttal. But when you're teaching, teach. And I know there's many different ways to reach people and kind of have your message resonate. So I ain't trying to take too much away, but I'm just saying, when you're teaching, man, teach. Because most people just think you're just talking and you're really not talking. You really got, you really that guy. You know what I'm saying? You really research, you learn, you read, you comprehend, you retain the information. You know what I'm saying? You do this. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because I don't want nobody to minimize your intelligence, because you're quite intelligent, and you're arguing this topic from half of your ancestry, half of your your biological makeup, and not the, you know what I mean, and you giving it your all, because your story's more diverse than his story and his claims. So I don't want to get too far into that one. That was the first rounds by both gentlemen. I think Ja argued from ignorance. Like I said earlier, he didn't present any information that would substantiate his position. He didn't show any proof or any evidence that would sway me listening to this debate and understanding the debate topic of these 300,000 people that were brought to the Americas, were they African or not. He didn't sway me, and he didn't even cast he didn't have a source that could cast doubt on, a primary source that could cast doubt on the ethnicity of the people brought from Africa into the Americas. Now, one of the reasons is because lucky slave ads went up and down the West and Central African coast. And in those different places and different parts, he was naming different countries. If you go look at the cultural continuity and the genetic makeup of those people in those regions, in those areas, they're all our cousins. And we're related. Us African Americans, we're related. So he couldn't separate that. He tried to cast doubt and say that there was white people in slave dungeons, but he never showed information of that. And to what capacity were these these so-called white people in the slave dungeons? Were they enslaved, or were they workers? Right? Or were they traders? You didn't provide any of that in your first round. So in round two, where you ended off, you have to now provide the evidence for what you were saying in the first round that you didn't provide the evidence for. If not, then you're down 2-0 immediately. And it doesn't matter what you do in the third. All right, so Lucky, I want to say this right now. He is Googling himself in this debate with you live. You should have called him out on it, as he didn't even have this tab open. But let's have some fun with this guy second round.
Yo, my bad. Your round is ready to go. I'm talking the whole time in the background. Forgot I let myself in the back. God damn. I put myself in the back. Hey, your round is ready to go, Job Bricks. Whenever you're ready. Now, whenever you ready to go, this shit was ready to go. Shout out to Lucky. Fire round from Lucky. Fire round from everybody in the building. Drop a fire emoji if you can hear me. I can hear you, brother Job Bricks, loud and clear. I was in the back talking the whole time. I'm like, damn, what the fuck? But hey, we ready to go though. Whenever you is though, brother. You got a 15-minute round because that's your 5-minute rebuttal as well.
Yo, you breaking up. Yo.
Am I breaking up? Drop a fire emoji if you guys can hear me. I can hear you, Job Bricks. I can hear you loud and clear.
I bet you. Hello?
I hear you loud and clear, brother.
All right, I'm about to go. I don't know. I can't hear you, but I'm about to go.
All right, good.
Is my screen sharing? Is my screen sharing? All right, bet. Back to the timeline. Now, like I said, what he was going to do is he was going to show you things that say enslaved Africans. He's showing slave manifesto of 300 here, 400 here, 200 there. None of that is definitive proof that the 300,000 that we're talking about were all Negroes.
It definitely is definitive proof, because when you start adding up those advertisements as far as what they're bringing in and where they're bringing them in at, it is proof. You're you're adding, you're doing addition. You want Lucky to show you 6,000 slave ads where they got 1,000 Negroes, 500 Negroes, 300 Negroes, 600 Negroes, 400 Negroes, 100 Negroes, 600 Negro. I mean, on and on and on and on. All these ships, all these different trips back and forth across the Atlantic. You want him to do that? He can do that. But you can't say what he showed is not proof. If you're going to rebut him, you have to do a better job at your refuting what he showed with better evidence. And you don't own or possess better evidence because you only have 11 slides, which means you did not take this topic serious.
None of that is that. Now let's visit slavevoyages.com. Boom. So as you can see on slavevoyages.com, if you come right here, numbers of Africans embarked reported. This number says 8,200. Those
Ladies and gentlemen, I paused this video for a reason. Just look at this real slowly. Number of slave voyages in the data set in 2008 was 34,940. In 2010, there was 34,948. In 2018, there were 36,002, which means every few years, they have increased the number of voyages in the data set. And every time you increase something in the data set, more information is provided. This is a summary of the coverage for some of the more important data variables. He's not giving you all the information because this is talking about something in particular. But we're gonna let him go ahead and have it. You know, we're gonna deal with it.
Those are the only number of Africans that they've reported, and this is a primary source, right?
That's not a primary source. Slave voyages is not a primary source. Slave voyages uses the primary sources to provide the data to us as it pertains to the shipping manifest, the people on board, the routes that they took, and then any other information that could be provided to us to help us out. It's a tool. It is not a primary source. It's a tool. Say it with me, Ja. Slave Voyages website is a tool used to help us figure shit out. And you ain't even in the right shit. But go ahead.
Right? Not only that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Let me switch to the other shit.
Here we go.
If you look at this primary source right here, right?
Again, it is not a primary source. The primary source would be where the information came from. This is a data set. It is a tool. It got the information from somewhere else. Eltis was not there in 1513. He helped create a tool designed to help us gain more information and understanding.
This the captain name, Juan. This how many people embarked. This how many people disembarked, which is 8, right? So I want you to pay attention to something. Principal place where the captives were purchased, Seville, right? There's no mention of Africa at all, and they ended up in Puerto Rico. Who are these people that they're speaking about right here? And why are they being counted in the total number, right? So you go to slavevoyages.com. This is where they get these numbers from, by the way. You go to slavevoyages.com. This is what it says. The Slave Voyages website is a comprehensive digital initiative that compounds and makes publicly accessible records of the largest slave trades in history. Search these records to learn about the broad origins of African people, right? All the people that they saying came from the transatlantic slave trade, right? Now keep that in mind. Now let me get back to my presentation.
Before we go any further, principal place where captives were purchased, Accra. Where's Accra? Ain't Accra Ghana? Look where the vessel leaves from, where vessel's voyage began. Liverpool, Liverpool, London, London, Liverpool, London, London. Where they end up at? Accra, 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 Accra. Where they dropped the slaves off at? Kingston, Jamaica. Demira, Zion Hill, Demira. Ain't that about a bitch? on his whole screen that he got up right here. He got a whole answer for himself. And he don't even want to deal with it. But let's go.
So while I was leaving off on the presentation with this, right? I was proving.
Hold on,
that
John
it was
Brick. They say you're a little choppy. 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 You got 11 minutes and 33 seconds. You can turn your camera off if it'll help. If it'll help.
Hello. I'm still choppy.
No, you good. Go ahead.
All right, let's get it. Now, where I left off at was this, right? This is showing that it was Negroes being traded prior to the 1500s in Spain that came from Hispaniola. Who was these Negroes? Who was these Negroes? Because y'all didn't bring people until after 1526. But let's keep going. Now let's talk about these contradicted voyages, right? So you got a voyage of what's his name? 1 second. Let me get the name of this real quick. So we about to go right here. We about to go on slave voyages. And we about to go to crew. And we about to type in John Hawkins.
Oh yeah. Let's get to it. You ain't do it right. You ain't do it right.
Okay, boom. As you can see right here, it says Jesus of Lubeck, right? Let's click on that. Now, as you can see right here, it says captives arrives at the first port. It says it was 100 and it said 92, right? Okay. Now, let me tell you the problem with this. The problem with this source right here is that there was no mention of these people right here being African or Negroes at all. The source is right here. And if we go to the source, now I'm about to go to it. This is the primary source. And as you can see, he said that he took with him not above 100 men for fear of sickness, the wording a little off on this, but for fear of sickness and under inconveniences whereunto men in the long voyages are commonly subject. So there's those same 100 men, right? But there's no mention of these 100 men being African or being Negroes. So what is slave voyages telling us? What slave voyages is telling us right now, that they're counting those 100 men that was on John Hawkins' thing as captives. Captives arise, 92 captives. No mention of their ethnicity whatsoever.
All right, so the first voyage of the right worshipful and valiant knight Sir John Hawkins, now treasurer of Her Majesty's Royal, made in the West Indies in 1562. John Hawkins had been under divers voyage to the Isles of the Canaries, and thereby as good and upright dealings being grown in the love and favor with the people, informed himself amongst them by diligent inquisitions of the state of the West Indies, whereof he had received some knowledge by the instructions of his father, but increased the same by the advertisement and reports of that people. And being amongst others particulars assured that Negroes were very good merchandise in Hispaniola, and that store of Negroes might easily be had upon the coast of Guinea, resolved with himself to make trial thereof, and communicated the device with his worshipful friends of London, namely with Sir Lionel Ducat. Remember these names: Thomas Lodge, M. Gurston, his father-in-law, Sir William Winter, M. Bronfield, and others, all which persons liked so well of his intention that they became liberal contributors and adventurers in the action, for which purpose there were good ships immediately provided, the one called the Solomon. Ladies and gentlemen, remember these three ships' names: the Solomon of the burthen of 120 tun, wherein M. Hawkins himself went as general; two, the Swallow, 100 tuns. Hold on. This is a thick ass book. Wherein went to Captain M. Thomas Hampton; and the third, the Lunas, a bark of 40 tun, wherein the master supplied the captain's room, in which small fleet M. Hawkins took with him not above 100 men, for fear of sickness and other inconveniences, whereunto men in long voyages are commonly subjected. Ladies and gentlemen, the 100 men were from West Africa. You heard me say Guinea. I'm going to show you again. As a matter of fact, I'm going to scroll up and then I'm going to go to the next paragraph so I can be more clear. And then we're going to tie 1 and 2 together. You could thank Brother Not a Coincidence and myself for being on the same page when this shit broke. Negroes might easily be had upon the coast of Guinea. Oh, you don't believe it? Let's go a little bit further. Jah has been refuted by his own sources. So here we go. With this company, he put off and departed from the coast of England in the month of October in 1562, and in his course touched first at Tenerife, where he received friendly entertainment. From thence he passed, guess what? Sierra Leone, upon the coast of Guinea, which place by the people of the country is called Tagarine, where he stayed some good time and got into his possession, partly by the sword and partly by the means, to a number of 300 Negroes at the least, besides other merchandise which that country yielded. The motherfucker ends up in Guinea and he gets 300 Negroes. Ladies and gentlemen, I asked you to remember 3 ships. Jonas is one of those ships. The year arrived with slaves was in 1563. Here is the names of the people that were owning. I told y'all to remember. Lionel Dockett, Thomas Lodge, M. Gunston, William Winter, Bromfield. Who was on this? What? Sierra Leone, Port Unspecified. 1563. What the fuck did he have? 100 of them. How many got off? 93. Something happened to the other 7. That's not it. Let's go to the next source. I told you to remember the slave ship Swallow. Who's the owners? Lionel Duckett, Thomas Lodge, M. Gunston, William Winter, M. Bromfield. This is a different ship. How many on there? 100. How many embarked? 93. Different ship. One more for the road. The Solomon. Who's the owners? You guessed it. Lionel Dockett, Thomas Lodge, M. Gunston, William Winter, M. Bromfield. How many is on this goddamn ship? 100. How many disembarked? 93. That is 300. That is 300 Negroes from West fucking Africa. As he states in the next paragraph, all he had to do was read the next paragraph, and it showed him that it was 300 Negroes on 3 different ships. Nah, Voss, I ain't got to show the coat of arms. He dead right there. He's dead right here. Okay, so for the people that forgot real quick the names of the ship, I'm going to do this one more time. One more time. You can clip it and you can put it on TikTok. You could take his whole little section where he said all this shit, and then you could blend me in there, or you could use the sources you got damn self. However you want to do it, you can circulate it. So one more time, here go the ships. Here go the names. Lionel Dockett, Thomas Lodge, M. Gunston, William Winter, M. Bromfield, and others. The 3 ships are called the Solomon. You see it? Solomon. Hawkins went as a general himself on the Swallow. Oh, let's not forget the 3rd ship. It's on the next page. You know what? I just passed it. My bad. Psych. The Jonas. There go all 3 names of the ships. There is the 3 sources that we showed you right here. And they're all carrying people from the west coast of Africa. First place where captives were purchased, Sierra Leone. Next, on the Swallow, where were they purchased? First place, captives were purchased, Sierra Leone. Next ship, got to make sure I get the name in there so y'all can say, oh, you know, no fluking. The Solomon, where were they purchased? Principal place where captives were purchased, Sierra Leone. We don't know what he just did right there. And we can do this for every claim he makes. Now, my question is, who are the white people in the slave dungeons? Were they employees, employers, or enslaved? Where is that shit at? Called red fucking handed. That quick, that easily. And we noticed it because, not a coincidence, I already debunked Ali Muhammad on his same argument that he tried to pull when he was on Sonetta with his Mobo Jumbo. Not a coincidence, did it already. Remember, Slave Voyages has the sources at the bottom of the page. This is how you know that Slave Voyages is not the primary. They're telling you where they got the information from, all the data sets. All you got to go do is pull the source and cross-reference it. What's worse, not a coincidence, and lucky, is if you look on the fucking screen after he put John Hawkins' name in, the Solomon showed up. And it tell him where they got the motherfucking people. 1563, voyage ID 98836, vessel name Solomon, place where the vessel begins in Plymouth, where principal place where captives were purchased, Sierra Leone. It is right there on his screen, and he avoided all of that shit. Let's go.
Now back to my slide. So I show captives coming from Spain, not going to Africa at all, and ending up in the Americas.
Now he just lied. Because we just showed the same captives coming from people who own those ships up there in that area, coming down to Sierra Leone, picking up motherfuckers and taking them to the Americas. See how easily that was to just refute somebody who wanted to use us? Come on.
Then I showed Jesus of Lubeck, 100 men. I got you. 100 men. And for some reason, those 100 men are called captives. But in the source, he's telling you that those same 100 men.
He didn't show us Jesus of Lubbock. So let's go find Jesus of Lubbock. He didn't show us no goddamn Jesus of Lubbock. I'm finna show y'all Jesus of Lubbock. It ain't hard for me to do. I don't have to go too far. Ladies and gentlemen, the vessel name, Jesus of Lubbock. It's two of them. We can go to both. They began in Plymouth. Guess what the fuck they end up? The place where the fucking slaves were purchased, Sierra Leone and Africa, port unspecified. So let's just go to the one that just says this one that goes to, to the Caribbeans. Let's just deal with this one first, right? 1565. It says it. Place where voyage began in Plymouth. Places principal captive slaves were purchased, Africa. Look, first place where captives were purchased, Senegambia and offshore the Atlantic. Second place where captives were purchased, Sierra Leone. So they went to two goddamn places and purchased fucking and purchase fucking Africans. The games he wants to play. And guess what? There's 100. What's this ship name? Jesus of Lubbock. He didn't even show us Jesus of Lubbock. But for the simple fact that he wanted to fucking play games, I'm going to play them with you. And you don't want me to turn to this page right here because John Hawkins in his goddamn book is telling the whole story. He telling you, man, we went to Africa and got these black people that we brought to America. They from Africa. This voyage document is substantiating that. Here's the other Jesus of Lubbock. And this was shipwrecked and destroyed. Place where captives were purchased. Sierra Leone. So what was the first place? Cape Verde Islands. What was the second place? Senegambia offshore the Atlantic. What was the goddamn third place? Sierra Leone. Where did they end up in? Rio de la Hacha. How many of them was it? A large crew. 359. There you go. Look at this. Peep game. Peep. First landing spot, they got rid of 20. Second landing spot, they got rid of 19. Third landing spot, they got rid of 15. Where can we substantiate this? Right here. Why in the holy shit are we dealing with this dumb ass mofo making these claims on a day-to-day basis when the goddamn all you got to do is read the fucking shit. Just read it. This is 1568, 1565. Guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Neither one of these got a goddamn thing to do with the topic of the debate. You know what does? If we go in here and find those ships that are more central related to going to North America, USA, right under our fucking feet. But because he wanted to sit here and show his stupidness, he didn't got educated and corrected twice. It is just that simple. It's just that simple. Y'all see how easily. Now, the only reason I showed the Lubbock shit was because on his slide, he got Jesus of Lubbock 100 men, and he claimed that there were no Africans. So I just had to show y'all that they were fucking Africans from Senegambia, Cape Verde, and fucking Sierra Leone. But look, he still makes the claim. Records show captives came from Europe, not Africa. No, they don't. You lied.
Was a part of his crew, but they're being mentioned as captives in the document. So on slavevoyages.com, we have a problem because they're saying that 300,000 people disembarked in what we call the Americas, which is the United States. But when we further examine these numbers, we can see that no, they're counting everybody.
Wrong. See, this is the problem. Let me go back to the methodologies page. This is the problem. This is the problem with people like him. Right here. He don't fucking read. And he's not going to read this shit. It's too much to read. Why he going to read all of this? Said right here, 36,000 transatlantic voyages contained in the database, allowing us to infer the total number of voyages carrying slaves from Africa. The estimates page suggests that 12.5 million captives departed from Africa for the Americas, dividing this total by the average number of the total embarked voyages of 304 individual yields 41,190 voyages. Under the methodologies. But you skipped all of that and came down to data variables, and then you tried to shook us. Because it says the variables include information that, for convenience, have been grouped into 8 categories: year range, vessel characteristics, the itinerary in the voyage, the numbers, the age, sex, mortality of enslaved, dates of the vessels left and arrived, the captain's crew and vessels, the outcome of the voyage, the sources of the records. You know, what we basically just seen in the examples. Then it says, the variable list in the understanding the database section presents a complete listing of the data variables as well as the input variables of the data set. Labels for imputed variables are always followed by the abbreviation IMP. No voyage, however, includes information for all data or imputed variables. Table 1 provides a summary. This ain't the shit. It's a summary of the coverage for some of the more important data variables. Generally, we attempted to preserve the written documentation record in adding to the data variables. Numeric variables such as vestige tonnage, number of crew, number of slaves, demanded at a ranking of sources, particularly as well in the documented British trade. Sources often report the number of slaves embarked or taken on board the coast of Africa and landed in the Americas. I don't know why he didn't understand that this is not saying that there were this many fucking Africans. It's not saying that. It's not. And you can reach out and you can ask that old man, David Elters. He's making himself available for pseudos and everybody. Misrepresenting the fucking information. And this is second round with 11 slides. What kind of shit is this?
Body in the database, and those are the collective numbers, whether if they were captives or slaves or not. So everybody is being accounted for, not just Negroes. So like I said, when he's mentioning all of these, it was 300 slaves got here, 300 slaves got there, 300 slaves dropped here, 200 was here. Nobody is disputing that people came from Africa over here. However, what we are disputing is the definitive proof that you cannot prove that the 300,000 that we're talking about are all Negroes. You cannot definitively prove that. And where they're getting the 300,000 number for, like I said, they're getting the 300,000 number from slavevoyages.org. That's where they're getting them from. But like I said, they only got proof of 8,200 embarking on these boats in their entire database. Now let's talk about white servitude in America, right?
Irrelevant.
So
irrelevant. White servitude in America, irrelevant. We talking about 300,000 people being brought to the Americas. And on this same slide, you make the suggestion based on the book, White Cargo, 300,000 white slaves was brought to America. That is bullshit. Not a single white person brought to the Americas was a slave. Not even the fucking 50,000 criminals that they had. They were all listed as servants, even the criminals. But I'm gonna let you build.
According to the book White Cargo, there were 300,000 white slaves brought in America.
We don't hear you if you're talking, bro. Run that back about 30 seconds. We didn't hear that last.
In the 17th and the 18th centuries. Okay. In the 17th and the 18th centuries, more than 300,000 white people were shipped to the Americas as slaves. Urchins was swept up from London streets to labor in tobacco fields where life expectancy was no longer than 2 years. Brothels were raided to provide breeders for Virginia. Hopeful migrants were duped into signing as indentured servants, unaware they could unaware that they can become personal.
His own source is contradicting. Look at it. In the 17th and 18th centuries, more than 300,000 white people were shipped to America as slaves. Urchins were swept under the London streets to labor in the tobacco fields with life expectancy was no more than 2 years. Brothels were raided to provide breeders for Virginia. Hopeful migrants were duped into signing as indentured servants, unaware that they would become personal property. They didn't become just all of that. Just all of that. But hold on. Let me let him finish, and then I'm going to pull up something. Let me let him finish. This shit's crazy.
Personal property who could be bought, sold, and even gambled away. Transported convicts were paraded for sale like livestock. So what we're proving here is that there was white servitude over here in the Americas.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you see that number that they like throwing around, the 300,000 number, right?
They didn't throw it around.
Okay. Now let's talk about white servitude in Africa. This comes from the book White Gold. As you can see right here, this is the Black Guard. The Sultan's Black Guard were absolute masters of the...
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. This picture on the left-hand side, there ain't no fucking Africa. I don't even know where he got this book. I didn't waste my time even trying to hunt this down when he started doing this shit. It was at this point I was like, the shit was over with because he never refuted Lucky. And he never really dealt with the topic. But give me 1 second because I'm pulling something up that I did not put in the description, but I am going to put in the chat. And since we're on this topic, since we're on this, Hold on, my bad. Y'all see this? This right here, you gotta sign in though. But these people will help you find your ancestors on their immigrant service database. And that's why they're telling you can request, because under these names right here, they have all the people in alphabetical order. So instead of giving this information out for free, even though I got a video with all the shit on here already, they have now listed it down for you can get a consultation to probably drive their business. More importantly, they ain't the only people that's doing that. These about these white people that we're talking about that were indentured servants. Many English, Irish, and German immigrants arrived in North America as indentured servants. Was your ancestor one of them? You can start a free trial to find your ancestors who were the servants. They have sites in place as tools to find these indentured servants. You're seeing the indentured servants ads, etc. Once again, there are tools available. There's one tool that I am not going to show that still gives us the names of the people, and not a coincidence has that tool, so I don't give a fuck if nobody else has it, but because we're saving it. Let me let them finish this third round and let Lucky go. Go ahead, bro.
Schools, they were haughty and fiercely loyal. Slaves were treated with great cruelty, and public executions were commonplace. These are white slaves. This is a black guard. So we just went over white slavery in Africa. We just went over white slavery in America, or whatever you want to call it. I'm gonna call it servitude and subjugation. Whether you want to call it indentured servitude, whatever it is, as I just showed you from the other source, that they were in harsh conditions being sold as property. We have a double standard in our community where, oh, if they're white, they're indentured servants, but if they're black, they're slaves. If they're in the same conditions, then they are subjects. Point blank, period.
Y'all can still hear this shit, right?
You got 60 seconds, fam. 60 seconds.
Drop a one if you can still hear it.
And as you can see, I'm gonna just land my plane for now. And as you can see, in my third round, I'm bringing all of this shit together. But as you can see, there was white servitude. There was 300,000 white slaves being shipped over here as well. But in slave voyages, they're trying to account that whole thing as being all African Negro slaves. It is not. And I land my plane.
All right. That's with 34-second grace. Shout out to Ja Bricks, man. Fire round, man. Shout out to you, man. We getting into Lucky's round. Shout out to my brother Ja Bricks. I don't know where Lucky is. Lucky ain't around.
All right, Mike Chit. I think that bitch great. All right, so it's my screen on the screen. All right, we're gonna shut this tab instead. All right, just know that little hawking shit you brought up. Once my computer stops slowing down, I'm gonna show you how you finna get exposed by your own source, bro. I got that pulled up. Just relax.
Hold on, y'all can't hear me, y'all in the chat. What the fuck? Can y'all hear me? Lucky, you good? I can hear you, Lucky.
Yeah, I can hear you too, bro.
But they saying I'm muted. I don't know. Drop a fire emoji if you can hear everybody loud and clear. Let's get it. Lucky getting into his round. Let's get it, y'all.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny, bro. He said so many claims that was not real, right? And he's begging questions. He's talking about how in 1526, why would there be Negroes that's being transported to the Americas? Bro, he does not understand the transatlantic slave trade takes place before 1526, bro. You sound goofy. So that's a simple Google search. While the term Negro is outdated and offensive, it's important to address, right, that enslaved and free Africans in Americas before 1527, particularly in areas of Spanish colonialization, bro. That's common sense. Everybody knows this. This is a consensus. It's not a mainstream narrative. This is a consensus backed up by overwhelming evidence, bro. And this is what happens. Niggas be stuck in these one disciplinary fields and we multidisciplinary, bro. You are talking about cross-referencing and you ain't cross-reference nothing. You want the slave trade voyage database to have everything at one place. You want every single thing in one on one document, brother. That is lazy, bro. I'm not even gonna hold you, bro. That's lazy. That's not real research, bro. That's bad work. Okay, we got enslaved Africans and unenslaved Africans, aka free Africans, present. We could talk about Juan Garrido. We could talk about Miguel the Black. Come on, what are we talking about, bro? This, what you just said was bogus. It's a false premise. Okay, very simple and plain. And then you went into the white slavery. Cause that's easy. You getting walked. All right. So let me flip this, cause he went slave voyages. So, bro, did you even really sit on slave voyages for a minute and read it? So Slave Voyages website is a collaborative digital initiative, okay, that compiles them and makes publicly accessible records of the largest slave traders in history. It never purports to be the total, okay? It claims to be a large database, bro. You niggas be acting like it's the end all be all, bro, and that's a farce. That's a fallacy, and that's trying to deceive the people. Nobody makes that claim. That's a false premise. You're arguing all your stuff based on false premises, okay? You're using fallacies to try to have debates, bro, and that's underhanded at best, okay? So search these records. What does it say right here, bro? It says search these records to learn about the broad origins and forced relocation of more than 12 million. Right here on the front screen, bro. It tell you on the front screen. So for the nigga to be talking about slave voyages only says 80,000, what are you talking about, bro? For real, bro. Like, you playing with the people, you playing on their emotions, you begging questions, and then you had the nerve to jump into white slavery, bro. Nothing that you did was really on topic. You brought up the Barbary slave coast in Africa. And that's why people was like, bro, why is you trying to focus on transatlantic and 300,000? It's because I'm talking about America, bro. And that's the fade we took. I don't understand why niggas think they can get away from the fade that we took. I don't give a damn about no trade on no other continent. That shit don't got a damn to do what the fuck we talking about, bro. And I'm tired of niggas trying to do that shit, bro. It's lazy. You wasting my time with that shit, bro. So my screen is shared. This right here is a slave manifest. A ship manifest, bro. This encapsulates 92 enslaved peoples, bro, coming straight from Africa. Again, another primary of Negroes. I don't know what you constitute, bro, but I'm showing you Negroes as ethnicity. You have showed me no ethnicities for people that you calling slaves in America. What you pulled was a white cargo book, which is a direct page out of a white nationalist propagandist talking point, bro. And the white propagandists are using Paul Mark Washington scholarship because it ain't even guaranteed or rooted in no real shit, bro. That shit is meme scholarship, bro. They taking pictures and plopping them all together and putting them in a 4chan chat, nigga, and circulating that bitch on Twitter, and you niggas is retweeting it. And next thing you know, it's a real source. And next thing you know, Niggas is quoted in a book on Amazon for niggas in the debate to quote. That's how we get here. So let's step, right? I'm gonna address that in a second. I'm gonna come back to this because that's DNA proof, and you niggas don't like DNA right now. And right now, I'm talking about this black versus white and this fake bullshit. So the Virginia codes is very simple and elaborates on everything. I could pull up the Encyclopedia of Virginia, but I'm gonna do it in a second. I want to get everything I'm saying off. So Virginia enacted a law stating that the status of the child will follow the mother. Okay, that's the Virginia slave codes in 1606. This meant that an enslaved woman gave birth to someone. Shit, that would be hereditary slavery, bro. This was encoded in the law. Okay, servant laws were different, nigga. Indentured servants had contracts that outlined their terms. Some of them were from 4 to 7 years. Some of them were for longer. This is simple. This is basic shit, bro. The demand for labor increased, particularly for the rise in plantation or what did it say? My shit's starting. Okay, yeah. Plantation agriculture, bro. Let me jump around real quick. Okay, so for what this brother doing, this is evidence erased at its finest, bro. We confronting the modern distortion of history, bro. You gotta stay swift. Rule number 1. Okay, so now that we've established through primary records, I'm the only nigga dropping primaries. Now that we've established through primary records, port laws, genetic links, I skipped over the genetic links because I'm coming back to that. Okay, the genetic links and the cultural continuity that millions of Africans were forcibly brought to the Americas through the transatlantic slave trade. It's important we address the modern attempts to rewrite or erase the reality. What we see today is not a debate over evidence, but a deliberate ideological effort, often rooted in white nationalist movement, trying to blur the lines between documents that's already here. African enslavement is unrelated to European servitude. Two completely different things, bro. The deny the scale of anti-black chattel slavery, bro. That's what they're trying to do right now. Okay, they downplaying the central role and they building the American economy. The shit that you say is basic denialist shit, bro. Basic. The key differences in the indentured servitude versus the African chattel slavery. And this right here is called muddying the waters because we wasting 7 minutes of my round talking about indentured versus slave when I've already provided primary documents and you haven't provided none. So the key differences between indentured and African slavery is simple. Like I said, term limits. One is lifetime, one is a term limit. Okay, one retains legal rights, one doesn't have legal rights. It's based on the discretion of the person that they are upheld to. Path to freedom of citizenship, aka you can get out of that shit after the contract is over with. Okay, simple shit. Okay, the social status change after the servitude mean you could buy land after servitude. Okay, 9 times out of 10, until you got out of servitude, you could not own land, bro. Point blank. And you can't prove no otherwise. Okay, Liam Hogan has been whooping this Irish bullshit, this Irish slave narrative. This shit has been debunked, bro. This is pushback against black people claiming up and saying that you need to pay what's owed. They saying, no. We were slaves too. Matter of fact, we was the first slaves. This shit is not founded on nothing. Okay? Irish historian, librarian, and researcher. He's from Limerick, Ireland, nigga. His whole claim to flame is debunking the Irish slave myth, bro. So stop misappropriating shit, bro. Stop misappropriating. Look at this meme. I'm finna go into this whole thing. So why aren't Irish Americans in outrage? They were the first slaves. They were treated worse than African American slaves. Bet most people don't even know that. That is meme scholarship, bro. Meme scholarship. You niggas is quoting meme scholarship, bro. As we confront modern day efforts to obscure the reality of transatlantic slave trade, we find a common thread in the misuse of Irish history, particularly the claim that the Irish were the first slaves, bro. I just told you Liam Hogan, he known for whooping that up, bro. He been doing this shit since 2013. Okay, but let me fast forward real quick because indentured servants were exploited, but they were not enslaved. They were never legal property. The children were born. Their children were never born into servitude. Okay, to equate that, it's very simply two distinct different things. Why is this conflation used, bro? Huh? White nationalist propaganda uses this, and now apparently Aboriginals. Irish were slaves too trope minimizes the horrors of African slavery, discredits reparations, anti-racism efforts, and falsely suggests white people are equally oppressed in America. That's all this is about. This is the white man claiming ain't no racism and they was equally oppressed. And you niggas taking up the motherfucking boot, riding the coattail. Goofy. All right. Look at this meme right here. This shit is circulating on Facebook. All right. What did the time say? 7 minutes? 5 minutes. Bet it up. All right. White Irish slaves were treated worse than any other race. Look at this. This is a fucking meme, bro. This is a meme. And I'm finna get into that in a second, right? But the origins and the propagation of this Irish slave myth was Michael A. Hoffman's influence. It's not, you're not gonna find nothing before it. The myth gained significant traction, right? Significant traction when they were white and they were slaves, known for he's a Holocaust denier, a white supremacist, and he argues that white Europeans, including Irish, were subject to slavery, equating their experiences with those of African slaves. And he mainly focuses on Barbados and Jamaica anyway. Nothing to do with the mainstream narrative about the transatlantic slave trade in the continental United States. This nigga is tripping. You standing with white supremacists, bro. It's been spread on all type of platforms, Breitbart, Alex Jones, all type of shit, bro. And not the type of shit that we support. Spread via white supremacist platforms. This myth found fertile ground in the forums of Stormfront and in the early 2000s. These platforms is narrative determined focus the legitimacy of the slavery. This is where y'all shit come from. Your viral meme shit come from forums from the early 2000s from white people, bro. This is what you getting your shit from. Stop playing with me, bro. Stop playing with me, bro. I'm not that, bro. So again, let's go over it real quick, right? Let's go over it real quick. This a PDF, right, from the peoples who already been battling this shit, bro. You niggas is Johnny come latelys, bro. You use some other people's shit, some cracker shit, to try to argue some shit they ain't even saying, nigga. Debunk your own self. So let's check this out, bro. Let's get to the abstract. I'm gonna come back and forth into this. I'm finna jump back to the DNA. All right, so a new myth is poised to enter the public consensus. A popular misconception is purported that the first slaves in America were not Africans, right? So we're talking about the same shit. The Irish slave myth, blah, blah, right? Let's go on and trail down, right? Let's trail down to some shit real quick, because you niggas is goofy. This is what you want to be associated with. It's a deliberate fallacy. This is what you want to be associated with. Memes, all right? In the 2000s, the book To Hell or Barbados, The Ethnic Cleansing of Ireland was published by the O'Brien Press, right? Okay, who died? He died the same year he published the book, and he positioned that upwards of 50,000 of the Irish men, women, and children were transplanted to Barbados. This is where you peoples get y'all shit from, right? And like I said, I'm going to come back to this, because this ain't even the main thing. This is muddying the waters. This is called flooding the zone. This is what they do in politics. They talk about a whole bunch of nonsense and get you away from what we're supposed to be talking about. It's literally called flooding the zone. If niggas play football, you ever seen a zone concept? Nigga run a flat, nigga run a motherfucking out route, nigga run a goal, he might run a corner route. They trying to flood the zone. They picking on one defender, bro. They picking on the crowd, trying to flood you with a whole bunch of shit instead of focusing on what's going on. That's bogus, and I'm here to call it out, bro. I ain't going for that. You understand what I'm saying? So let's get back to this DNA evidence real quick, right? So let's lock in. So unearthing the past. So the Anzin Street African Burial Ground, discovered in 2013, okay, in Charleston, South Carolina. This burial ground is pivotal. Okay, this burial ground shows that approximately between the 1760s and the 1790s, a period in Charleston where it was a major hub of the transatlantic slave trade. These people in the burial ground, these people were found in 2013. They tested the people, right? Because they found them as unmarked graves and stuff. When they tested these people, the DNA analysis revealed that many of these individuals had DNA sequences and signatures matching present-day populations in Western Africa, aligning with the historical and the transatlantic records I already provided. This is called multidisciplinary, not no one-track mind. This is cross-referencing, bro, at its finest. Charleston born, some individuals were found to have been born locally in Charleston, indicating the presence of communities of enslaved people who lived and died in the city. This is based on DNA. All right. The MT DNA haplogroup suggests maternal lineage tracing back to various regions across West and Central Africa, reflecting the diverse origins of the enslaved individuals. The Y DNA haplogroup is E1B1A, okay, aligned with confirming paternal lineages, nigga. These genetic findings provide tangible evidence for diverse African origins in these individuals, bro. It's easy work, nigga. Easy work. The genetic insight from the people that was found in the ground, nigga. The mitochondrial DNA from one individual is LO. From 6 individuals is L1. From 9 individuals is L. I'm gonna pull the source up. As you can see, I got a screenshot. This is pinned today. In the source.
All right. Oh, your time is up.
All right, so I'm gonna stop it right there because we get more of the same in the 3rd round from old boy, and it was kind of trash. I clicked off at this point because he misrepresents the data and he's looking for something that he really can't even get to. And Slave Voyages is telling him right here, there go your 300,000 in the U.S. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't even matter what he tried or attempted to do. He just didn't have the wherewithal. So I wanted to talk about something that I had mentioned earlier, and then I want to, if anybody wants to refute anything, then we could go from there. But I want to start here with slave ports. I don't want to deal with Africa, because we know the slave ports in Africa, but in the Americas, there was a slave port in Charleston, South Carolina, and New Orleans, Louisiana. Many of the ports in the Americas received enslaved, primarily in the Caribbean, South America, and North America. These two. So in New Orleans, it served as a major port for enslaved Africans in the 18th and 19th centuries. One of the most active slave ports in the United States, where a significant percentage of enslaved Africans arrived, was in South Carolina. In Maryland, you had the Annapolis Port, Baltimore Port, Oxford Port, St. Mary's City, and Chestertown as 5 ports where people came in. In Virginia, you had Yorktown, Norfolk, Alexandria, Richmond, Jamestown, Petersburg, all areas where people came in. This source provides additional information, and therefore, if you want to look at it, I'm providing that to you. As the development of slavery in colonial America began to exist, and we're talking the earlier onset, this source gives you some teaching moments, even a glossary and shit that you could probably utilize and provide for children, because there's practice quizzes, etc. on the shit. Now, if you can get past this, yeah, you got to log in and do all this old extra shit, but it is available. You don't have to do that particular point, but it is available. Now, it talks about the evolution of chattel slavery and more. But I wanted to use this as a tool, so I wanted to provide it to you guys. That's available. That's why I ain't talking too much about that. Also, another tool is the National Archives tool. This is Slavery and the British Transatlantic Slave Trade. It tells you what this is. This is a guide, right? That sheds light on slave trade, slavery, and unfree labor in British, Caribbean, and Northern American colonies. And inside of this, it provides some information, but then there's some sources that you could go to get additional information from to expound on. And I'm not going there for a particular reason, because I know most people don't even give a shit. But those who do give a shit, you'll click on these little blue links and you'll find out more. You see what I'm saying? Like when you click on the blue, there'll be some records, and you got to go on other places to be able to get this additional information that's going to answer the questions regarding the slave trade. Ship shipping and navigation, etc. Letters, you're going to get all of that. So you just kind of, it's just a tool. What I'm showing you is just additional tools. Some of y'all ain't even got credentials to do so. And then this is a New York slave trade, 1698 to 1741. This deals with the geographical origins of displaced people. And it's coming up out of a source here from pages 95 to 112. And it talks about that. You can read here, and then it'll go into the validity of other things. There's a PDF that you actually can get, which will talk about how the Dutch maneuvered and did and handled business up there in that area and where people were coming from. See? Captives as proportion of total populations in 1750, give you the whites, give you the blacks, give you the percentage. And they're telling you that these white people were not captives at all. It's going to be very clear in reading all of this. Slave voyages to America. To Africa between 1709 and 1750. Rhode Island, 39 voyages from 1709 to 1735. 46 from 36 to 39, and from 40 to 50, 51. Look how many that they were bringing back. This is just Rhode Island. You're talking about getting the 300,000. We definitely can get the 300,000 when you're going case by case and you're dealing with state by state, and then you're seeing the onslaught of people being brought in and how many people are showing up at these ports during this period of the 17th and 18th century, which was pivotal when you're dealing with North America. So I'm just breezing through and just showing y'all how these tools are and how they answer questions regarding the subject matter. And then this long ass source from Charleston. I've read this before and showed this before about the Transatlantic and the end of the Transatlantic. And I'm not going to get into that again because you ain't even got to read all this shit. You can just press play and listen for 30 minutes. Goddamn. It's an onslaught. And what Lucky kept trying to show you, mofos, was it's simple. When you're talking about ethnicity, just arrived in the brig Gambia. Captain Edward Boffs, directly from Africa, and to be sold on Thursday, the 3rd of August, a cargo of prime, healthy young Negroes. That's why Lucky asked y'all, what is a Negro? How you gonna do that? Handle that business. Right? So just more tools. Then you can map it out. Yeah, we know about 1526, but you got shit that you can deal with here. And this calendar that is significant and has something to do with being able to help you get additional documents. You want additional documents. But it was trying to act like Original One was in the chat trying to act like he really had something to say when something similar was posted by Lucky. But little do you know, if you read this actual primary right here, yes, sir, it's answering questions and more questions and on and on and on and on. Like, yeah, it's another tool. I'm just sharing tools, is it? This is significant because there's a video regarding it, so you really ain't got to read all of this. But if you click on the link and you get to the point, just watch the video. It's going to break down the slave trade in the Middle Passage of New Jersey shores, and it's going to give you information about how many of those voyages and how many people from that landed there, and so forth, whether free, black, or enslaved. It's going to get to all of that. Like there's a data set for all this information. And coming back down, I don't even want to go into the South Carolina one because Lucky I already talked about that and its significance. But I did want to come back to the New Jersey shit because there's two sources regarding that will provide you insight. And I think this might be for Shah's son if he's still in the chat. You know, he's from New Jersey, so he could utilize his sources to better help him in some research that he may be doing just on his own family and shit like that, and the expansion of slavery as you can see. And it goes through and has those talking points that are helpful to us all. Before I get into something else, I ain't gonna talk about these other things, but I do want to go ahead and get into one thing though. There's 3 sources that I ain't bring up on purpose. They're tools, but they deal with some facts, and I ain't trying to run nobody ragged. But everybody always talking about slave ship shit, so I want to just go ahead and introduce this to everybody at one time. Pirate shipwrecks that sank in 1710 off the Costa Rica are actually remains of Danish slave ships. 2 ships off the coast off Costa Rica were long thought to be remains of pirate ships, but new analysis reveals that they were actually Danish ships that took part in the Transatlantic slave trade. If you're paying attention, this was published a few days ago, so it's recent as fuck. Centuries-old shipwrecks off the coast of Costa Rica, long thought to have been the property of pirates, are actually Danish ships that took part in the 18th century transatlantic slave trade, research reveals. The 2 shipwreck sites in the shallow waters of the coast of Cayuta National Park in southern Costa Rica have been known about for decades. But a chance find of unique yellow bricks near one of the wrecks, followed by a more in-depth investigation of the ship's contents, and would enable marine archaeologists from Denmark to confirm that the wrecks were actually 18th century Danish slave ships. These shipwrecks are now thought to be the remains of Fredericks, Cortez, and Cristina's Quintas, which appear off the coast of Central America in 1710 and until now had been found. There's a video for this, but of course the fucking ad's gonna show, and I ain't gonna be able to play the sound of it, but you know, I keep y'all in the loop. However, I'm not going to go too much further into this particular source, but yeah, slave ships, Costa Rica, one time for the one time. I left the source for you. I left the source. All right. Now there's a primary source in here, the Gilder-Lehrman Institute of American History. I've shown this before. It's one of the reasons why I don't even want to talk about it. But it's goes into the initial onslaught of what transpired. And provides more insight into information. So, you know, people that's in doubt and have no fucking clue of what transpired, we have a fucking clue. So my take on Lucky second round and Ja's second round is simple. Lucky stuck to his guns, presented his information, continued to use his sources. You know, he did use some of his second round up on educating this dude on the whole thing. And yeah, dude did bring up indentured servants late. And Lucky wouldn't go past up an opportunity on trying to correct whatever he could correct immediately before going into his spiel. Ja never showed us a primary source that would support any other information for the position he took in this debate. And therefore, he had no evidence in round 1. He had no evidence in round 2. The third round is irrelevant because this debate was decided the moment that Lucky began to show Negroes on every slave ad that came out. It was over. Then when Ja used the slave voyages shit, when you go back and you double check it or to confirm if Ja was telling the truth, you start seeing Africa again. And then west coast of Africa, where all these people are coming in. And that was clearly a sight and a sound of a misrepresentation on Ja's part and being unprepared to really tackle this topic, which was a silly topic because this shit's been settled. It's been settled. So I don't know what the fuck he running around here trying to talk about. But I did drop the link in the chat for those of you who might want to have something to say or may want to challenge some of the information that you might have seen or what I said. But yeah. All right, so I'm gonna play a little bit of Josh third round real quick. I need to until somebody come up on the panel. I need to call my brother real quick.
On their records, the 300,000 that everybody talking about, a lot of them motherfuckers ain't even make it. According to what they're saying, according to their records on slavevoyages.com, the 300,000 everybody fantasize about ain't even make it, right? But the main point that I'm trying to paint here is that they are counting everybody who took these voyages as slaves, and that's not right. Now let's break it down. Let me move to the next slide real quick. Let's get this shit going.
You accidentally exit your screen share. You're not screen sharing no more. I'm gonna stop your time.
I'm not screen sharing? All right, hold on.
No, you cancel it.
Okay.
You got a screen share. You're not screen sharing no more.
All right. List of ships coming to North America between the 1600s and the 1800s. Why is this important? Because these ships in this book are white people coming over here, not slaves. Now let's cook. As you can see right here, you see Jeffrey, the boat Jeffrey, and you see the boat John and Mary. These are white people coming over here on these boats. These are not dark-skinned people coming over here on these boats. But why is that important? It's important because, damn, I wonder if y'all can see this. This sideways on here and shit. Let me see. Let me make it go down real quick. As you can see, you have John and Mary on slave voyages, and you have Jeffrey on slave voyages as well. So what I'm sitting here and trying to get y'all to understand is that this whole 300,000 narrative is overinflated. It's overinflated. Around the same time, there was enslaved, quote unquote, Africans or whatever you want to, but around the same time it was Negroes coming from Africa, there was also white people coming as well from those same areas. And then he tried to then he tried to dismiss when I talked about white people being enslaved in Africa. Why would that make sense? That would make sense because they are being enslaved. That book, right? That book that we talk about. Hold on one second. One second. So the book that showed that it was white slaves in Africa that took place around the same time as the transatlantic slave trade.
You're not
so if you're picking up
people
from Africa, you hear me?
You're not screen sharing no more, big bro.
Okay.
You keep hitting the stop screen share.
All right. It's all good. It's all good.
You got 10 minutes and 56 seconds left.
Yeah, go.
Hit that like button, y'all. Support the channel.
Now, why is that like I said, why is that important? He wants to dismiss Africans, white people being enslaved in Africa, because he's saying I'm talking about America too. So you telling me that there was white people being enslaved in Africa, and there was slaves being picked up on boats in Africa, and none of them slaves was white? Stop it. See, this is the double talk. This is why they want to dismiss white. That's why I call it white subjugation and white servitude. That's what I call it. Because it's the same thing. They want to play word games. They want to do this. They want to do that. There's no need for that, because at the end of the day, they were subjects to people just like slaves were subjects to people. It's the same thing. And also, side note, this is the life of Charles Thompson. Right? So they say, yo, tell me about any Indians or any black people enslaving white people. Well, it's right here. As well as to consolidate the minds of the Indians as to encourage them to seek out the release, to seek out and release the captives remaining among them. So what they had to do around this time was, yes, the Aboriginals that was over here had them enslaved as captives, and they had to pay tribute to them in order to get them free. So yes, there was white people over here being enslaved by Indians. So when you talk about a narrative, and then he want to talk about, you fulfilling a white person propaganda, bro, listen to me. The only way you gonna get your reparations is to understand that you indigenous and they took the land from you. That's it. That's all. You're not getting no reparations for being enslaved. You know why? Because it was legal. But y'all don't understand civics, and y'all don't understand civics. Y'all think y'all understand civics, and y'all think y'all understand making yourselves victims in society or in history is benefiting y'all, and it ain't.
You're not screen sharing no more either.
Now let me get back to. Hold on, I got one more indigenous people enslaving. I got one more thing on indigenous people enslaving white people over here.
What up, Nack?
Yo, what's good?
Chilling, bro. What's good with you?
Shit, cool. At mom's crib watching this basketball game.
Oh yeah, the Knicks.
Nah, it's OKC in Denver.
Oh.
But yeah, I was listening. You know what I'm saying? Lucky need to jump up here. I seen him in the chat.
Chivy said it don't say nothing about them being enslaved. They were enslaved. If you look on the slave voyages site, it tells you, and if you read the primary source, it tells you that John Hawkins went in there and got people from the Gambia, Senegambia, Sierra Leone, Guinea region. So there's a myth.
Wait, what was the comment you was reading? What they saying?
He said, guess I don't know if he was responding to what dude was saying or something from a little bit earlier, but it was like that don't say anything about them being slaves. What up, Lucky?
Lucky, what's up?
What's up with y'all, man? I'm on the way. I'm about to go get this Brewster's ice cream, but I had to tap in. What's up with y'all?
Man, chilling, bro.
Oh, I think he was talking about what was
Oh
It was
yeah.
the
Oh, jostlers. Okay, yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah, facts. Now you're
yeah, that
right.
makes
You're
sense. Yeah,
right.
it don't say anything about that. That's a fact. But at the end of the day, you got to think, right? They try to count. I heard them try to count like shit incidents like that as slavery. So you got these settlers come over here. They're in a new land. The Indians, they're like, yo, y'all in my territory. They would go and raid them sometimes. And you take prisoners of war. That's not. So even if they did capture them and keep them for some time, but that's not the slavery we're talking about. That's not a system of slavery. That's a war. You know what I'm saying? And these Indians are realizing that they got people encroaching on their territory. So sometimes they fight. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happens. People
Hey,
get
yo,
captured
Nat.
in fights.
Yo, Nat.
Yo.
Your phone tap.
No, why the fuck you say that?
Bruh. I thought it was me, bruh. I'm sitting here when you talking. I can hear you, but maybe it's a game behind you in the background.
Nah, his phone been doing that the last couple of times. You sound like, remember when A1 used to be coming on that? His shit sound like he underwater. That's how you sound.
I got this earpiece in. My shit kind of fucked up.
Nah.
My daughter, I gotta get some new AirPods. My daughter be taking that shit and be putting that shit in her mouth, all types of shit, man.
Hey, son, every 4 minutes it's like you hear like a random ass vibration or something.
Yeah, I'm about to go get some new shit. I'm about to go get some new ones because my daughter be fucking my shit up. Like, she always got my AirPods in her mouth sometimes. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. What the fuck is that? I was tripping. I was over here like, yo, maybe that's me and Lucky. I don't know.
Oh, right, my bad. But yeah, that's where it's from.
You good, bro. You good.
Yeah, but I was saying you can't count that as slavery. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a system of slavery. You're talking about a whole system that went on for centuries. You know what I'm saying? And generational people went through that. Those people that was captured, say a white man was captured by some Native Americans, his kids wasn't automatically slaves. Like, it didn't work like that. And then they also had the other colonists would be trying to get their people back. Like, so it's not the same shit.
Yeah, but what about your boy though, Nick? Running around here and saying that. I'm saying that because you just brought up it wasn't, they weren't slaves and shit like that. But so how is your boy Top Cash running around here trying to say his peoples was from Switzerland?
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. That was a new one for me.
With that David elite,
Yeah, bro.
Hey, bro, that was the worst attempt at yellow journalism I ever seen. Like, them niggas, they couldn't trap a bear. Like, man, I don't know. Is you finna do a breakdown on that, bro?
He didn't even put the whole video out. He just put little pieces out he wanted to, you know what I'm saying?
So that's the only that little live stream he did where they pump faked and played it and did all that laughing. That's the only little shit.
Yeah, that's the only version out.
Oh my god.
Word. But even I bet you Top Cat's trying to say that dude from Switzerland was a black person.
Basically.
And that shit is terrible. Right? If he get a name like Sean was saying, I bet you, Sean, we could find whoever that he's talking about in them documents you had sent me a while ago.
You already know. That's why I said he's saying that we definitely be able to walk that down. Like too easy walk that down. Because we already know that's some bullshit.
Yeah, that shit terrible, man. All of them terrible. They trying to confuse what this man's saying. He too old. He don't even know the game that's being played on him.
You know what? I kind of think he ain't slow, bro. He ain't slow. So he probably went back and was like, "Yo, they try to pull one on me right there." I bet you.
Yeah, if he went and tried to and watch what they did after, you know what I'm saying? But in the time it's happening, because the way they putting their questions and stuff, they're not just jumping out with the aboriginal shit. They little, you know what I'm saying? Like trying to do little slide shit. So I don't know.
Make itself look important, and that white man was looking at him like, "Nigga, you was African American."
Word. Trying to use words like indigenous and all that, right?
Yeah. all over the. Yeah, my people from Switzerland. He had sex with a Native American, an Indian. Come on, bro. Somebody else got that story. You got dumbass Dulcinea up there with a pseudo ass book behind her as the background. I'm like, look at this black ass motherfucking female, bro. Like, y'all got my problems.
She's 80-something% West African. Like,
Right. Denying the slave trade and shit. Stupid. Niggas are stupid.
that shit is terrible, man. Terrible. But Lucky should have won that debate hands down, even though he couldn't even do nothing on his third round.
Oh, time out. Oh, so I didn't see that part. So what was the decision?
Oh, you know they voted for John.
Oh yeah.
I forgot the percentage, but the percentage Lucky got a very low percentage. What was the end result, Lucky?
Only had like 30%, bro.
Yeah,
like 32%.
Come on, man. What Lucky was supposed to do, he did it.
Yeah, he showed no source too, bro. That was the crazy part.
I was about to say, more importantly, bro, he did nothing. Like, bro, on the whole face up, he kept saying, bro, you gonna have to come with primaries, because the shit I was talking about, he was telling me it was gonna be secondary and he was gonna be having the primary. So I'm like, bro, what you gonna have primaries of? He like, oh, I'm gonna have all the primaries. Then he said out his mouth, the burden of proof is not only gonna be on you. And then for his first round to come out and say the burden of proof is on me, nigga, you lost off the rip.
Man, his whole first round was appealing to emotion. That's it. He was just appealing to emotion of the avos. That's it.
And the
ignorance. That's what it was.
Yeah, and the ignorant.
And I ain't doing a good enough job of doubling back on his lies. I was more focused on my presentation and what I was trying to say, my narrative. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna incorporate that more. Man, they ain't got
Nah, but lucky, you showed the ethnicity.
Yeah, you showed the region they came from and the ethnicity. Like that's what you were supposed to do. You were supposed to show black people coming from Africa, and you did that.
You can't show nothing more, bro. You can do that 300,000 times. It won't even matter.
And yo, you know, my bad, show. Go ahead.
No, you good.
I was just saying because I'm watching in the chat. They like, oh, he didn't show 300,000 yet, so y'all want him to show 300,000 different individuals, and y'all gonna count it. Like, are y'all serious? Like, come on, man. Like, this is what they be saying. Don't make no sense.
Not at all, bro. At all. And it's crazy because it's ill. It has ill intent. Like you tripping to do that. Can't do that at all. Hold on 1 second, y'all.
Yo, hold on. Give me like a couple minutes. I'm still here. I ain't gonna step down. I just gotta do something real quick.
Yeah, I don't know what he caught himself doing. Taking this bait anyway. Sean, that was my whole thing. Like, how do you fix your lips to say the majority of the people that came across the Transatlantic was not Negroes? That don't even make sense on no round. Like, you can't find nobody to back you up on that. Except Hoffman and them boys talking about the white cargo.
He ain't, yeah, but he ain't had no primary evidence, bro. He used hearsay. If he using Hoffman, that's hearsay. He ain't got a document that actually can substantiate that shit. And he ain't show shit that would be able to substantiate it. So it just basically was, you know, in my opinion, he wasn't prepared, bro.
Man, I ain't even peep how you said he only had 13 slides. That's crazy.
11
slides. That's bogus. And I thought I wasn't doing too much with the 30. I'm like, damn, I need to have more than 30.
Well, typically in a 3-round debate, right? you want to be able to, you know, you want to be prepared like that.
I think the next time though, I'm gonna just bounce between sources, man. I ain't even gonna spend all that time, especially with these abos, man. I'm gonna do like you just did. I spent too much time on narratives, but like you said, I did prove my point though. But it was so much I left out of so much I could have did. You know how when you back watching them, like man, I could have been way more efficient. But this nigga, he ain't put up nothing on the board though. So it's
No,
like I can't even really, you know what I mean?
no, I mean, lucky man, you did what you had to do, bro. At the end of the day, but that's what I was saying. When not a coincidence. Remember what I was saying. Like not a coincidence and everybody else. I was like, bro, when you doing this, you gotta teach. So it's motherfuck all them at that point. You know what I'm saying? Because they ain't helping you. And they already against you. And then I just kept seeing the numbers increase. It was like 200 people over there listening. So once I seen that it was 200 people over there, I was like, lucky ain't winning this shit regardless. You know what I'm saying? Even though they know you arguing that shit better, bro, they wasn't gonna give you no motherfucking win. I'd be damned if I give you a win. It basically is what they're saying. What you mean? It's the code, motherfucker.
Nah, for sure. That's what they doing. And they had the nerve. They was trying to set up moderators. Niggas is like, oh yeah, I already know who I'm gonna pick. Well, then you know you can't be a moderator. Like niggas don't even know what a debate is, what a moderator is, how to argue a point. But the main thing the reason why I've been trying to take these again because I want to get these claims one on one. I'm tired of these niggas having a million people back and forth talking over each other, saying this ain't what we say. Let's get one thing on the screen. Let's challenge that, and let's have a million niggas run it back and show how stupid you sound. And I feel like that shit gonna work every time.
Yeah, well, we never gonna be able to get them to one because they're gonna make a claim and then they're gonna get off that claim. Soon as you counter that claim and you try to hold their feet to the fire, you already know they're gonna switch it up. That's all they know. They're gonna switch it up on our ass, and then we sitting there trying to, you know what I mean? We sitting there trying to get with them on that one. And then he tried to use once he went to John Hawkins' book though, it was done for.
Yeah, I could not pull that up. So I had that when that
Oh,
sent
you
me
know,
that,
the
I
book
put it
too
right in the
big.
tuck.
Yeah,
Say what?
the book too big to pull up immediately because of how many pages it is.
That shit started making my computer run slow, man. I'm trying to comb through it. I said, man, I'm gonna say this for the third round. By the time I got to the third round, my computer died.
Yeah, nah. What you had to do is you just needed to go to his pages. So just page 5 and 6. All the answers to the whole John Hawkins shit is on the first 47 pages.
All right. And even like when he pulled up the Jesus and Lubebeck, right? On slave voyages, when you scroll down, it tells you that entry starts from page 8. He's on page 6. So we know he wasn't he wasn't even showing the same shit. Like he did the same thing Ali did. Like it's crazy. The same exact thing Ali did.
Shit's so intentional, man.
And he purposely didn't show that next paragraph where it tells you they went into I think that when they went to Sierra Leone and got 300 Negroes. And there's 3 ships and they split them up on the 3 ships. That's why I say 100, 100, 100. Like, come on, man. Shit terrible.
Yep. Craziness.
Yodi said, what about the definition of America in 1828? Listen, that copper brown skin, that's black people don't own that skin complexion. You see that skin complexion all across the world, right? I showed the people, the Guna people. I showed this one lady.
She's a copper tone, copper colored woman, but you'll never confuse her with a black woman. There's other people with our skin tones. That's just it. But they're not. They got very dark skinned people in India and other places in that area. They not black though. And when we saying black, we ain't talking about a color. We talking about ethnically, which comes with a culture and all that other shit. They not us. You'll
at
never
all.
confuse us with. They got the golfer who he's from over there somewhere. Dark as hell, but he's not us. Like that shit is just because they said a copper color races in a dictionary. That don't mean nothing.
At all.
The majority of the world is copper colored. Like, come on, man.
Many shades. Many shades. So I don't get why they try to use it. I don't get why they try to use it at all, bro.
Man, I got Pokemon in the background.
Oh yeah.
What
Good.
Lotus say?
Lotus. I don't think that is that Lotus. I don't know if that's Lotus.
Sean, could you pull that up in the back? I just put up because they like, oh, what Yodi say? Talking about dark / copper skinned people in America. I'm gonna show you who they talking about. Can you pull that up, Sean, please?
Yeah. 1 second.
This is the Guna people in Panama.
You got. Oh yeah.
And when you show, it's gonna be another excuse, right? You'll never confuse this woman with a black woman. But tell me she's not copper colored.
Nah, she definitely is.
So these are the people they seen. The people that are closer to the equator look like this. The people further away were more lighter. That's how it is across the whole world. Like that's it, man. You was not confusing that with a black woman.
That's what they do though. They say that that's what we do, but that's literally what they do. They're claiming that we confusing, thinking that when they say brown, Sister Bethy said the shit. She was like, he didn't prove nothing because just because the slaves, they calling themselves slaves.
Was it me or he went out?
Yeah, I think he went out.
Yeah, he went out. Lucky.
Well, but what Yodi say now? Did he say any? That's not copper skin color whatsoever.
Yes.
Okay, like this is shit I'm talking about.
Bro, if you put a penny next to her face, bro, it's the same shit, bro. What are you talking about? If we put a penny next to her face, it's gonna show copper.
No, that's not. This is what I'm saying. They're gonna say that's not the right color. Like, knock it off.
Okay, Yoda, show us what copper color is. Come prove it. Show us. Show us. Come prove it, bro. Come teach us something we don't know, yo. Help us get it right. Well, you really don't give a fuck. You tell the truth, bro. You don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Only thing they got is denial, bro. That's it. Denial.
Here we go. So what's up?
Yeah, nah, I would matter of fact, first of all, I just want to say I appreciate y'all giving me a chance to voice my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you
I've
good?
been listening for the last couple 5 minutes when I entered, so I was late, but I caught some of the conversation. But what I was trying to say was that wasn't copper skin color that you showed. Copper skin colors on the Fitzpatrick skin scale basically tell you the different shades of colors, and you will see copper skin colors between Well, on that scale is between 3 and 5, which is basically dark brown skin complexion, like black people, African Americans, whatever you want to call it. That's the skin complexion. It's not the skin
You
complexion.
said on what? Pull the source up and put it in the private chat.
It's called the Fitzpatrick. I'm on the cell phone right now, so I can't really pull
Yeah,
it
you
up.
cool. I'm saying. Oh, okay, hold on.
I was going to tell you. I was going to give you the It's called the Fitzpatrick. The Fitzpatrick skin scale. FITZPATRICK skin scale. You look it up. It will tell you the different shades of colors, what copper skin color is. So basically, what I was trying to. My point was when they said the American definition in 1828, they specifically, I know there's dark brown skinned people all over the world, but that definition was specifically talking about people that inhabit the Americas. You know what I'm saying?
So when did Fitzpatrick make this scale? How old is it?
Where it say copper color at?
It got a scale of all the shades of colors that institutes copper skin color. So it'll be between 3 and 5.
You don't see this? You don't see the screen?
Nah, you got him on the screen, Sean.
Oh, my bad. Shit, that's right.
Yeah, I don't see nothing that says copper on it.
Yeah, so here you go right here. So
Yeah.
you said between 3 and 5, right?
Yeah.
Look who they got for between 3 and 5.
Nah, that's true, but I'm saying that. What about the dark? What about 5?
Yeah,
though?
but none of them is
5.
African. None of these two ain't no damn African American.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is those different shades, those 3 to 5 different shades, right? That's all the colors black people come in.
No, correct. So
but other people come in these shades too.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
The lady on the screen falls in the same categories. What you're saying between 3 and 5.
Yeah, but it also but
you can't say
we can also, but
black
people. You just said black people come in all 3 of those shades. You just said
no,
that, right?
no. I always use the terms of there's no real quote unquote black people.
No, I know that. We just using black as a misnomer, as a reference. We know the real definition, and we ain't got to go through that. I'm pretty sure you know that. But I'm just using black as a a term of conversation.
Got you. So we're on the same page. So if we're measuring that, then the people, that lady that we just put on the screen, she falls right in dark brown.
True, but what I'm trying to say is, don't all 3 from 3 to 5. They're on the screen right now. You see light brown, medium brown, and dark brown. Don't black people come in all those shades of colors as well?
Yeah, but we not the only people that come in that shade.
No, hold on. So
wait. I'm about to.
Not coincidence. You got to catch it.
You
got to catch it. He says the black people not coming in all of those shades. No one makes the claim that black people don't, because we're diverse. We're one of the most, skin complexion wise, we're the most diverse. So now if we can show other people come also in that same variation of shade, how do you determine the quote unquote black man in America? You got to use genetics now.
Yeah.
Because you can't use skin color.
Genetics is part of skin color, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying from people just looking at somebody. So we're looking right. We can't just say that now. Now we got to go look at their biological makeup, and we got to go see who they are genetically. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so then when we figure out that these people that we thought were black people, as in African Americans, or who we are, right today, and we find out that they're different than us, then you can see that point.
See, that part I can't agree on. Let me explain why. Because it just says copper skin color, right? So I can understand what you're saying. It could mean any people, right? But where I'm coming from is, I believe that this is my knowledge that I came across, my research, that African Americans are the indigenous peoples of the Americas. There was no such thing as a slave trade stuffing people in ships and sending them anywhere.
Based on what source?
Well, that's the thing. It was that's my point. It's lack of sources to prove. It's lack of sources. Got it, my fault.
No, you're good. But
No, I was
okay,
I was
so
about to
one thing I was with you on. The moment that you said it was your belief, I was bagging back.
Yeah, I know. That's why I kind of.
Yeah.
That's funny. My bad. It's funny you said that, because that's why I kind of switched it up. I didn't mean belief. I mean research, meaning knowledgeable, right? So it's come to my understanding. That's a better phrase, I should say, is that the indigenous African, the Afro-Americans, Afro-Caribbeans, and Afro-Latinos, to me, come from the same group tribe of genetical human beings. Let's say that, right?
Okay.
So
If you're saying it that way, right, Yoda?
Yeah.
If you're saying it that way,
yeah.
I'm gonna ask you again. What evidence led you to that conclusion per your research? Because I'm using your words. You said your research. So how did
let's go back to the
business to the Americas according to your research?
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back. I'm gonna answer your question as best as I can. Let's go back to the first there's certain scholars, they describe different types of Indians. See, the word Indian is not an ethnical word. It doesn't describe a person's ethnicity, but the word American does, right? So I'm basically going back to etymology and linguistics to basically prove my point, right?
But etymology and linguistics is not going to prove your biological.
Tell me why you say that.
Because you don't have evidence to show a linguistic continuity and the evolution of that etymology based on no record. None of that.
No,
where's the continuity? Where is okay? So how did people distinctively emerge in the Americas? Right? What's their starting point in the Americas?
Okay, all right. So I believe North America was basically YT people, right? YT people, because colder climates.
What is YT people for the?
I mean, you know, they be using white. I mean white. I mean Caucasians when I say that. I know.
Okay, hold on. I got you, but I don't think they got you. So you're saying
I mean Caucasians. I mean Caucasians when I say YT.
You said original.
Yeah, I said like the North America is predominantly was in those days, like I'm talking about 13th, 14th, 15th century, was always predominantly Caucasians, right? And South America was predominantly our people. Now the migration from north to south and south to north in the Americas is what really happened. It wasn't no migration from Asia to America, because America is not a country, it's a continent.
Right. So what?
My fault.
Help me real quick, because I'm slow.
Go ahead.
So what information brought you to that conclusion is what I'm trying to get.
Description of the Indians.
We're South American, and the YT people are North American, and we come into that. How did the white people get in the United? How did people get to?
They was always here. They was always here. The story that they came from Asia to America, that's a false story as well.
Okay, so
along with Africans coming here.
You come to the conclusion that the migration into the Americas is a false story?
Well, is how you look at it today. They're the predominant superpower as far as ethnic group in the Americas, in North America. And there's no way I believe it's wait, hold on. Let me just finish this. There's no way I believe 500 people in conquerors from Europe came on a ship, come over to a whole new continent and took over millions of people. That's damn near fault. If people believe that, I think that's asinine.
Who said that 500?
Not you, not y'all, not you.
No,
I'm just saying the narrative.
The written record.
The narrative.
The written record doesn't even say that.
Okay, what's the written?
The written record doesn't say that at all, because no one said 500 people came over here.
Yeah, I mean it kind of does. It's when I mean 500 people, I mean like the conquistadors and the European explorers.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but let me ask you this. Ask you this. Have you ever been sick in your life?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been sick in your life.
Yeah.
Right? Have you ever seen someone else get sick in their life and become terminally ill?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, my grandmother.
Okay, I apologize about that, and I'm sorry for that. My point is, right, is that there's these things called pathogens.
Right.
They exist. We can't see them. That's our blind enemy. They're so small we can't see them, but yet they
Right.
affect us. So if you got some people coming over here with shit that you ain't never seen before, and you encounter it, it's not about 500 people at that point. It is what happens to everyone who encounters those foreign pathogens.
So you not to cut you off, but you're talking about the spread of diseases, right?
Not only infectious diseases, but also a technology that you're unfamiliar with. Bro, they had no swords nor guns. What you think them white people came with? Guns and swords.
Yeah, but I still don't believe that even if you had guns and swords on the ship with 500 people, that's not enough to take over
I'm not even saying it.
Population.
Okay, so how do you think COVID spread? Do you think COVID spread from 50,000 or 1 million or 2 billion people or a few people?
You asking me my personal opinion, or you asking me the narrative?
No, fuck the narrative, bro. I'm trying to comprehend your thought process because
I don't even believe in germ theory, bro. Just keep it real. That's why I'm asking you. Asking me my personal. I don't believe in germ theory. I don't believe germs spread the way they say it does. So that's a whole nother topic.
If you don't believe in a germ theory, then how the fucking germ spread? You got kids, bro?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe germs. I don't believe germs spread.
No. Do you got nieces? Do you got nieces or nephews?
Yeah. I got little nieces.
Okay. When they go to school, if they first time ever going to school, seasons change. What the hell happened to your niece and nephew?
They get sick, but it's not because of germs.
Hold on. Pause.
Yeah.
Pause. There's no but. You just said it. They get sick. That's a clear example of the germ theory. Your grandmother, not to bring her back.
No, go ahead. Nah, it's all good, bro. I'm gonna hear your example.
Your grandmother, her sickness of becoming terminally ill is an example, a real life example of the germ theory at work, bro.
I don't
Forget the narratives. We ain't even gotta play the narratives. We can play symptoms. People develop when people that's that could deal with it, that was symptomatic or asymptomatic. People that caught COVID, symptomatic or asymptomatic, there was a reaction from everyone who encountered COVID, whether it was mild, which means little to no, response from it, or serious. Right? We saw that. That's an example of the germ theory. Bro, it only took 2 or 3 people for COVID to leave China to get to Europe. From it to get to Europe, to cross over the waters and get to the United States. How could this get to the United States at the frequency it did as we watched it? The fucking airplane. That's an example of someone being affected and then the germ theory at play. Just in Brooklyn, in New York, Brooklyn, them Jews that was over in Israel, one comes back with infected with measles, unaware, and affects others. That's the theory at play. So in reality, when we say theory, that's an scientific theory. It's an explanation of the facts. So we can't deny that. So when we sit here and say how relevant that is, bro, the Black Death is real. Look up Black Death.
You know that the germ theory has been refuted.
By who? By who?
There's two arguments to the same subject, right?
By who? Where's I don't care about arguments.
A couple scholars, David Raznick comes to mind. He's
okay.
One.
So when you pull him up, go see if his shit stands solid. I'm glad you mentioned him. Now you go read his work and see if he told the truth and his shit stands solid.
Okay, that's valid.
Because what I'm trying to get everybody to like fully understand in this conversation is that there's a distinction between how evidence is reviewed and considered. I listened to you, and that's what is gleaming here is that the weighing of evidence on these certain subject matters is a clear distinction in what you can comprehend or don't comprehend or refuse to comprehend based on a belief, which is what you initially started with. Because I still ain't got an answer to my initial question is on the evidence that led you to the position you take now. And what I mean by that, simply not to dominate, I'll let y'all talk, I'm gonna mute out real quick, but not to dominate this. What I'm saying is evidence is something that primary evidence. My position changed because this primary evidence said X, Y, and Z, and it refuted this. You haven't given me a path to travel. You said that we've always been here. Well, what evidence do you have to prove that we always been here?
I was about to say that, but you kind of interrupted. But I was trying to let you, because what I was saying before is the proof that I have, right, is both linguistical and ethnology, meaning like the origins, migrations, right? The narrative that we were given, or a lot of the other narratives of history in terms of how African Americans got to the Americas, right? In my view, is that, first of all, the indigenous peoples of the Americas are both white and black. White people inhabited North America, which includes Canada, because of colder climates. That's where white people usually inhabit. Whereas colder climates, white people or fair-skinned people inhabited those areas, both in America and Asia. When you go to tropical areas in Americas and Asia, those are mostly dark-skinned people, right? Dark-skinned people predominantly inhabit those areas, right? So the story, one was my point was the story when they say Europeans came from Asia or Europe, because Europe is Asia. You know what I'm saying? It's only two continents, America and Asia, right? But when they came from Asia to the Americas.
Hold on. You said there's only how many continents?
Two continents. Eurasia, so, Europe is Eurasia. Australia is Australia.
Is it a continent?
No, I was saying two. America and Asia is the two continents.
So what is Australia?
Australasia.
Is it a continent?
No. It's part of Asia.
How is it a part of Asia?
Because it's called, the formal name for Australia is Australasia. The formal name for Europe is Eurasia.
It's not surrounded by a body.
That's all Asia. Africa.
Is it surrounded by water all around it?
Australia's an island, technically.
Australia's an island?
Yeah, it's just a big island.
So it's only
part of Asia.
It's only two continents on the planet, and Australia is an island.
Habitable continents. Two habitable continents, which is Americas, North and South, and Asia, which includes Europe, Australia, and Africa.
So Africa's not its own continent?
No, it's Asia.
According to what?
According to maps and basic geography.
No. That's not how you answer the question. Okay. So that's why I said what I said. According to what? So now we're getting into geography, and then we're going to go into geology, and then we're going to go into another realm of science, which you're going to negate because you're going to say narrative.
No, I was basically that's not what I was doing.
Well, no. The reason that I'm saying is because Africa is its own continent. It has been proven tectonically that it's its own continent. It doesn't sit on an adjoining tectonic plate with another continent. It doesn't. It's its own continent. So there's no way that there's a relationship there because of proximity. And I understand. I see what you're trying to do, but you're
so
showing.
You're saying it's three continents. You're saying it's three continents.
No. It's more than that. What I'm really trying to say is that historically and scientifically, you don't meet the bar. What I mean, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not just trying to be disrespectful. What I mean by that is there's a lack of study and focus in the areas of where there's evidence to clean up where your ignorance lies for all of us. Which means if we don't know something, we can go and learn it, and then we don't have to have that position of thought anymore.
So Europe is not Eurasia.
What?
Europe is not Eurasia. The formal name for Europe is Eurasia. Is it not?
Who said the formal name for Europe is Eurasia?
That's facts. You could Google it.
No, I'm asking. When was this?
Scholars say that. Scholars say that. You could Google it. It's right there.
Okay, so it's Italy.
That's a Google fact.
Italy. So it's Italy, Eurasia.
Yeah.
Where's Italy connected to Asia?
In Europe. In Europe is Asia. Europe is called Eurasia. Australia is called Australasia.
So Spain. So all of that in the Mediterranean region is connected.
Yeah, it's all Asia. Yeah, you got Asia Major, you got Asia Major, and you got Asia Minor.
Are you Muslim?
No.
You're not. You were never Muslim before?
No. I'm Christian. Actually, I grew up Christian.
How the fuck are you? How are you indigenous to South America and you're a fucking Christian?
That's the most of South America are Roman Catholics. What are you talking
about? No. So how did you become? You're not South American, but how did you get Roman Catholic? How did you get Catholicism?
Let me start over. Because I know where you about to go. Because what I was saying was,
I'm just following you. I'm following you around the rabbit hole. To be honest, I shouldn't be following you around the rabbit hole, but unfortunately, it is what it is.
Okay, I agree. I'm not trying to bring you down a rabbit hole. Trust me, I'm not. I'm just trying to share some information that may have came across.
Let's clear this up.
Yeah.
There's no information being shared. You are providing us your belief.
Yeah.
And according to the position you're taking, because if it was information, you could provide me primary evidence of how you came to your conclusion. Which means I ain't talking about nobody on YouTube. I ain't talking about no other stuff right there. It would be substantial evidence to be able to do it, because the moment that I said something about genetics and biology, your biological makeup, you have to concede that all skin folk ain't kinfolk.
I agree with you on that. I never said that was wrong.
Right. So them people that you were against being copper color, bro, fall in the category of what copper color is.
As do us. I never said. I
never said the people. Okay, if we saying that all of us fall in a variation of copper color, then we got to go deeper than that, and we have to look at our biological makeup to see our differences genetically. So we have to then deal with genetics. The moment we deal with genetics, we find out that we are this and they are that, and we ain't from South America. I just want to say that.
So you're not from South America, you're from Africa.
None of us are. Not me, not you, not Nak. None of us are.
Then where do you feel that we originate from, like Africa?
Bro, look at your wide nose and big lips. Your ass is from West Africa. Bro, listen. No. The reason I can point them out real quick, bro. I can point them out real quick because we all genetically, your lips and your nose tell a story. Your lips and your nose tell a story. Not just your skin. Fuck the skin tone, bro, because we all can go through. You know what I mean?
I only use
blacker than I was 2 weeks ago.
I only use copper skin color because of the word America, where I put in the comment. That's the only reason I really brought that up.
Okay. All right.
Just to be clear. You know what I mean?
So all right, so really, Nat, you still here, bro?
What'd you say?
Hold on, I was talking about.
Yeah, I'm still here.
So not a coincidence. He's not American. He's claiming South America. He wouldn't fit the definition of how American is defined, because American doesn't distinguish Central or South America. American is only centralizing what where our feet are standing right now in the United States.
So okay. So you're saying like Canada is not America? You're saying America is a country, not a continent, then? That's what you said? Is that you going to really stand on
a country? America's definitely a country. It's connected.
It's not a continent? America's not a continent.
America.
You really gonna do
Where
this?
our feet are, the United States of America is not a continent.
Is you gonna stand on that?
It's part of a continent. It's not a continent
There
in
you go.
itself.
It's not a continent.
America is not a continent.
No, where we are standing in the United States of America is not a continent. It is a part of a continent.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So United States is part of a continent of America.
Not
That's
a
why they call it United States of America, not United States is
It's
America.
not the U.S. of A is not a continent.
No, I never said that. I said
I know
that's my point.
Repeated. I'm just trying to be clear.
Okay.
It's not a continent. So my point is, right, when you say that you're indigenous to quote unquote South America, as you said, because you said the white people are going to be in North America.
Yeah.
Black people in South America. What the white people telling you, they wasn't even here. The white people telling you that. They're saying we came over this motherfucker from Europe via boat when we got our shit together to learn how to set sail and deal with the violent Atlantic Ocean with 15th century technology. And we began to make our waves via that way. And we kept coming for hundreds of years, doing trade and business, even taking people back to Europe. So how could they tell their story and say we've been in Europe?
People tell a lot of stories. It's the facts that got back
Hold
those
on.
stories up.
So now, thank you. People tell a lot of stories, but guess what evidence they got?
Yeah, I agree with that.
They got written documents. They got archaeological evidence. They got cultural continuity. They got linguistic evidence showing them bringing their languages into foreign areas and changing that shit. So they got all this evidence. And then black people to say they from the Americas ain't got none of that evidence.
No, they got a lot of evidence. I mean, I listen to Dane Calloway. I listen to Top Cats.
You listen to Dane Calloway. You listen to Dane Calloway and Top.
No, me personally, I read books from 1800s from Library of Congress. I got
and a book in the 1800s Library of Congress tell your black ass that you've been here. Now
pretty much, yeah.
There's not one more time, bro. There's not a book in the Library of Congress that you can access that will say your black ass been in America. Not one. There's not a Jesuit letter. There's not nothing. There's no art, no crafts, no languages, no staple foods, no deities, no rites of passages. There's nothing that says that you've been in the Americas.
I mean, it does when you say you're an Indian. It does. If you put yourself as an Indian,
you're not an Indian. I'm gonna go get
we're both. I think we're both.
Nah, we ain't both, bro. We were enslaved by them motherfuckers. But I'm gonna go get some real Indians, and I'm gonna show you how the real Indians get out. Because they gonna say, all right, if you think you're an Indian, let's do your blood quantum. And when they do your blood quantum, they gonna find out that you ain't no part of Indian. Then they gonna be like, nah, you ain't one of us, bro. We ain't accepting you. We can kick you out.
I mean,
you take a DNA test. You scared of DNA, but if you take a DNA test, that's gonna tell you that your motherfucking ass ain't fucking Indian. I mean, we got shit to prove.
I don't think those DNA companies are
not a coincidence.
Those are fugazi. That's for profit. That's not to find out.
I'm going mute now. You got it, bro.
So why do you say that the DNA test is fugazi? Like, why are you saying that?
I mean, they can't. I don't think they could take a swab of your saliva and use that to tell you where you originate at on the planet using DNA. I think that's goddamn impossible.
So let
they
me
could tell.
Right
they
there.
could.
So they don't tell you where you originate. They tell you who you're related to, right? So
I mean, that's the same thing, right?
No, because you're trying to use it like they're just trying to say, oh, they're saying you from Africa. No, they're telling you that you're related to these people from Africa. That's always been there.
I don't even think they could do that either.
Well, how you coming up? So, all right. So, do you know how they set it up to even compare your DNA to these people and come back with the answers that they're coming with?
I mean, all I know is they just take samples from people in Africa, people over here, and compare the DNA through or whatever swab or whatever.
So it's a combination of a couple things. So you had like the Human Genome Project, then you got other projects that individual scientists are doing that these companies are accessing the data to, right? So you got the people who are living, you got people with bones in the ground, right? And they're establishing who's been in these areas for all these times. They could tell that the Igbo been here, right? They could tell that the Native Americans been over here because they're like, just for the Native Americans, for example, like Lucia, her paternal, her maternal haplogroup is X, I believe, right? You only find X in America, right? And you find an A, B, C, D, and X. All these ancient bones are being tested for that, and they're finding that the only haplogroup that they're finding here prior to anybody else coming over here is A, B, C, D, and X. Now, when the Native Americans go and take their DNA tests, what's happening? They're coming up with A, B, C, D, and X. You're not going to come up with A, B, C, D, or X. Generally, not saying you can't be mixed with them, but generally, black people aren't. They're coming up with L2 or L1 or LO or something like that. And all these ones that's been in Africa that they did the same type of test over there. You understand what I'm saying? So they're finding like ancient bones. Like they found some people in I think it was in the Nigeria area. They had
So they're
a
finding
bunch of
ancient.
L2.
They
Say
finding
it.
ancient bones to do these tests. Why they just don't take living, breathing
No,
African?
that's part of it. I told you. There's
Yeah.
two parts to it. They got the ancient bones and they got the living people today. So the
Okay.
Native Americans are matching to the ancient bones. And when you take a test and like and your DNA hits for Native American, you're gonna match to those people and to those bones in the ground. Same thing in Africa, right? My maternal haplogroup was L2A1F.
Okay.
That comes around in Africa around 5,000 to 8,000 years ago. You don't find it anywhere else before people started migrating on boats and all that. You only find it over there in Western Central Africa because that's where it originated at.
That
And then
sounds kind of far fetched, man. Not saying you. I'm just saying the company that's doing all them sciences. What
but it's not more
people
than.
call
But this is what I'm saying.
pseudoscience.
It's not no pseudoscience. This is a repeatable test that everybody who is doing these tests is coming up with the same thing. We got Fatima Jackson. She's one of the first people who came up with a DNA database for Africans because she worked on the African burial ground along with Rick Kittles. When they tested all the New York, all the bodies that they found in New York African burial ground, those are going right back to Africa. 23andMe just did a recent test on the Cachatone furnace in Maryland. These people from the 1800s. They are not matching them to any Native American populations, any Indian populations. They're matching to people over there in Ghana and things like that. Like these are things that we could go and test. And then they're matching to living people today. So they matching to the bones in the ground, to living people today. And it's all showing the same migration coming from Africa at a certain point in time. If you did a DNA test, most likely you got L2.
I mean, I hear you, but I don't believe that's true. I don't believe in that. I don't believe.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have to believe it. Believe is based on no evidence. You're just
Nah,
going with what you think. I'm giving you
this
evidence. You can go look up the New York African burial ground. You can look at the Cachatone furnace. These are things you should be looking up, right? You should go look up how they set up these reference panels, right? Even with 23andMe, they tell you they use a bunch of different things. They use the Human Genome Project.
Ain't 23andMe getting sued right now?
No, they went bankrupt. That has
Oh,
nothing to do with
yeah, something like that, right? That's what I told you.
that
That
has
DNA
nothing to
is
do with the
about
science,
money.
though.
Yeah, nothing to do with the
So it
science.
has nothing to do with the science. So look, even the lady that
money
was running
scheme.
it, no, even the lady, no, they was spending too much money and they had too many people employed. That's all it was. The lady,
Okay.
she stepped down from the board so she can go back and buy the company. That's what she's trying to do, is buy back the company. right? So 23andMe ain't going nowhere. They're having financial problems. That doesn't have anything to do with the technology or the science.
I mean,
those are two different things.
yeah, you have scholars that you have scientists that says that DNA don't. That's fugazi science.
There's no scientist in 2025 that says that.
No, not too. I mean, it's relatively new. That science is relatively new, but you got people saying that shit is fugazi.
Who? With what evidence,
So
bro?
look,
How are you?
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let you jump in, Sean. So the Golden State Killer, right? You know how the Golden State Killer got caught?
Nah, DNA.
So they happened to find some DNA. They didn't know who it belonged to. So what did they do? They went into the DNA database on GetMatch and found people he was related to, right? And then they went and made family trees to try to trace back to people who's living in this area. They used DNA to find him.
Damn. Who was his lawyer? That motherfucker. Who was that man?
What do you mean? Who was a lawyer? This works. There's actually forensic science when they go back and do. People are getting caught. Like I just did a show on this before. How they doing this forensic science with
No, I
they
agree.
catching
I
people
know.
off
I
their
agree with
DNA.
what you're
Like,
saying. I was
people
agreeing
get
with
caught
you
on their
said.
DNA all the time. If say not say somebody gets burnt up, they're unrecognizable, right?
Yeah.
You can't tell them if they black, white, Chinese, nothing. They can take your DNA and tell and see what ethnic group you belong to. They can tell if
Yeah.
it's a black person. They can
Probably
tell if it's
from
a white
living.
person.
Probably from other living black people in that area. They're not digging up bones and taking it from that and say, "Oh yeah, you relate to them through through your saliva." I mean, that's two different type of processes. You get what I'm
How is
saying?
it? DNA is in saliva, hair, blood, all types of things. DNA
I
is.
mean, if they was taking your
Bro,
blood
how
and
they getting DNA off
believe
cigarette butts? Ask yourself, how are they incriminating people by getting DNA off cigarette butts? The
Off of
same
cups that
people,
they
because
drunk.
that's a living person. Is the person is still living and is around.
you're still
You
not
can,
listening. You're not listening to what we're saying. You're intentionally not listening to what we're saying. We are
But he
literally
still he
saying, bro,
focused on belief.
the saliva, you live the saliva off a cigarette butt can tell you who the fuck you are, where you from.
I'm not disputing that. That's not
It's
what we disagree at.
the same test.
No, I'm not to cut you off, but that's not what we disagree on. I agree with you, right? What you say, yeah, they could take DNA and find a living person that's living now.
They can get it off a dead person. Listen to what Nate just said, bro. They can find it in your bone marrow, but they can go in your bones and extract DNA from your bones.
But they would need somebody that's related to you to actually confirm that. They can't just pick a random person and say, "Oh, nah."
You're not listening. You don't know how DNA markers work, bro. Genetically, there are markers that show a repetitive pattern. And if you're hitting on all of these repetitive patterns, there's a relationship in your genetics that.
So what Sean is explaining is called SNPs.
Yeah,
right. These are inherited from your parents, and that came from their parents. These are groups of genes that come together. Right, like I said, the Cachetone furnace. These people lived in the early 1800s.
Yeah, but you're not trying to find your family member. You're trying to pimp with the DNA, not you per se, but the way they do the DNA. They're trying to pinpoint they're basically guessing what tribal group a person is. They're not picking out your family member. Like, who's your direct bloodline family member in Africa? They're not doing that. They just picking out.
They do. I have shown plenty of times. I took DNA tests. I found people from Africa, from the Igbo tribe. Right now,
that's directly blood related to you.
Yes, we are 4/5 cousins. Yes, and this is the point. So when they make the reference panels, well, yes, really, and a bunch of us have done that. Plenty of people have done that. That's nothing new. That's nothing out of this world. That is nothing new.
Did you know you had African family members before?
I knew I was black, so of course I'm going to have African family members.
Besides being black, did you think that your lineage is just strictly Americans, or just you already had an inkling that, or you knew that you had African family history before you did the DNA test? That's what my question is.
Yeah, I already
was under the understanding that black people in America ancestors came from Africa at some
No, I'm
point in
not
time.
that. I'm talking about you, your personal family. Did
No,
somebody in your family say, "Yo, we got family members in Africa"? That's what I mean.
all right. So our
Before the
separation.
DNA test.
Listen, our separation from Africa is like for average is like from the 1750s, 1760s, 1770s. Nobody's just gonna walk around and be like, oh, you know, your sixth, seventh great grandfather, he was from. It doesn't work. Like people barely know who their great grandparents are today, right? So you
How
talking
you know
about
for sure that family member you said they found with your DNA is
Oh,
actually your family member?
you can't do that, bro. He's giving you the answer, and you keep trying to flip
yeah.
the fucking answer.
Listen,
Bro. It doesn't change.
it's not gonna hit if they're not related. They just don't show you
That's my
random
point.
people.
That's my point, though. That was my
So
point
look,
I was bringing.
they don't show you random people. You can even go to the actual person on your DNA matches and see where y'all match at on your chromosome. Is it on the 7th chromosome, the 8th? You can see how big the centimorgans is, which is how long the strand of DNA is. This is only inherited through common ancestors.
Okay.
This DNA that we're talking about only comes from because we share a common ancestor.
Okay.
It's the same technology they use to say if you're the father or not.
So how many people, since you're versed in the DNA test, right? You say that
Nah, I can't let you do that. I can't let you do that. Well, do you understand what he just said?
Yeah, I understand what he said.
Do you accept what he just said?
Nah.
Okay.
Hell no.
You understand what he said, but you don't. Okay. So based on what, and I'm talking real shit, bro.
I'm listening.
Based on what reality do you not accept what he just said? What would prevent you from accepting what information?
It's two sides to every story.
No, bro. No. All right, bro.
Yeah, no. Just what did I say that you're not accepting?
I'm about to.
Hold on, now. Hold on. No. Hold on. Yo, Auto One, what's up?
Man, y'all over here entertaining these pseudos.
Oh, that's Cash. That's Cash.
I just got strike on TikTok, man, for going at these fools.
Yeah, we don't get those over here.
I know, man. I finally broke it. That's what me, Cujo. What's his name from Cali, man? From Oakland. He over there. But yeah, PNF, man, he over there spreading the bad. Him and Sachi and Hobart, man, they over there talking about us.
We ran PNF up out of here. But hold on, Cass, because I really want the answer.
Go ahead.
From this guy. Yeah, what are you not accepting? It's just what's your name again? Yodi?
Yeah.
Well, so what about you not? I was saying that you just not feeling right now. You're not accepting as a proper answer.
Yeah, because I was saying that there are people that are advocate for DNA tests and say, yeah, that's the way you can find out your peoples all over the world. And there's people that are against it and say that's a fugazi science. Just like radiocarbon dating is a fugazi science. There's no such thing as
So is there any?
history.
That's not true either. But is there any like geneticists that say people who are actually working in that field that say that's a bad sign?
Yeah, I don't.
Like who?
The name off the top right now, I'm gonna have to Google that right now. But yeah, there are scholars and scientists, geneticists that say that DNA.
I guarantee.
I give you 10 minutes. You can't name one.
Not off the top.
It's
Not off
not
the top
somebody
right
that works
now.
in that field.
Not off the top right now. I can't.
Oh, I said 10 minutes. I said 10. I can give you 10 minutes. You can't name.
You want me? All right. Hold on.
Because it's real simple. A lot of people don't understand even the science behind it, right? They set up a reference population. They go over there, they test a bunch of people, and they get a map of what this genetic population looks like, right? So when you get a match to Nigeria, it's because you have relatives in Nigeria.
And living relatives.
Living relatives. right? And the DNA that they're testing, they're only testing DNA that's inherited through your parents, grandparents, right? That's the only DNA that they're testing, your inherited DNA. So you can only share inherited DNA with people you share a common ancestor with. That's just point blank, period. That's it. It don't. There's nothing more else to it though.
I don't know why they don't get that. Like they keep saying, "Oh, y'all can't dig dead people up," and da 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 da. And it's like, yo, like it's living. We test the living people, man. The more people put their DNA in, the more matches and everything we got coming back. Because when it first started to change up, of course I didn't get it. I'm like, yo, why my DNA changing up so much or whatever? It said I had this much Nigerian in me this day, and now I got more, but I got less Western Bantu, you know, until you guys told me how the process worked.
Yeah. So the more samples, the more accurate they can get.
Yeah.
Every day people are taking DNA tests, and every day it's going to get more accurate and accurate.
Even if you're not in Africa, even if they ain't got, it would be great to have more continental Africans take it. But we got cats in Britain, Jamaica, all over taking it, man. That's from Africa, or you know, cats in Britain that's from Africa, or in Europe from Africa. You know,
I mean,
yeah.
the only reason somebody wouldn't want to believe it is because, or even try to understand it, is because that it is because they just don't want to. You just want to be in denial because you don't have any signs to go against it. It's just your belief. Well, but Sean, I only got a couple minutes left because I'm about to jump in this car.
No
But
worries.
I'll be listening though.
Yeah, Nat, you not going live no more, bro?
Prince, take her back. Yeah, I am. I just don't. When I be getting home from work, because I live in the city now, man. It's just I be too tired. But I'm gonna start going live soon.
I told yo, yeah, I'm trying to get y'all to hook y'all, man. Trying to get y'all. I know y'all be frustrated with
Prince, go
TikTok, but I'm
inside,
trying to
Prince.
get y'all over there, man.
Hold on, not a coincidence. He's finna answer your question. Go ahead, bro. You got your answer, Yodi? Or you still looking?
I was still trying to get it together. But yeah,
All right.
I mean, I just Googled some information too, and it just popped up. You know, there's a lot of geneticists that disagree with DNA testing.
Okay,
What's
what did
frivolous?
you Google? What did you Google, and what were their expertise? Are they geneticists or no?
Some of them are genetic. Some, yeah. I got it in front
I tell
of me.
you right now, I know what you Googled. Everybody will go if you're looking to support your bias, you're going to find the information to
I
support
gotta
your.
use Google right now because I gotta use Google right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you use Google all you want to.
Okay.
You gotta make
I
sure you
know
check.
Google ain't. All right.
I got an order number on this bitch, though.
From and it basically has an article saying the misinterpretations of DNA tests. Right.
Right.
So
if you read that article, you're gonna learn.
So that article, what did it tell you? It's gonna be talking about like race, right? Where they're saying, oh, it can't tell you the race. Well, that's not what the DNA test is trying to do. The misinterpretation part is they're talking about the part on the customer, how they misinterpret it. They're not talking about the science is wrong. We need an article that's saying the science it don't work.
As far, I mean, they're saying that the results can get misinterpreted. You're right about
Yeah,
that.
I just said that by
But
the
that's
customer.
basically the science being manipulated, right?
No, that's people being misinformed and ignorant on the science and taking it to
Geneticists,
mean. No, that's
geneticists.
not. I know what article you're talking. We done this before, bro.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
how
yeah.
I was able to tell you. I'm telling you, they're not saying it's being misrepresented by the people who are actually doing the test. It's being misrepresented by the people who are buying the test.
And we're waiting on the coincidence. They're gonna just twist that around. So you can provide an example of the way in which people who buy the test can manipulate the information.
So that's like, all right. So on my 23andMe, it came back and say that I'm like, I forget that 18 to 20% Nigerian, and I have a match with the Igbo. I can't go
Mm-hmm.
around and say I'm Igbo. I'm not. That
Right, but
doesn't
I
make
mean,
me
if
Igbo.
somebody is 20%, if somebody there's African American men who is 18% Irish, but they're not calling themselves Irish either, right?
Ex,
So
ex,
I don't think anyone should fault you on that by not walking around calling yourself Igbo, right? Because they're not calling themselves German
Right.
or British
mm-hmm.
or European or French. They're not doing that, right? With their 20% of European DNA either.
And
So
and now to
That's
see your
yeah.
people come from
Columbia
Virginia, right?
University also has an article as well, but not the
Your
not the.
folks come from Virginia, don't they? Now to see.
Yeah.
So yeah, you had a lot of huge Biafra people that are coming out of Biafra coming into Virginia. So a lot of people over there got that Igbo blood, BBO or Efik.
Can you interpret that for the FBA people in the back? What does biafra mean? What is that?
Oh yeah, that's like over there in there like Igbo land and like Calabar. It's like at the damn near at the border of Cameroon.
Present day border Cameroon and Nigeria. Where
Nigeria,
where
yeah.
okay. All
So yeah,
right.
the
That's a
Igbo
good
and
clarity.
cause I got Eastside, I got like some Eastside DNA or whatnot, and
Oh,
that
you
was
got
like,
Easton.
yeah, they broke away. They broke away from
You
the
don't hear too much
Benin.
Easton. You don't hear too much about the Easton.
It's crazy. A lot of Black Americans is popping up in a lot of Black Americans DNA. But remember, like a lot of these tribes, it was tribes. It was one tribe. I was just looking at the tribe that what is the guy in Alabama? Cujo. We were talking about him last night on Smoke Signals channel.
Mm-hmm.
His whole village was like white. They
Why are
kidnapped
you talking
everybody.
about Cujo and Smoke Signal? They want to be Aboriginal over there in Smoke Signal joint.
Yeah, they was trying to tell me to prove like slavery, a slave that was there from the to the end.
Oh,
But you had certain instances where a lot of them remember, they was bringing a lot of tribes in from like inner West Africa down to like one point, broke them there, and then brought them to the coast. So them tribes like
right.
Esan or
That's true.
whatnot, they not talked about.
They from like the inner side that they brought to the coast part before they
Yeah,
shipped them off, right? Got
yeah.
you. But so I got a question before not a coincidence. This if you could explain for the remedial people in the back, what does it mean when a DNA test says for entertainment purposes only? Can we get just a 2025? I know this question has been answered 158,000 times, but can we just get for the people in the back, the slow people, on the short bus?
I got you.
Please, I thank you. Thank
I
you.
got you. So on these DNA tests, like 23andMe,
Yeah.
they have
Yep.
two sections. They have the genetic section, yeah, like your ethnic section, and they got the health section. Whenever you read
Mm-hmm.
about this, entertainment purposes only, they're talking about the health part. They do not want you to take that as health advice. They want you to seek a professional, and they tell you that. So if they say you have traits for cancer, pancreatic cancer, or something like that, they don't want you to be like, "Oh, I'm dying. Let me just get rid of all my stuff and act like you got pancreatic cancer." No, go get tested. Make sure you get a screening for these things. Don't take it as this is a diagnosis. This is what they mean by entertainment purposes. Now, the ethnic side, they tell you this is for research and teaching. They never mention entertainment only on the ethnicity side. You cannot pull up any article that's when they talking about ethnicity that they say this is for entertainment purposes only. Only the health part.
But not a coincidence. How could your spit link you to a geographical landmass? Not a coincidence.
Because your spit has white blood cells in it, and in those white blood cells you have DNA. With that DNA, they separate it. They find the part the inherited part, because humans are 99.9% the same. They find out 0.01% that only comes from your common ancestor, your parents, your great grandparents, and they test that, which is actually 700 to a million different positions on your DNA. So it's not like they're just testing a small little part. It's 700,000 to a million different snips on your DNA.
But not a coincidence. DNA can link me to my child because I'm their parent. How could DNA link me to someone 10 generations ago? Not a
Great
coincidence.
question.
I'm gonna tell you how, because with that, it's the same technology, right? They're looking for inherited DNA. So your child is gonna share 50% of your DNA, which means y'all share a common ancestor. The common ancestor would be your parent. Y'all at some point in time, y'all both come from that parent, right? That parent made me, I made the child. They share 50% of me. Now, the same thing now, say me and you share a great grandparent. We're going to have around 12.5% DNA that matches. That's inherited DNA. And once that hits, it's going to be like, hey, we either share, we either are cousins, or maybe a half aunt, niece, or some shit like that. And it's just the how much DNA is inherited that y'all share. Remember, the key word is inherited. It's not just DNA, period. It's an inherited part.
But not a
This is
coincidence. I'm not getting blood. Not a coincidence. It's just spit. You mean to tell me these people could
Can
figure
you
out
stop the
who
devil's
I am?
advocate shit on Mother's Day? We ain't got time for this goddamn shit.
no, but that's how they go. But people need to understand you have DNA in your spit. You have DNA in your spit. That's just it. You have DNA in your spit. You have DNA
Ma'am,
in
those
all
are
parts of
great,
your
great
body.
questions, ma'am.
No,
No, those are the.
listen, because
She's actually
my
showing
grandmother
you.
said something. You telling me I'm supposed to believe what my spit say versus what my grandmother say?
Yeah, absolutely. Because your grandmother can't tell you what you're all made of. She ain't live long enough.
Even though they're dishonest about what their grandmother said, because their grandmother never said they were fully Indian. They said I had Indian in my family.
Yeah, that's a fact too. I don't know nobody's
Mm.
grandmother that sat there and said like, "Oh, we are the original Indians." No, they say, "Oh, we got Indian in our family."
Because of their hair.
Mm-hmm.
And
So,
outside of the hair, to flee from slavery. That was
or
the number one use for claiming Indian.
they would just want to deny the fact that they have some white in them, and they don't have no no Indian
Yeah.
DNA.
That's why I was wondering,
Right,
was it coming
facts.
from these
Facts.
Creole and Melungeon groups? Because a lot of the Melungeons was going around and they come from that Virginia area saying that they had Indian in it. They were Indian or mixed with Indian or Portuguese or something like that.
Yeah, they ain't want to relate to that white man.
Do you feel like
Mm-hmm.
so? Do you feel like that's what? Okay, so do you feel like the majority of the people who are saying that they always been here, they actually have some relative who might actually be what we would consider a Native American at some point in their lineage, but what they are doing is saying that's all of their lineage instead of saying that's part of their lineage. Is that what y'all saying? The Abos got some kind of Native ancestry.
Nah,
That
nah. No. They're all different. This brother clearly said that he's Indian, right?
wait, who?
That's what
Which
he
brother?
told us. Jody,
Which
he
one?
told us that he's Indian. He said he claiming Indian. Ain't that
Mm-hmm.
right, Yodi? I don't want to put words in your
I don't know
mouth.
what that mean. What that mean?
Yeah,
Hold on, he's
me
gonna tell you.
personally, I claim Indian and European ancestry. We
But
both.
this nigga won't
Yeah,
claim. He won't
Indian.
claim to be a nigga.
Okay,
The police
but
don't see you as
hold on.
European, bro.
So he might cause don't equate being an N word with being black or African ancestry because that's not the same.
Great
The
point,
N
ma'am.
word the N
Great
word
point.
is this mentality that these Abos, Hebrews, Moors, like all of them are N words, right? But they don't want to claim African, right? They will all acknowledge their N words because they are treated as African ancestry. They are treated as the descendants of Africa.
I mean, do we understand the word slave, what it really means?
No. We not going into we can go into a vocabulary lesson another day,
Okay.
right?
Gotcha.
But I'm saying that y'all are treated, acknowledged, get jobs, go to school, get WIC, Medicaid, welfare, housing vouchers, everything under being Black or African American. No, y'all don't get none of that shit under being Aboriginal, Indian, Native, Moorish, Hebrew, Nuwapian, or any other identity. Y'all pretend to be Black and African American. Both of us, y'all pretend to be that to get all of these. You getting unemployment? Your ass is Black or African American, right? You getting WIC? You getting WIC? You eating Cheerios and shit in your house off of WIC vouchers? You can be a baby. You're being Black and African American. Your kid getting free lunch in their public schools. They're Black and African American. You want to pretend to be down with us and our heritage being the descendants of the enslaved Africans from Central and West Africa, but then y'all always been here. But the people who always been here, you know what? They got fucking rights. They live on a reservation. The people who always been here. But for some reason, you pretending to be us, you not us, you not them. It's weird, which whoever you are. It's weird. Some weird shit.
I mean, it's crazy because that's why I don't like a lot of these diaspora wars, because we literally are made up of the same multitude of tribes that came from Africa and stuff like that. And them not trying to sit down and understand the process of why you lost the information of who you were in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of us came in like the 1700s, you know what I'm saying, during the height of the slave trade, especially towards the end of the 1700s. So we came from a lot of those tribes that were brought over here. First of all, when you brought enslaved Africans down through the countries towards the coast, you took them to one, I forgot how many days. The brother's doing a documentary on YouTube now, Brothers in Africa, and they would take you to the Hausa tribe. They would take some of these Africans to this one place where they broke them in that place. They broke them in a place in the center of Africa, whether it was like a Bome, and that's in Benin, but we talking about like Ghana and all that. They would take them to one town first, break them there. A lot of people would die on the way to these places. A lot of them were children. Then they would take them to the coast. And then on the coast, they had complications. I mean, you had women that were pregnant or getting pregnant during the process of shipping them to the Americas. And this is not the slaves that have either, you know what I'm saying, that probably been sacrificed or something like that, because that's what they was doing. They were doing that too. A lot of the Calabar and the homie, they were sacrificing people. So you had people like, you had that going on. So a lot of people, this whole breaking process, this started way before you even got to the coast. And we got to sit here and explain it to these folks, and they don't want to listen.
Who were the slaves?
Yo, Melanie,
who were the slaves? Slaves mean Slavic peoples from Eastern European. That's the definition of the word slave. So how do
So the Africans were never slaves. The Africans were enslaved. I'm telling you, Africans were enslaved. They weren't enslaved. That's people who have a Western mindset. And listen, that's the people who have a Western mindset. Oh, let me finish. You could disagree. You could disagree, but you don't have to interrupt. So people who have a Western mindset, right? So understand, and they believe history told from the perspective of the victor, right? So if I am an enslaver and I call everyone that I enslave a slave, that don't mean those people actually named were slaves. They were enslaved, which is an action that happened upon them, right? So if I rob you, you're not robbed. You're a victim of robbery. Don't change. I'm not going to give you a name and call you robbed. So people going to be like, oh, what up, robbed? No, I was fucking robbed. That happened to me. I'm not a person of robbery. So my ancestors were not slaves. My ancestors were enslaved. And if you are confused on what the fuck that means, this same etymology and etymology dictionary and the black laws, you need to go into your dictionary and read the definition and the difference between being a slave and
And, and, wh-
enslaved.
and why do they keep
Really?
conflating etymology, the etymological definition of the modern day definition? It's a lot of words, there's tons of words that we use. I mean, even words like magic and stuff like that. Word magic it had a whole nother, I ain't gonna say a whole nother type of origin, but it derived from something else
That's
before
true.
it became in the use is in this modern day. So why do you
That's true, but
It's called
The word
because
bless,
they
the
it's
word
because
bless
the
means
word is
something
used
different. The
differently.
word curse means something different. The word lady means something different. But we want to be selective, right, on which words we want to hold the old school 1500 definition and which words we're going to
But that
apply to modern
because
day time. We want to because we're Negroes, right?
the original definition of the word always stands true throughout time.
No,
Of
that's
course,
an
Doesn't
that is
matter
no,
if
it
not
you use
doesn't.
the
true.
word in a
Who
different.
told you that nonsense?
that's an
Because
That's a fact.
fallacy.
the word dope doesn't have the same original meaning. The
That is
word
a
dope. If I
fallacy.
But
tell you, you told me, yo, I got a new job today, and
let
I'm
me
saying, yo,
refute
that's
that.
dope. If I
Let me
tell you that's
refute that.
dope, it doesn't have the same meaning. It doesn't. No way
It's
in
kind
world
of
you could tell me the meaning of the word dope, the meaning of the word fresh, the meaning of the word bad. Those meanings are different in present day. In 2025, bad means something
Hey,
different than it
your
meant
microphone
in.
went in and out, melanated.
Oh,
so.
my bad.
So what does the word slave mean back in those slavery days, quote
So
unquote?
hold on.
It ain't got nothing to do with
For
sloppy.
who? What people?
Hold
What
on.
people?
Has everything to do. Okay.
Yo,
Go
can
ahead.
y'all
I'm
hear me?
What
buffering. I ain't mean to
country? What
cut you off.
time?
Hey, hold on. Go ahead, not a coincidence.
Yeah, so this is what they do all the time. They try to use an etymological fallacy. This is when you find a definition of a word that suits your narrative and you just want to stick to that. So even if he went to the etymology and it tells you about these Slavic people, guess what? Even in the etymology, it says the Slavic people was only enslaved in Africa, Europe, and Asia. It never says that these Slavic people came to America and had the condition of slavery. So we could just dead that right there. He found a word that suits his narrative, and he wants to run with that. That's not how it
Okay,
works.
so is that. So don't bring up Slavic. Don't bring up your argument no more unless you have a different definition of the term Slavic. But if you're going to use the same definition, let's just say that somebody before you had that same argument. And so we don't need to
Right.
repeat those type of conversations. Let's just
I
move on.
disagree. I disagree. I
It's it's
disagree.
it's like okra, the
No, I
word
didn't say
okra, right?
disagree. I say, do you have a different definition? You could disagree all you want to. If you don't have a different definition, then your disagreement is hurt feelings, right? And the hurt feelings is like Karen's tears right now. Nobody pays attention to Karen's tears. Nobody
Word.
cares
God.
about the yeah.
That's
That's
not
on
my
you.
But
point.
look,
That's not what I was trying to do at all.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I'm just trying
Hey,
to
but
let
this
y'all
this
If you have a different
trying to
definition, then
understand the
we will
word slave.
entertain it. We want to
Yo,
hear the different definition because that's information. We want to hear that. If you
but
don't have
that's
that,
that's like me using a lot of words from the Indo-European era, right? So you got a lot of words that go back to this Indo-European era that a lot of people use in certain areas, whether it's Persia
mhm.
or over in Eastern Europe and stuff like that. We're not using those words like that today. But does it have an origin that links that? Yes, it does. But we don't
And
but
we
hold
don't
on
talk
real
like
quick, y'all.
that's what I was.
Indo-European.
That's my point.
Yo, real
Let
That's
quick,
me
my
real
let me
quick,
let me
point.
y'all.
ask you this. What's the
Go
dude
ahead.
name?
Wait,
What's the
Hold
dude
on,
name?
real
What's
quick.
the
melanated.
Hold
actor's
on.
name?
Hold
Real
on.
quick.
Go
Real
ahead,
quick.
knock.
My bad.
Yeah,
Go
what
ahead,
Nada
knock.
I
C?
just want to say, y'all, I got to get up out of here. I got to take this ride. But Melanie, to answer your question you put in the chat about L3, how come some people are coming with L3? Because L3 left
Yes.
Africa. It left Africa, became the progenitor of MNN, haplogroups MNN, and then came back. Right. So
Oh, it
that's
So
why.
came back.
L3
Yeah.
left. When you say L3 left, so it was L3 before it left.
Yeah. It was L3 in Africa,
L3
and
left the continent and populated the
then
rest of
came
the
back.
world,
Hmm.
and then came back.
See now I'm just telling you that
But
I
yo, I'm
mean
out of here, y'all.
Peace.
Just
okay, peace now.
ask him to go. He could pull up the etymology of Slav or slave or whatever he's trying to do, and show in there where it says that these people came to America. So we don't need to get confused in any history in America with these Slavic people
I don't
because
think
even in
that's
the
the point.
etymology it doesn't say that. But yo, I'm out
I
of here.
don't
Y'all
think
be
that's the
safe.
point.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
be
think that's the
listening.
point. I'm
Well, it
talking
Yo,
need
about
to
the
be a
hey, yo,
point because
Nana
we
C,
got
I'ma DM
him.
you, bro. I'ma DM you
When you
on
talking
what's
about
the name, man?
identity, it
Set
need
that
to be
TikTok
him.
up.
I got a page already. Holla at me.
All right,
You
peace.
know
But
what
I'm
I'm
out of here.
saying?
Y'all be safe,
Yeah,
man. Enjoy
yeah,
y'all
same
Mother's
with you,
Day.
Sean.
Peace, nah.
Peace. Same with you, Sean. You ain't got to do like a whole live on there, just the short videos, man. Because I'm seeing where a lot of these Aboriginals getting their talking points from. And the only reason I stopped, like I got flagged, but I had stopped going on a lot of live because a lot of these people old enough to be my kids, bro. I'm like, I ain't about to debate with y'all. But
Who you telling? I mean, I ain't
yo,
gonna lie. When you older, you know what I'm saying? I'm realizing like so for instance, I had a disagreement with my son about locks, right? And he told me that if your locks can be detangled, then your hair was never locked. And I'm like, yeah, it was. And I'm showing him evidence of it. And I realized the mindset of these millennials is crazy. And I'm like, I don't want to raise up my blood pressure arguing with some young person who literally don't know more than me. They just want to articulate their point.
yeah,
It don't make no sense. So these people talking about this made up identity, and they don't really have the evidence. They really don't. They want to finagle it with speech and words. It's like, yeah, I don't got the energy to talk to you. You're an idiot. You sound dumb.
yeah, that's why I was like, I think I would leave that to like I may pop up on some lives over there, but I leave that to OHF and Poor City Africa. Even though Poor City Africa, we like all the same. We all got gray in our beard and stuff like that. I don't know how old OHF is, but when I was asking people, I'm like, yo, how old are you? Like, oh, I'm 19. You sound like an OG. I'm like, yo, I can't even. I'm not about to have this conversation with you. Like,
I
it
mean,
was
but you
me
need
all over
19. You
again.
need to get in them 19-year-old heads. That way, they got a good. They can. I mean, they will have a good understanding of. Think about 19. I worked in a high school. Oh, high school people are really searching for identity.
So
So if you want to tell them that they're Indian, they don't believe it.
let
You
me
want to
ask.
tell
Can
them
I ask
that
a
they were
question real
from
fast?
tribe of Gad or tribe of Benjamin, they gonna freaking believe it. If you want to tell them that they can get 72 virgins when they
Oh,
die, they're gonna believe it. If you want to tell them that they are Wiccan or whatever, you want to tell them that they want to be goth and shit. They are searching for freaking identity when they're
hey,
adolescents. That's a
melanated,
fine stage.
melanated, melanated. Hold on. So real quick, Yodi, before you ask another goddamn question,
My fault, bro.
the my point is this, bro. Like when evidence. Okay, so here's the reality. When evidence meets belief, one of them has to go away. And the one that usually goes away is the belief. Now, if the belief refuses to go away, then it is a confirmation bias that prevents you from letting it go away because everything that you believed is being challenged by the evidence. So if you don't have superseding evidence to refute what has been presented, you can't say, oh, you don't believe this or you don't believe that or narrative this or narrative that because you don't have superseding evidence. We highly recommend on this channel evidence because that gets us to the answers to the test. And so when I said, how did you come to the belief that the Negroes was in South America or the black people was in South America and the white people was in America and they always been here? No, no evidence can you point me to will support that. Now, if I turned around and said, okay, let me go with what you're saying. We was in South America. Where were we in South America?
That's a rhetorical or that's a actual question.
No. I'm asking a question. Where were we in South America?
I would say Southern South America, Brazil area, since most black people we know
So
is
we
in Brazil
so we
of
were we were
African
in
descent.
just only Brazil.
No, I'm just saying in that area, the lower regions of South America, Brazilian area, and and
Brazil ain't South though.
yeah, the southern South American area.
So have you been to Brazil?
Nah,
Have you been to Chile?
Okay. Have you gone use your Instagram and communicated with Brazilians to find out what present day Black Brazilians, what their origin stories are, what their culture is like, who do they say they are? Instead of you believing who they are, have you even done that? Have you made an attempt to connect and find out who do Brazilians say they are present day?
No, I haven't spoken to any Brazilians yet.
So you have an idea of who Brazilians are, but you don't know who Brazilians are.
I'm challenging the narrative that we was told about them.
No. So you're challenging the narrative they have of who they are themselves. So you're discounting who, like, it's Black people right now over in Brazil, and you're feeling like they don't know who they are.
Brazilians were colonized too, so I'm pretty
I'm
sure
asking you a question. So you feel like those Brazilians, so you can just say, yes, that's exactly how I feel. Those Brazilians don't know who they are. I'm asking you, do you feel like you know better who those Brazilians are than they know themselves?
Nah, I'm not. I never said that though.
So are there adult Brazilians? I mean, I'm trying to understand what if you never said that, so you're not comfortable saying that, right? Then so when you hear a Brazilian say, I am of African descent, I am of Yoruba people, I have Yoruba culture, I have Igbo culture, I have Akan culture.
They're just regurgitating what they've been told.
No. I'm not telling.
Who told? Okay, hold on, no. Hold on, Melanated. Stay right there. Hold on, and then don't lose your point, Melanated. Who told them that? You said they're just regurgitating what they were told. So who told them that?
Europeans too. You know that, right?
No. You're not. No. Listen to my question so you can respond appropriately. You got to listen carefully and respond appropriately.
Okay.
Who told the people that they were that? You made the claim. So I'm trying to ask you to own up to it.
Whatever schools that they were enrolled in, public schools.
What school told them that they were Yoruba, bro?
If this is something you believe in, you standing on, you got to know it can't be making up whatever and it's possible and probably.
What school? Now, hold on, Melanated. Yeah. Hold on, because we got to come back. We got to come back to your point. But what I'm saying, what school system in Brazil teaches the people that they are Yoruba?
No, not Yoruba, just African descent. They came from Africa.
Well, okay, one more time. Bro, are you aware?
The people there speak Yoruba. The people there in Brazil speak the language of Yoruba, right? So how can you explain, are you saying that the Portuguese is teaching them Yoruba? The Portuguese is saying?
How much of the
how are they getting that?
Speaks Yoruba in Brazil?
The Black population. That's the you say. So whatever the population, like how we 13%, the Black population. Yeah, I'm not listening. I have a scheduled trip.
Hold on, bro, because you're asking a lot of questions. Melanated, but you can't. You gotta. Listen, he's just talking. He ain't got no sources. He ain't got no sources.
So this is for the audience.
Just talking. So don't get worked up because he's just talking.
For February 2026, Bahia, Bahia, Brazil, that has the highest concentration of Afro descendants. People from Africa, right?
You said Yoruba. You said Yoruba.
So, right. So
just slow down.
Hold
on, bro. Let us finish.
If you would not have interrupted me, then you would understand why I'm specifically highlighting the Yoruba. Hold on. So yes, the people there have held on to the culture of Yoruba, but they also acknowledge that they have Akan ancestry, which is from Ghana, present-day Ghana, right? They also have Igbo ancestry, which is another part of Nigeria. They acknowledge that they have from Central Africa, from Congo, right? Because Brazil has what is the martial art that's from there?
Capoeira.
Capoeira. That is from Central Africa. So they know that they have a mixture, right, of West African culture and heritage. They don't only say we only Yoruba, but when you talk about language, we talk about spirituality, you're not going to be able to get around how the names of a Brazilian, who their deity is the same name that's over in West Africa. There's no way you're getting around that.
All right, so let me clean it up real quick. So, about 10 years ago, 10 to 15 years ago, there was a denialist movement in Brazil of their Africanness. As of the turn of information and opportunity, there was a resurgence in those people, and the majority of those people reclaiming and reestablishing their Africanness.
Why did
Uh,
they deny that?
hold on. Because there was a political shift, a racial political shift that transpired in Brazil where motherfuckers wasn't claiming that shit for real reasons. Niggas was down there getting their shit cut off. So they was denying that factor. What you're not realizing is what we're saying to you is based on everything that we give you, bro, is based on evidence. And every time you ask a question, we go to give you evidence according to X, Y, and Z, and then we support it. Like we tell you, and then we support it. But when you say that you've been in South America from time immemorial, the most relevant thing to be able to prove that time immemorial to you is going to be the most potent thing that all mankind leaves behind everywhere they go. And it's called DNA. What you don't want to admit, when you eat your food, when you take a piss or shit, when you bathe, when you die, if you get cut, if you sleep somewhere, if you spit somewhere, and that DNA is able to be retrieved, it can be rendered in the database for evidence. What we are saying about South America, because Brazil, and it's odd that you say Brazil, as forestry as Brazil is, you don't even have the skin tone that even says Brazil when we look at what Brazil is, Brazilian people are, because they have been admixed to a degree with all of those different people that have been fighting for positions and spots. And we know goddamn well you ain't wandered off into the Amazon any goddamn where and claiming that shit. So when you say, bro, your belief is this or that, it got to go back to what evidence. Like you could tell me I was reading this book and it's called X, Y, and Z. And then I'm going to go read the book that's called X, Y, and Z because that's what led you to your conclusion. The audience and us are simply trying to pinpoint where this ideology of yours come from that has you rendering that you came from South America and white people came from North America.
I've been trying to explain that, but people have been cutting me off. That's why.
I want to understand how the
So you said
colonizer.
black folks came from South Africa, South America.
Yes,
So the present day people.
Hold on,
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
hold on.
Go ahead, brother.
In the Americas, the American history of where African Americans or Afro Caribbeans or Afro Latino, the reason why I say those three, because those are the closely connected people with the same human family tree in the Americas.
Mm-hmm.
Now, according to doctors, there's a book called Races of Men. Have you ever heard of that? It was printed in 1858. He basically outlined
Who's the author? Who's the author?
Dr. Knox. Dr. Knox. NKNO.
I'm going to deal with it. I just want him to keep talking. Keep talking.
Go ahead.
So in that book, he basically outlined where groups of people based on ethnicity populate the globe. In tropical areas on the planet, whether it's in Africa, whether it's in South America, the Caribbean, darker skinned people, copper skinned people populate those areas. Where there's colder climates on the planet, fairer skin
Okay, I have a
That's
question
not what
for
he
you. I have a
did.
question. So I have a question to you. What is your name
That
again? Because I
means
don't want to keep just calling you like the guy on the right corner. What's your name, sir?
Yodi. Yodi.
Yodi. So Yodi, when you said he grouped them by ethnicity, but then you went to skin color. Skin color is not an ethnicity. So what were the ethnic groups that he grouped them by? Because he didn't you went to skin color, but I'm curious to if it's ethnicity, what were the ethnic group labels used in the text that you're referring to? Can you please share that?
Basically, just he got a whole chapter. One chapter is called Dark Races, and he basically in that
But
chapter.
ethnic is and
No,
race are different.
no. It's a pseudoscientific book that used craniology to try to subject certain groups of people among them so that he could spread racism, white supremacy. When you look at it,
So is
it is
that
the same
Negroid
ideology.
and whatever that one, Negroid and what's
Yeah,
Caucasoid? That one,
yes,
that those
the
groupings.
same. It is the same junk that has been repetitive toward the cranial perspective and ideology of that.
That book never described anything about cranial.
You don't know what I'm talking
Describe what
about,
it's describing.
bro. Yes, it
Describe what it's
do.
describing.
That
You can't just say it
race
don't
of
do it.
men,
Can you say what it do, please?
huh?
Don't just say what it don't do. Say what it do, please.
I was explaining. I was trying to explain. I mean, if you allow me to explain, I will. So basically, what I'm saying is that's where the question was, how did I get to the idea that fairer skin or Caucasiatic peoples populated North America and the darker skinned races, i.e., African Americans or Black people, originated from South America and not Africa? Is that the question? That's the question, right? So I'm starting to answer it, right? I'm just giving you. So basically, this, like I said, this from the same book or the same people that wrote the book. They basically outline where darker skinned people populate the globe versus lighter skinned or Caucasiatic peoples populate the globe. Now, North America has a colder climate the farther you go up north. The further you go down south is a tropical climate. South America is more based on a tropical climate than North America.
So you said keto, right? Keto. What based on what you just said just now, what do you think a person like myself or Sean have an issue with something that you just said? What do you think sounds controversial or sounds a little pseudo or sound? What do you think we think? Because
when I say
just
like we didn't come from
yeah.
Africa,
No. Okay, but that's
we
it.
from Africa.
But that wasn't it. That wasn't it. That wasn't what I was thinking of. Because you use a particular word that to me is so ambiguous. I can't tell who you're talking about. Can you guess what word I'm thinking of?
Nah, I can't guess that.
Melanated.
Okay.
And that's my name, melanated goddess, right? But when I hear melanated people, I literally don't know who you're talking about. I need you to be specific. Can you be specific when you use the term melanated? 'Cause I don't know who's melanated. A lot of people are melanated, and they're not us.
Well, when you use the word America in the 1828 dictionary, America, the word the America is described.
Don't stop repeating that bullshit, bro. That ain't the same shit. You just said you was black and in South America, bro. You can't keep repeating that shit, bro. It ain't talking about you. I can't let you keep doing that, bro.
Tell me why it's not.
Because it's not describing black people in South America. It is describing the first people they. No, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Per the definition, it is describing the first people that Europeans encounter. Listen to what I'm saying. Based on the word American, it is describing the first people that Europeans, listen to me, Europeans saw when they arrived to the Americas. It is hold on, let me finish. You need to understand something because it debunks your belief. It immediately tells you in the definition Americans are the first people Europeans encountered. Europeans are the white people, YT. So that immediately tells you that they were not in North America. So now you have to yield to the definition. You can't use it. Then it goes on to say something about copper colors and everything else. But it is not distinguishing your black ass because you ain't copper color. You black, bro. You're
No,
black.
I'm not. No,
You're not
that's
copper
incorrect.
color.
That's incorrect.
You're not. Your skin tone is
Explain why
not
you're
copper
incorrect.
color. Your
Can I?
skin tone is not copper color at
Yes, it
all.
is.
But
Yes,
no,
it
it's no the hell, bro.
Yes,
Pick
it
up a
is.
penny. Pick up a penny right now. Show us.
A
Show us a
penny's
penny.
gonna match my skin color, sir.
Just leave him
Go,
alone. He want to be copper. Leave him. Listen, this
A
is why.
penny's
This
gonna
is
match
why.
my skin
Listen,
color.
no,
bro.
listen.
You
Yeah,
won't.
you.
No,
It won't
you
match
got the
mine. It
book,
won't
but
match like
bro, you got
50
the book by
other
the
black folks.
definition. Your
So
black ass
listen,
is
kudos.
crazy.
Can you
You
acknowledge
know
that
that black
a
means
penny
pale,
don't
right?
match?
You
You
know
listen.
Nah,
Do you?
black
No,
don't mean
no, it
pale.
doesn't.
it
Black
It
don't
don't
mean
does.
mean
pale.
pale.
Okay, okay.
Black
So
don't mean
so what
pale.
does queen mean? Okay,
Black
so what does
doesn't mean
queen
pale.
mean?
Are you sure?
Hold
Are
on,
you
Nope.
hold on,
sure about that?
hold on. Kudo, what
I'm
does queen
positive.
mean?
I don't.
What does
You're
queen
wrong.
mean?
You will be wrong.
Kudo, what does queen mean?
Nah, you can't ask us to prove you wrong, or you ain't even
What
proved. You ain't
does
proved shit.
lady? What
You
does
keep wanting
lady
us to
mean,
goddamn
Kudo?
prove you wrong.
What does lady mean, Kudo?
I just posted up a copper color
Do you use the
woman
word?
right here.
Do you use the word kuda lady at all? You want to use the etymology, how you say that word, etymological, whatever a word meaning for lady? Like, no, stop doing that. So you should win the argument.
Yeah, we
It
could do
looks
it with
very
all the
pathetic.
words. We could do it with
It looks
most of the words in the dictionary. You
it
said.
looks it looks pathetic. It looks pathetic. If you just want to use,
Etymology is
if you want
important.
to go,
Need y'all to understand.
if you want to go down back to Old English, right? But you don't, but you're not using Old English when you speak it. You just want to use it to win an argument. That looks pathetic. That looks pathetic.
I don't. I disagree with that.
Like, we know they not
What
using the
that
word
doesn't
black.
mean.
We know they not using the word black like they using it in Old English. Like, you know
We're
it,
not in the Old
and
English times. Why the fuck
I
would we use
disagree
it
with
in the
that
Old
too,
right.
English?
sir.
We're not in the Old English times.
The original meanings for black and slave always leave meaning, no matter how you use the word years later. That's what they call etymology. You find the
If
origin
you
of the word.
wearing some nice
Hold on.
clothes and they say that's cold, they don't mean the temperature is below zero. They mean it looks nice, right? So you can't say that the word cold, the meaning has always been the same and has never changed. No, it's changed,
So
bruh.
cold don't mean cold just because you take it as a
Meaning
cultural
a word can
reference.
have more
Don't
than one
mean
word.
it don't mean the original
You have
word
a
that
very
way.
Eurocentric view on language because one word can have more than one meaning in Africa. So
Matter
I
of
have
fact,
the African mind in a way.
according to his Eurocentric view, is debunking them because they would tell you that black doesn't mean pale. If you go talk to a white person or talk to somebody that's into English or anything, they're going to sit there and tell you that black doesn't
Show me
mean
that
pale
person.
today.
Show me
Like,
that
if you
person.
go to
Is
English,
that
any
person a
Oh my
English,
scholar?
God! Is there
any
any
English
white person
teacher,
in the chat
anybody.
right now? Does the word anybody in the chat is white? Does the word black mean pale to you?
If he
Right?
put that on the test, if he
Seriously, you do zero research. Zero. You haven't even saw. You don't speak to no Brazilians. You don't speak to no South Americans. You don't speak to no Central Americans. You don't speak to no Caribbean people to say, are you a descendant from Africa or are you indigenous? But yet you want to believe that you want to tell these people who the F they are because you need it to be that way
Wait,
to validate your
he just
story for who you
wait.
think you are.
Somebody just said on the end. Hold on.
You need to only
Somebody.
speak for North America. Hold on, let me finish. That doesn't make you the right to interrupt me, right? You need to only speak for North America, okay? You don't represent South and Central America and the rest of the diaspora. You keep your narrative to North America, right? You mind your North American business and don't tell nobody else, no other part of America, who they are, what their origins are. If we can't tell you, you're not an Olmec, then don't tell us we fucking Taino and Arawak. Okay?
But he
Don't
doing the
tell us we
same.
always been there.
He
Don't do that
literally
shit.
doing the same thing that racist white people like. When somebody come up speaking Spanish, they're
What
like, "Go
did I
back to
do though?
Mexico."
You
Like
can't even answer my question. I never.
he's
Who's saying that? Nobody
generalizing.
said that, bro. You
Hold on,
just
you
making that up. That's
He's
generalizing
telling, he's saying
everybody.
that he's saying that Brazilians don't even know that they're confused that they have African
That's what
ancestry.
white people
Meanwhile,
did. That's what white people do. Like racist white people did over the years to people from Africa, indigenous people, and other people. Oh, they don't know no better. You know what I'm
them
saying? They
Brazilians
don't know
ain't
what they
praying
do.
to Jesus, they praying to Shango, and they know about Shango and Yimiya and Oshun, right? And you want to say they confused? No, you confused.
You doing the same thing
I
your oppressor
disagree.
done to
I
you, bro.
disagree with that.
Yeah, we disagree too.
How you
Okay,
disagree?
that's not an argument. That's not an argument.
Yo,
You
y'all
saying
won't
I
even let
disagree is
y'all
not an
won't even let
argument.
me explain, but y'all asking me
You
questions.
didn't. You was dancing around explaining. You had
I
to.
didn't dance
So
around.
everybody
I
was on
went straight
mute.
to the point.
Everybody was on mute while you were talking, and you didn't say shit.
And he didn't say nothing
Respectfully,
about that copper colored lady I
respectfully.
got on my screen right there, that Mayan lady, descendant of the Mayans, right there. She's
But we
literally the color
already
of a kidney.
established that copper skin
She's
color
copper. She
ranges
looks
on
copper
according
color.
to
She looks like my penny.
Patrick's skin
Yeah, red as hell.
it ranges from light skin to dark skin color. So doesn't that black people come in all those shades of color?
You know that
Answer my question.
anywhere close to
Hold
the
on.
equator
Answer
have
my
the same color. It ain't just black people. It ain't special. Black people ain't special with that color. That's my answer to your question. We ain't the only ones that got that color. You sound crazy.
Answer my question. You ain't answer my question.
Oh,
I
I asked
did.
you.
We ain't the
okay. Well,
only
what
ones
about the
with that
lady on
we
the
color.
ain't answering no
screen?
more
What about the
questions.
lady on my screen?
We ain't
She
answering
that
no more
color?
questions. We ain't
She got
answering
the
no more
same
questions.
copper color. She got the same copper color.
Nah,
Explain that.
nah, we ain't answering no more questions.
Right.
Read the definition on the screen.
He ain't gonna read it. You know
Nah,
how I was.
that's the American definition.
Read it.
A native
What
of
is the
America.
actual definition? Oh, I'm sorry.
A native
I'm on
of
mute.
A native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans.
Say it again.
But now
No.
copper
Hold on.
found here by the Europeans.
Found him. Okay, so the Europeans was not here,
Right.
as I stated. So your whole hypothesis or your belief is dead right here at the definition.
So you're saying Europeans weren't here before Christopher Columbus? That's it. That's your argument.
They wasn't here before Christopher Columbus.
That's cap. But
It don't matter if they were here or not. We know y'all wasn't here. Y'all wasn't here.
that's cap.
Nigga don't
They said the
understand the age of
Vikings was
discovery.
here.
Bye bye. We ain't talking about no motherfucking Vikings.
So what's the difference between the Europeans and Christopher Columbus? Are they? Was he not a European?
The goddamn. Hold on. So I just kicked
I just
him.
want to know if he counts Christopher Columbus as a European.
I kicked him for a reason.
My bad.
Because I kicked him. The reason that I kicked him is because he said that dumbass shit. We ain't talking about the Vikings. And the Vikings didn't stay. There's no evidence of the Vikings remaining here when they got over here and they didn't get here. They didn't get in the United States of America. They were up there in Greenland. They were up there in Canada. They were up. Yeah, he said that before I kicked him off. They were up there in Canada some goddamn where. We ain't talking about the Vikings coming over here in the 1100s, then running into some First Peoples, and then turning around and going home. Milestone, bring your bitch ass back.
So he's saying he's a descendant of Vikings.
No, he's saying the Europeans, the first Europeans that got over here, he's trying to claim like, oh, well, he's trying to use that argument, even though they were way up in Canada and Greenland.
But that's his ancestors. He's trying to say the first Europeans.
His ancestors. He can't beat them people.
I don't understand what is the Abo plate? Are they Europeans and
they want to be everything but African. Like that's why they identify with more. You hear Abo saying I'm Black European and all this other stuff. I'm like, why don't you just identify with the people that you get confused? Like you literally got living people today that look like you. You trying to find some
even want to
statues
tell him that how he look, how much Gambian he look. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even want to tell him that.
When I posted this picture up of this lady, they said she was Filipino, all this other shit. and talked about the Filipino slave trade. So
Bro
I'm
had
like,
to. Hey,
you said what?
he lasted for about an hour and a half. He lasted a long time.
Oh, you kicked him. You ain't put him to the back. You just kicked him off.
Yeah, I couldn't do it no
Okay,
more.
Tito.
I can't do it no more.
That was the longest shine of a. Cause smoke signal, he'll
Tito,
get
you
smoke
last
signal a
longer
good
than
10 minutes
smoke
before he
signal.
kick him off.
Exactly. Tito, you last longer than smoke signal. So you should be. That's the award right there.
Milestone, bring your ass back. Milestone gonna
Oh.
post his link in the back. He gonna post his link in the back about etymology, and it ain't even the right etymology. I want to show y'all what the fuck he sent. He sent
Milestone. Has Milestone been in school?
Nah, this nigga never graduated.
Cause you can't like. I can't. Right now, we talking about the word disease, right? In my class that I'm
You said
taking.
the term. Say, look,
I
he
can't
gave
go
me
to
a
no
body.
damn etymology of disease.
Now
Let me
look,
see. Okay, I gotta zoom in.
look. This is not a good source. Look what it says. I saw a news article. Read it.
How is that right there like that? What does that mean?
This is
That
how the
make the
article
claim.
starts. Read it.
That's somebody's opinion.
Yeah. What does
Right?
they say this? I saw a news article on ABC News.
That's not a definition. Why he sending you a blog or something? What the heck is that? That's not research. You know, like that's why I asked the first question, and I wasn't even trying to be slick when I said, do they go to school? Because when you go to school, you learn very early what can constitute as a source. This right here, I saw that is not a source. If I said I saw a man hit a woman, he's abusive. I don't know why he hit her. I don't know if she hit him first. I didn't see that. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. I didn't know. I don't know anything. I don't know if she got his property. I don't know what. I don't know if she threatened him. I don't know if she has a weapon. I have no clue. We don't know what the context of this is. If this person is being paid to do it, we don't know. We don't know. So that's what makes it a bad source. Makes it a bad source. Not credible. Next.
Milestone say he in the back. Is he coming? Is he coming up or is he scared?
I don't see no damn Milestone.
Milestone must be a
Oh, so
crip.
Milestone got some guts. All right, pull up, Milestone. Put some respect on your name.
There's no Milestone.
Oh, don't be false flagging, Milestone. No false flagging.
Look, there's no Milestone.
Let me see what you're saying.
What you mean?
I'll say Sean Captain. Pull back up, Milestone. Let's see. We're gonna keep it on that screen so we can see when you pull up, and then we can see he not ignoring you in the back. Pull back up, Milestone. If you really real, if you ain't real, then you tell them on yourself right now. You gonna hear you tapping.
What the hell is Summer Red Tree talking about?
Yeah, they don't want to hear the truth. They might as well be.
They want to say, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, Native American people. I'm sorry, Native American people.
No, it's cool. A lot of the Native man, I've been on TikTok and they've been saying some racist. It's a lot of them that thank me. They had me as a guest on their panel, but there's some racist mother effers on there. Them and them racist Mexicans that's on there.
I don't blame you, man. Listen, it's the identity war. So can you really be mad? Like it, African, when I say African Americans, I'm really talking about the Abos. But the Abos been saying some real disrespectful shit. They got to clap back, and some of us gonna get hit by nature of being black. So unfortunately, these Abos are representing us, even though we ain't on the type of energy they on. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's why my video
how many
on
times you
there.
gonna take somebody calling you a freaking mongoloid? I would say some shit too. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, they gonna defend themselves. So they gonna talk some shit. They gonna make fun of
Hold
slavery.
on.
They gonna do whatever
Hold
they gonna
on.
do.
Hold on. Hold
Okay,
on.
all right.
Hold on. I got to do something real quick.
All right, me.
Yo, how the fuck did you go on Aboriginal Power channel and act like a brand new motherfucking person and sit there and lie with all that information after you've been corrected on that bullshit? Absolutely.
Yeah. Next time you come to Ab, man, so y'all can get a good debate in, man. You
Nah.
gotta
This
stay
ain't about
calm
Ab.
a little bit.
Nah, fuck him. This ain't about him. You see, I show up over there. He don't come over here.
Yeah, but you
That's why
gotta
I got
remain calm.
But how you gonna go over there after being over here and fix your mouth to say some shit that is absolutely wrong when you've been corrected about that shit?
Oh yeah, what'd you correct me on? I'll definitely get it corrected. If you corrected me on something,
No,
I stand
you know
corrected.
that bill you and Aboriginal Power had where it was just you and him on there yes man each other about some bullshit, and he was sitting there making up shit, and you was like, oh okay, I see what you're saying. That nigga y'all was making up shit about people and names and all this old shit about what this mean and what that mean. Y'all was over there
No,
lying.
he was absolutely correct. He was
No, he
correct. I
wasn't.
just, when
No, he
when
wasn't.
somebody's
No,
talking,
he
you want
wasn't.
them to flow.
Okay, show me the proof that he was correct.
Now you would have to go to Aboriginal Power.
No,
That's what I would like to see you guys
Okay,
debate.
nope, not doing it. Nope.
But you just need to know the topic, and we can just look up the topic. You don't need to go to his channel to do it.
No, I
Absolutely,
ain't doing that.
right?
He said, I got the show clipped. I got the show. It's on our page. I ain't gotta go back to his channel. I play the whole shit. Flipped it for a reason. Because him and Absolutely was over there making up shit. And I'm over here like, yo, you was over here just trying to play, cool the other day. Then you going over there talking about what y'all was calling yourselves and how y'all was here and how this old mystery ass bullshit come up. Absolutely can't do it, bro.
You keep them on? You keep them on?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, listen. You need to have somebody else need to have the powers that be. Cause you just be kicking them all. Your patience.
I let Yodi lasted 2 hours. 2. And the only reason that I booted him off because all he was gonna continue to do was deny and then give us his belief. And you cannot, when people put information on the page, you can't deny it. He said that lady that we put on the screen was not copper color. And this is what I'm saying. So I can go back. I can pull that lady back up on the screen and I can read you to what Christopher Columbus said he saw when he came to the Americas, and it's going to describe the lady we put on the screen. And for you to simply sit here and deny that lady's copper color, you're fucking shitting me, bro. I'm not listening to that. And they're about to stop making pennies too. So y'all better start saving y'all pennies. So let me show y'all a fucking penny.
So they about to do like Canada, because Canada stopped making pennies a few years back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about to be digital, baby.
Look at this shit. Y'all see this?
Hold on, what are we looking at?
And then Abo's got to learn the difference between oxidized and a non-oxidized penny. Working with copper. If I polish something,
You please tell them that this is what? Tell them what this is.
That's an oxidized penny right there. I mean,
Well, there you go. Explain it.
Yeah, I mean, it gets oxidized because it's been in the environment. It got oils on it. People done touched it. Oxidization coming from the atmosphere makes it darker. But that's from outside influence, whether it's been touched, it's been in dirt, came from the atmosphere, it's muggy outside. That's what causes it to oxidize. But you can polish that right off with some jewelry cleaner or a polishing tool, and it'll go back to its original color.
So what is
So
this?
so the original color is the same color like the avatar that y'all got up on the screen, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
ladies.
It's the lady,
That's
same
the
color as that
original
lady.
color. So the lady's aboriginal, not the dirty, like she just been out for a long time and she got oxidized. She the original color,
See the original color.
like
You will
the
see.
Indian.
That's why when you find the copper, you'll see it like when you find it natural, it's oxidized because it's in the environment, so it's turning that green color or that dark color.
Mm.
That's the reason that
My point in
silver will
showing
get
y'all the
darker.
penny is because what they mean by copper color, they are giving you the description in a penny. And he said no to that. And then he turned around and said he was copper color. Yodi, your ass is blacker than copper. How the fuck is you copper color, bro? You scared of DNA. You scared of evidence. Nigga, you came up with a whole new, belief system. You said black people been in South America and white people was in North America. How the fuck we get okay? If we was in South America minding our goddamn business and they was in North America minding their goddamn business, how the fuck they come to South America and enslave us? Come on back up here and answer that. How did we get enslaved by these motherfuckers?
So he about to make up a whole. You asking him a whole new historical. He got to make up a historical event now.
Mm-hmm.
This dude
he a
said
baby apple.
Pale skin. So guess what we finna do? Guess what we finna do? Yodi?
What we finna do?
We're gonna take you on a trip.
He a baby apple. That's why he's saying crazy stuff like that. Because the other apples to chew him up for that.
Yodi, this how slow you is, bro.
Oh, he a baby.
He gotta be.
Is you stupid? Is you slow? Melanated, can you read the screen, please?
Oh, he giving me the. Okay, so black of the color of night, destitute of light, dark. Number one. Number two, darkened by clouds, as the heavens black with clouds. Number three, sullen, having a cloudy look of countenance. Number four, what? Atrociously wicked, horrible, as a black deed or crime. Number five, dismal, mournful, calamitous. Black and blue, the dark color of a bruise in the flesh, which is accompanied with a mixture of blue. Black, a noun, that which is destitute of light or whiteness, the darkest color, or rather a destitute of all color, as a cloth that has a good black. Number one, a Negro, a person whose skin is black. Number two, a black dress or mourning as to be clothed in black. Black verb, transitive to make black, to blacken, to soil. Then black act, which is a noun, black in act.
That's different.
The English. Okay, this is all different.
Black act.
Okay, black
So
act.
we
Okay.
stop right there. Now, did you see pale skin anywhere?
I didn't read that. No, that wasn't.
Did you read pale? Did you find the word pale at all?
No. Mm-mm.
Now, look. Now he says he's a maroon. So guess what a maroon is, y'all? We got to go through this shit again.
What? Like he's like, what's it called? Vino Part 2. Bruh, you need to just watch some of the Vino videos so you can save yourself some of this embarrassment and you can work on your arguments. Cause Sean don't got the patience with you. What's his name? What's his name?
Yodi.
Young man, Yodi. He don't have patience with you because he's already said all of this to Vino. Vino is another Abbo who Sean he murdered him and then he's gone. He's in the cemetery of Abbos. right? Because all these arguments were dead. So now here you come saying the same thing. So that's why he put you in the bag and he kicked you because he don't got patience. Sean don't got patience.
A maroon is a free black, but it goes deeper than that.
How they get free? Free from what? Come on now. Like, use your damn noggin. How old are these kids? See? My son went to
That
school.
man went from
They say
being
use your noggin.
no. He went from being remember, he came on the panel talking about that he was an Indian, right? He went from being an Indian to being a maroon now in just 2 hours. And guess what a maroon is? They are descendants of
Slaves.
who?
Slaves, the enslaved
No,
Africans.
look at the screen. They are descendants of who?
Hold on. Let me see. My screen's too big. Descendants of Africans in the Americas and islands and the Indian Ocean who escaped from slavery. The Africans in the Americas and the islands of the Indian Ocean who escaped from slavery through flight or manumission and formed their own settlements. They often mixed with who? Indigenous people. That means they're not the same people. Eventually evolving into a separate Creole culture, such as the Garifuna and the Mascogos. Mm-hmm. Does the church say amen?
So again, bro, you said that you are maroon. You're not a maroon because if you are claiming to be a maroon, then guess what? You are a descendant of Africans. So you need to figure this shit out quick.
And that's why I asked the dude that he traveled to Brazil or had he spoken to Brazilians because
Look
see
what
when
he
they
said.
want to
Look
say
what he said maroons mean.
yeah okay Yodi, but go to a place where the maroons live and tell them that they are chestnut trees and see how stupid they're gonna look at you like you dumb, right? So you gotta realize like you're very insulting to actual cultures that aren't dead cultures. These cultures are still there, present day. They're not asking you who they
Tell me
are.
where this shit says chestnut tree. Find chestnut tree as it relates to the maroons. Please.
Do Control F and
I
type
can't
in
find it.
chestnut tree.
Nah, we ain't finding chestnut. Chestnut. Just told you. There's no search for it.
You see? Look at that.
Bruh, I'm gonna have to do this for you right here. It's the same goddamn shit we had to deal with this dumbass nigga named Vino.
Y'all must have
I
ran
knew he was
Vino off
getting
because I ain't seen him.
PTSD. I knew he was Sean was getting PTSD from Vino when he started seeing the stuff this dude put in. I'm like, he like, oh hell no. You like my accent, Sean? That's my version of American accent. It sound good?
Nope.
Hell no.
Hell no.
No? It sounds good.
I ain't no comment.
What y'all think? What y'all think in the chat? Hold on, I'm gonna say it one more time. Hell no.
I'm gonna kick your ass off. Say it again.
Yo, you already got a New York accent.
No, I'm trying to have a southern accent. It's hard for me to it's hard for me to get rid of my up north accent.
I dare you, I'm gonna kick your ass off. So look, in fact, the Spanish term cimarron derives from the Taino word samara, which means wild savage gone astray. So I don't even understand where you getting chestnut tree from as it pertains to. And then it goes 2 years later, the first enslaved Africans rose up on a sugar estate owned by Diego Colon or son of Christopher Columbus, yada, 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 yada. bruh, Africans. You said you're maroon. You're African. Where you go, Yodi? Yodi, I don't know who you've been learning from, but you need to quit going wherever you're going. You're getting stupid.
It's from these
Come
old
on
niggas,
home,
man.
Yodi.
These
Come
old
on to
grifted
Mama Africa.
niggas. This nigga Sarasun said
Listen,
he claiming FBA now. All these grifted niggas.
listen, Yodi. Don't listen to no abo that's saying I feel is rocking the pump. Trust me. Don't do it. Don't do it. They giving you the whole African flim flam. I said it.
Ogumbola said, don't do no southern. Oh yeah, he from Atlanta. You know
What he
them
said?
niggas
Don't
talk
do my
fast.
southern accent. He don't like my. Oh, goon. Please don't try to
You
talk southern. What's wrong with my southern accent?
you got to do like all the other East Coasters that move down to Atlanta, and then once their kids are raised down there, then they get that accent.
Y'all all been miseducated. That's not evidence, Yodi.
Nah,
Yodi, that's hearsay.
Yodi. Say, spare us the bullshit, bro. Spare
Yeah,
us the bullshit, bro.
that's freaking
You at
true.
home. You ain't got a computer, my nigga.
You ain't got no computer.
But why is he saying miseducated when education wouldn't agree with him? Any place of education would not agree with you.
Sean, they just gave them casinos. They didn't give them computers on the reservations. You know, Yodi is 100% Indian out there on the Native American. He's an Indian on the Indian reservation.
Them niggas ain't got, because they got an FBA museum.
Hey, come share your screen and show us how we miseducated. When you the nigga that said that black people came from South America, Brazil, nowhere else on the goddamn continent, Brazil.
Brazilians don't
Hold
even say they.
on, melanated. Hold on, melanated. If black people come from Brazil and we've always been in Brazil, that means we would be isolated. That means due to our isolation, we would make up our own
Haplo group.
Where the fuck is the evidence of our cultural continuity and own haplo group? No, don't walk around your house, bro. Don't walk around your house, bro. I'm not gonna add you unless you got a computer. Go
No,
get
wait.
a computer, bro.
Oh, Sean, you asking him. See, this. I need you to add a little bit. You gotta give a little bit of honey, right? You just be going straight for the vinegar, right?
No,
I'm
I'm not.
saying
I ain't
it.
got time for that. He know
So
it too.
listen, hold on, listen. So listen. You asking him for DNA. I'm gonna ask him. So you can choose either one of the sides. Sean is asking you for the haplo group. I'm saying to you, what is the indigenous culture in Brazil that is black people culture, not African people culture, but the black people culture of Brazil, not the Portuguese culture. What is the black people culture of Brazil since the black people were indigenous to Brazil? You don't got the haplogroup, you don't got the culture, then yeah, you ain't got shit. You gotta have something. Just not denial. Y'all believe what the white men say? You really think?
Yeah.
Oh, what's this?
You
What
can't tell her 'cause
definition
she
of
gonna
this?
keep on talking. She talks so goddamn much. You can't tell her that her phone choppy.
Oh, what? You know what? Fuck you, goddamn it.
This fool told me to Google maroons when I done pulled up the definition and all that, bro. Why I gotta Google maroons?
It would tell you
I
chestnut.
had it on the screens. I had it on the screen, bro. I don't want to call you a stupid motherfucker, but you sure sounding more and more like one.
Who that right there, Sean, with the gun in his hand? Who that dude? That's a maroon.
That's a maroon.
He look black to me.
Show me where it says chestnut.
Not the maroons in what's that dude named Tariq Nasheed movie? He had the maroons in there, not the maroons. These the real maroons. This nigga done watched that Tariq Nasheed movie on the Maroons. He think he knows something. Did you see that, Melanated?
No, I mean I'm sure that the Maroons. If he's talking about the Maroons in Jamaica, those are real Maroons. He just probably misrepresented them. You know what I'm saying? Like you
No,
can talk to the Maroons and then say they mean something else, but
no, Tariq,
those people.
he had them niggas doing karate. And he said they was Moorish and Indian mixed with a little bit of African. Because
Did
we got to
they say that
remember.
they was Moorish and Indian, or did he say they
Hey,
was Moorish and Indian?
Cass. Why the fuck do you put us through this bullshit you be dealing with on a day-to-day, bro?
I'm telling you. Hey, look, because this
Nah,
is when I stopped
I'm
watching.
asking a real Cass. I'm asking a real question. How in the hell do you feel like why are you putting us through the bullshit that you like to it entertains you, bro?
Oh no, me and Tariq,
Yeah,
bro, he called me an
but
Asian.
you saying. But you saying he said that they was Moorish, but the Maroons in Jamaica do not call themselves that. So I don't need to defend that because that's not no one in Jamaica thinks that no one talks that Moorish stuff. That's Tariq in America labeling people in another region. So
Even the
why would
Gullahs,
I think this?
the Gullahs, like people with especially heavy African, like especially their Africanisms are heavier in their areas like
Mhm.
when you go to South Carolina, you go to the Gullah Geechee Islands and stuff like that off the coast of South Carolina and Georgia. These people would be Maroons, and the people that used to be in Florida or whatnot, that pretty much assimilated. But mostly, like
Right.
you
So when you
still have
listen to
those
someone like
Africans.
Tariq Nasheed, why even listen to him telling you all this nonsense about these
Yeah,
group of people?
Cass loves that bullshit. He enjoys being in the middle of dumb shit.
I like debunking niggas. I tried
See,
to debunk
no,
Tyreek. That
But
nigga was gonna hate
why
you.
you debunking idiots? Like leave them alone.
Cause these
Just ignore
old
them.
grifters is the reason why
nah,
these young
bro.
dudes like Yodi is crazy.
Nah, bro.
Well, I just laugh at
Yodi
the
is not
young people
young.
like Jody.
Yodi's not young. Why do
Oh, he
y'all
not
keep
young?
a grown ass man?
Oh shit, I can't say
How old
that.
is he?
That nigga's not young.
I
How
thought he
old
was
is
like
he?
19,
40
20
years
or
old and
something.
young.
He's 40?
Yes.
Oh
No,
shit.
Jody is not 40. Talking about he a damn Indian. Get out of here. He got to be
Yeah.
like 25.
Nah, he in his 40s.
Bro, if you 40, all your life you've been an African. You just became an Indian. I promise you.
He know that.
You a tribe called Quest. You a tribe called Quester. Get the hell up out of here. Africa Bambaataa ass listening to uh leaders of the new school. Everybody was talking about from the continent, the pyramids, and you just became an Afro. Get out of here.
A lot of them dudes was former they either Hebrew Israelites, Moors, or them pyramaniacs, and niggas that love pyramids in Egypt. That's like that nigga well, I forgot the dude name. Always talking about Egypt, and then they grifted over to a lot of the Pyramaniacs split. They either stayed with the Pyramaniac shit because they're still connected to Africa. Some of them became Aboriginal. They never
Yeah,
they
they
never
just
wanted to
became. They just found out they Aboriginal.
yeah. They never wanted to
They ain't
claim
always
all the
been that.
they never wanted to claim all the inner African people and groups because they didn't think they were civilized enough.
Listen, he's from a generation where people was graduating school and they had the kente cloth on them. They ain't had no abo cloth. Get out of here. We don't act like you brand new.
Yeah, we
No,
had African
no.
Center high schools here in Detroit. Like, I mean, I didn't go to one, but we had them the elementary, Insuroma Institute, Timbuktu academies that's still around, Marcus Garvey Academy, Malcolm X Academy. We had a lot of that
He
shit.
was he was one of them one for all, brand Nubian. He wasn't no brand Aboriginal. No, he was a Nubian. He was straight down with the
Yeah,
Africans.
take
He
your ass off too.
Nah, he was into the franchise boys. He probably it depends on which 40 he is. Because you got older 40 and you got younger 40. I graduated in 03, so it was the hot boy era. I went through the Master P era. Oh yeah, it's Slum
So
Village.
Master P was an abo. He ain't want no none of
No,
them was
just that era of rap, you know. But I was like one of the
They
only
were
hip hop
none of them
heads.
was no damn abos. They
I was
just
on.
found out. This is 2000 and something.
Yodi
They
said he's
just found
42
out.
years old. That's what I mean. How are you 40 fucking 2 years old? Half your life's gone by and you just turned into a dumbass nigga, bro.
He probably listening to dudes younger than him tell him his history.
No. You're 42 years old and you believe that black people been in South America since forever with no goddamn evidence. Bro, did you go to jail? Yo, to hit the link, bro. Yo, to hit the link. I got
Yo, Sean, it's something about the way you speak. That
Nah,
shit make me
no.
laugh.
You didn't. You couldn't have woke up. How? No. He said I used to believe the African story too. What? First of all, there's no African story. Yodi, did you graduate from high school? Yes or no?
He sound like a transgender.
Yodi, did you
used to
graduate from high school? Yes or no?
Yodi was too busy listening to the Hot Boys and No Limit in high school, man.
No, he was watching Saved by the Bell. You said he's 42 years old.
Yeah, but he was a
Shoot.
kid at that time. What was going on? Like we were okay. The niggas watching Nickelodeon. Yeah, he was watching Nickelodeon.
Yeah,
Martin.
he was watching that Nickelodeon, and you know, he saw them little ambiguous children on there. He thought that was him. They pop of color just like him.
Yodi. Look. Lucky said, most of these abos left school before springtime of their junior year. You know that, Sean. You told me that. Yo, I wish I just would have clipped every single person that I asked that question to, because you know how many people dropped out of high school that are in that claim to be Aboriginal. Do you not know that is a very 80% of the people with that belief have no high school education, and then the other 20% might have graduated from high school but barely got some college, and then some of them ain't got none of that. They just graduated. They just ain't got shit.
A lot of niggas went to jail. A lot of niggas went to jail too. You gotta remember that. A lot of niggas went to jail and they got with the Morris Science Temple.
They ain't got GED.
They got with the Morris Science Temple in prison, bro.
The Morris Science Temple is in prison.
Oh yeah,
I thought it was just the Hebrews. I thought it was just the Hebrews and the Muslims.
No, the Morris Science Temple, the OGs of prison. Them, the NOI, like you got different groups in there.
Oh, the NOI, yeah. I know.
The Mo's in prison. Strong. That's one of you. Like, look, either I'm gonna be a Muslim. Either you're gonna be a Muslim, you're gonna roll with a gang, you're gonna be a Muslim, you're gonna roll by yourself, or you're gonna be with the Moors or the NOI.
How you gonna call the Muslims a gang? You say you gonna either roll with a gang, the Muslims like.
No, I'm saying the gang, like you got the gangs in prison, you got the Muslims, you got the Moors, you got the NOI.
Oh, okay.
So you got these different groups of cats, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of the dudes I know that was Moors in prison, once they got it, I was like, nigga, I ain't keeping up with that shit. I was rolling with them in prison. And you got some that really keep up with it. You feel me? But see, a lot of them Moors back in the day, the ones I knew when I worked at the Aquaba Center, like we have all these cats coming on. It was like the Conscience Chitlin circuit or whatnot. They hit New York, they hit Detroit. A lot of them Moors back in the day was RBG dudes. They was just on some paperwork until I met that one Moor that was like, hey man, Egypt and all that was over here. And I'm like, nigga, what? What are you talking about? He's like, yeah,
y'all see what Lucky put in the chat? Lucky said Sister Bethany said job breaks busted up slave voyages and show her white people's was included in the numbers.
Oh, so she's saying like he
Hold
it up.
Hold on. We got Yodi back. Yodi, did you graduate high school?
No, sir. I got a GED.
All right. That's all I wanted, Yodi. Have a good day.
Oh, you should let Yodi stay up. You should have let Yodi stay up,
Why
man.
you
No,
saying Sean?
no,
No, you gotta let that
no,
fall, bro.
no,
Sean.
no, 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 no. Every single one of these dudes, no education, bro. None. Their mental capacity is short. They don't have the capacity to read an actual educated book. Hey, yo, let's go back to that book that he was talking about earlier. I'm trying to pull that shit up.
Sean has no
Come back, Yodi,
patience,
come back.
Jody.
Yodi, come back. I need you, bro.
Jody, he has no patience, Jody.
Nah, Yodi, I got
Wow,
you. No, I ain't gonna kick you off this time, bro. I ain't gonna kick you off.
Yes, you are,
No.
Sean.
I'm not. If you be quiet, I won't kick him off.
We gonna help Yodi. We gonna help Yodi out.
You said I didn't see how Sean be doing this.
Yodi, come back, bro. Come back. This ain't about your education at
Sean
all.
is abusive in real life, y'all. Like,
nah, Yodi, I
he
ain't
sends
tripping on
me
that, bro. Listen, man,
the worst messages.
half my family members got GEDs, bro, because they all did jail time.
Shit, nigga, I barely got out of I graduated summer school. Shit.
Quit telling people that shit. Why kick your ass off? Like, this is that dumbass shit. You about to get disqualified.
I graduated summertime.
It was a rough time, bro. It was a wild.
That's still a diploma. You still did it, even if you graduated in summertime.
I ain't trying to hear your rough time at all.
We had metal detectors, all type of shit going on, bro.
No, I don't care.
Woo. You 2003. You can't talk about no metal, please. You just.
Yo, Yodi, come back real quick, bro.
That's light work.
Come back real quick. Let's get into that book, bro.
What book? What's the name of the book? It proved that they was Aboriginal. He got a book to prove it.
I swear, if she don't be quiet for like 2 minutes.
Yodi,
you know what?
Yodi said GD ain't smart enough. Come up, Yodi.
No,
come on, bro.
No, you had a whole conversation with him, and you asking me about the book. You literally was talking to him about the book.
Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't know what we were really talking about. Okay, Yodi. I thought we was talking about the etymology, that word.
Nah, Yodi pissed about that GED. He said GED ain't smart enough.
Not if you dismissing real research. You ain't. I mean, you
they don't train you like that to get a GED though. The focal point ain't verifying or cross-referencing information. You're not mentally trained to deal with methodology when you're getting a GED. So I don't give a fuck what nobody say.
We need to ship all abos to the Dominican. We need to ship all abos to the Dominican Republic where they don't believe they black either. They just all live there together.
Yeah, we could do that.
It be Dominicans that get on the panel. It was Dominicans that got on the panel before. It was like, yeah, man, my abuela told me the same thing, man. Y'all right, bro. Da da da. And then the abos and the Dominicans end up getting into it.
Every time, this dude says something retarded. I can't listen. Yo, Yodi, come back, bro. Let's pull up your white boy. Let's deal with his book.
Yo, Mel, they mad at that phone. What you got an Android, right?
Hold on, let me listen. It's some people who got an iPhone and it's the iPhone 10. So let's not talk about the type of phone you had and how new your phone is.
That's why I was getting kicked off.
Thank you.
I had an iPhone 10. You remember that
exactly.
when I
kept... So people want to be throwing shade and shit. Somebody got an Android, they might have a newer Android than somebody who got an iPhone. Let's not do that, people, because I really am smart.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I had to get an iPhone 13 though, because my iPhone 10 it was a wrap.
What's the newest iPhone? What number they up to?
16? Is it a 16?
Why you got a 13? Why you ain't get at least a 15?
Well, now I'm not choppy. I was choppy. Look, I've been choppy on Sean chat, Nada C chat, the Abos chat, and then one day my phone the screen just went out. I'm like, yo, I gotta go get a new phone, and I got it. 300 or something bucks, but I got it.
That ain't that's a great price. These new cell phones.
I had to search around.
The price of a car.
Yeah, shit ridiculous, man. For a damn phone.
Absolutely.
But you can make $1 million off your
$2,000.
phone now. They like, look, these people can get on YouTube and have a whole show and get monetized. Yo, we about to run these phone prices up.
Basically, they selling you a small business.
Yeah. You see all these abos that got famous. I'm
I would
wearing.
say famous is relative.
Hey, look, the TikTok is the new in social media, new storefront church. The storefront church for the pastors that's the old days. Now social
Yodi
media.
ain't coming back. Yodi don't want to deal with that book.
No,
What's the name of the book? Tell me to put the name of the book in the chat. You don't got to come back. We don't. I mean, you don't,
Oh,
if
he
you
said
don't want
something
to
about
get
the
commentary.
Vikings. He's still in the chat because he talked about the Vikings.
Nah, there you
Vikings
go.
were-
I'm about to say, God damn, Yodi. All right, let's deal with the book, Yodi. Tell Melanated the name of the book again. We can't hear you. Bro, we don't hear nothing.
He talking?
Talking to
We
me,
can't
bro?
hear you.
I mean,
What was the name of the book I'm talking about when you were up here earlier?
Oh, races of men. Dr.
Racist.
Knox.
Robert Knox is his name.
Robert Knox. Yeah.
So in that book, you're saying that he says that black people were originally in South America.
Nah, he don't say that.
No, I didn't say that. I said there's a whole chapter in that book called Dark Races. If you ever got it on the computer, you could see that.
I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it to him.
Right. So that
But
whole chapter
they don't put him in America though.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about whether it's America, Asia. I'm just talking about basically.
Okay. So how are you using him to help you come to the conclusion that you were in South America? Is what I'm saying. Because
All
it's
right, I'm about to answer that. I'm about to answer that. In that chapter, he was speaking on the origin of dark copper skin colored or darker skin melanated people versus fair skin to lighter skin or pale skin peoples. Right? So basically, pale skin people populate on the globe, whether Asia or America, colder regions on the planet. Whereas versus darker skinned people, copper skinned people, right? Whether light skin, dark skin, black, let's use that word, they populate tropical areas. So in the Americas, remember I told you it's 2 continents, not 7.
Nah, don't say that.
Okay,
Don't
all right. I ain't gonna use that. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
you ain't got no evidence of that. And I don't want you to sound stupid right now. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Well, what I'm saying is like, that's how you asked me how I got to that conclusion. That's how I got to the conclusion by using his reference.
Hold on. But in his reference, right?
Yeah.
In his reference.
Yeah.
Okay, this white man, right? Who talks about gypsy shit in the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
How the fuck could you use him as a reference and he ain't even supporting your ass? He on a whole nother spill in the book. I'm finna show you.
It's like it's a lot of chapters in that book, bro. I don't know what chapter you want.
Yeah, it's only 356 pages, bro. It's not a lot. This motherfucker talking about Jews, Phoenicians, and Coptics.
That's nationality. Yeah, nationality.
So are you saying
No,
that you
he ain't
understand
talking nationality. He ain't talking nationality.
I'm not talking about that. That's part. He mentions all that. That's all that.
Did you read the whole book? Did you read the whole book, brother? Did you read the whole book?
Who, me?
Yes.
Yeah.
So do you stand by?
I got it on my phone right now.
Are you sure you read this book?
Do you stand by the whole book? Or you cherry picking?
Yes.
Are you sure you read this book, bro?
Yeah, I read it, bro.
Okay. So, Melanated, before I even get started, can you see the screen?
That's the chapter right there.
It's
Okay.
you see the
Yes,
screen?
I was. Mm-hmm.
Okay, you ready? Let me bag it back.
I wasn't, but I was eating. But go ahead.
Nah.
In whatever
Let me
way.
tell me. When you, hold on. Tell me. No. Tell me when you finish eating. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna pull it up. I can
When
go to
was that
something else.
book published again?
It's outdated.
When was the book published?
Hold on. It's outdated. I'm gonna tell you in a minute.
All right.
I'm trying to pull up some other information on them. So just give me a second.
Got you.
Publication date is 1850. Ethnology.
But that's around the Civil War era, right?
Yeah, it's when they was being pseudo as fuck. Well, I'm sorry, my bad. 17. It's from
I disagree
17.
with that.
The book is
With that. But go ahead.
What? What you mean you disagree?
I disagree when you said that's the pseudo era.
It is the pseudo era.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was because
No,
all
it
the
was not.
ethnologists. Yes, it was
Matter of
because
fact,
that's when they was
science was
using.
more better back then than it is now.
No, it wasn't. How the fuck do you think you came up with race, nigga? Which is a pseudoscience. That's the era of the pseudoscience. They were misrepresenting science.
Depends how you look
See,
at it.
he actually agreeing with you that race is not even real, and you disagreeing with him. Kudo, Tito,
Yodi.
Yeah.
Jody. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm messing up your name. Jody.
He's saying that that's when the shit was no, it's not. It wasn't. Just let me know, bro, how much you know about fucking ethnology, craniology, and all this other shit.
Ethnology.
Hold on. Just hold on.
It's cutoff season. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is. It is big time.
Yeah.
Knox, first of all, Knox, just so everybody know, okay, he was a Scottish animist and ethnologist, best known for his involvement in the Birkenhead murders. He was born in Scotland. Knox eventually partnered with anatomist and former teacher John Barclay and became a lecturer in anatomy in the city, where he introduced the theory of transcendental anatomy. However, Knox's incautious methods of obtaining cavities for this section before the passage of the Anatomy Act in 1832 and disagreements for the professional colleagues ruined his career in Scotland. Following these developments, he moved to London, though this did not revive his career. Knox's views on humanity gradually shifted over the course of his lifetime, as his initial positive views. Okay, Knox also devoted the latter part of his career to studying and theorizing on evolution and ethnology. During this period, he also wrote numerous works advocating scientific racism. This is why I said this is the era of pseudoscience, because he was an advocate for scientific racism. The book that we got back on the screen is a demonstration of him promoting that, because the chapters before this, he was hightailing and providing all of this bullshit about white people and all this other shit. Now, watch this, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm gonna give you a little bit more about. I can give you a little bit more about this book. In whatever way, by whatever means, the races of men as they now are have been formed, made to endure for centuries, preserving their specific and seemingly unalterable forms. One thing is certain: it is the unity of human family group as an animal life, specific to forms of still human. That there exists no factor favorable to the theory of the conversation of any one species, a permanent variety of any animal into another during a historic period may or may not be true. The law, moreover, may be, after all, neutralized in time. The physiological law was first pronounced by Cuvier, and so far as our limited knowledge goes, it would seem to be true that no alteration or change has taken place in any animal form since the earliest historic period, and is the opinion I lean to, without asserting that the theory admits of any rigorous demonstration. It was the opinion of the theory which Carvier, as I shall afterwards show, undertook to prove with the view of the refuting the geologists of his day and the popular opinions of all ages based on false readings of the Mosaic record. And this he did, most triumphantly overthrowing them and their chronology, their diluvial and antediluvial periods, their one creation and all its consequences. But in so doing, Carvier, we shall find, kept steadily in his view his main object. The current English opinions of Cavier's views are not his. His object was to disprove the all but universal belief that fossil remains belong to animals identical in genre and species with those now existing on the earth, or at least differing but little from them. Yada 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 yada. Let me get down here to where he's talking about this, because this the chapter that you said, right, helped you come to your conclusion. So we're gonna deal with that.
The whole book helped me to my conclusion,
No,
not just that chapter. I'm just referring
specifically
to.
the chapter about the dark races of men. So here we go. All this was reserved from the higher philosophy in our minds more original cast. He neither admitted nor denied the unity of man. To me, the unity of man appears evident. But if so, whence come the dark races? And why is it the destiny seems to have marked them from for destruction? These questions I shall not fail to discuss more fully in distinct sections. In the meantime, let me trace rapidly the history of the so-called colored races of men. We of the present time are most interested in what is now, not what is to be. Creatures of a day, the past in one sense affects us not. To the future, we are equally indifferent. Thus, it is with the mass, but then comes in the ever restless minds of a few. Of these who inquire into the truth and the truth safe, of those who haunted with the desire to discover the unknown in the past, pursue earnestly that course of whose haunted with the desire to the known and unknown in the future, seek to require knowledge according to the gifts by the signs, wonders, astrology, science, and those who desire perfection in all things compare the past, the present, and the conjecture, the future. He's going to continue on and talk about some bullshit. And then he comes right here to say, rather doomed to destruction and extermination before the savage energy of the Saxon and Celt, the Rush and the Slavians, or protected by the unconquerable forest, the tropical forest, by the desert, the jungle and the fiend, the boog and the marsh, by all the powerful tropic sun and snow-clad icy barriers of the Arctic Circle, or withering so perishing before the as yet undiscovered laws of population, which unseen extinguishes the hopes of races and the nations, Mongol and Cop, American and Saxon. Yet they may stand their ground during the present order of the material world, feebly contending against the stronger races for a corner of that earth, which we have been told was given to man as an inheritance. Did we know the law of the origin, we should know the law of their extinction. But this we do not know. All this is conjecture, uncertainty. After some 4,000 years of historic period, all we have is a chronology full of errors and falsehood, unintelligible, incomprehensible.
Read that again. Read that part again. Read that line again.
Hey, yo, hold up, bro. Because the nigga ain't said shit.
He said a lot.
No, the fuck he didn't. Goodbye.
Wait, what was it? What did he say? What did he say?
No, I'm finna read it. He said a lot right here. After some 4,000 years of historic period, all we have is a chronology full of errors and falsehoods. Unintelligible, incomprehensible, we find the dark races still on earth. Of their ancient history, absolutely nothing is known. This is what the fuck they're telling you. He's pseudo. So let me continue to tell you why the fuck this is bullshit. Listen closely. Nor does it matter in what region of the globe we first view them. They are confined to no particular zone, but spread as it were from pole to pole, from the Arctic to the Antarctic Circle. If the lapse be a dark race, then the dark races exist in Europe as a race. Asia abound with them. Africa has always been considered their stronghold. And listen to what he said. Since he says so much, he just simply said that Africa has always been our stronghold, you dumbass nigga. But yet you saying he's saying a lot. And unquestionably, from the Mediterranean shores to the Cape Al Angles, the thick-lipped, look what he called us, thick-lipped, as Copt or Bozeman, of all shades but fair, prevails throughout. But it is in America, the last discovered by the civilized European. He debunked your fucking ass too, where we find the stronghold of the colored race. From the land of fire to the icebound polar sea, nature had darkened every race unmistakably, nor had the Esquimaux or circumpolar races escaped the coloration. Like their brethren in Asia, inhabiting the same zone, though far removed from the tropical heats, they also are deeply colored. He's talking about the people that they see. And he even mentioned their brethren in Asia. You told us earlier that the motherfuckers ain't even related to Asia. Let's continue. This is why I said you got to pay attention to what pseudo you using. A dark race with the indelible osseous and structural characteristics of the color races of men. Hippocrates said, and modern physiologists have repeated his statement, that intense cold darkness as well as great heat, from which I long ago drew, not the inference suggested by the great physician, but what I think a more obvious one, namely, that Hippocrates and his followers from Galen to Atoline has disunited physiology and philosophy, and that to this day they remain distinct. Here is your problem. From the earliest recorded times, might has always constituted right or be held to do so. By this right, the Slavonic race crushes down Italy, withering and blasting the grandest section of mankind. By this kind of right, there is power of might. We seized on North America, disposing the native races to whom America naturally belonged. We drove them back into their primitive forest, slaughtering them piteously. Now, you remember earlier when I was asking Yodi, I specifically asked Yodi about germs, and he said that he ain't other belief that 500 people came. I don't know why he said 500, but he said 500 people came over here and killed off millions of people. The dude in this book is simply telling him that they drove the natives to their primitive state. And then he goes on and says, our descendants, the United States men, you know, the white people living today, drove us out by the same right. That is might. The same tragedy was repeated in South America. Uh-oh, here we go. The mingled host of the celebrity and adventurers brought against the feeble Mexican, Peruvian, and Brazilian the strength and the knowledge and the arms of European men, the strength of a fair, or at least of a fairer race. The popes of Rome sanctioned the atrocities. It was the old tragedy again, the fair races of men against the dark races. The strong against the feeble, the united against those who knew not how to place even a sentinel. The progressists against those who stood still, who could not or would not progress. Look all over the globe. It is always the same. The dark races stand still. The fair progress. See what I mean? You finna sit here and tell me that a pseudo-ass book like this, where they just project that the dark races stand still, and then the history doesn't agree with that. You got Egypt, for God's sake. You got all these great civilizations that built shit, empires, all kinds of different shit, and yet you piss on them by saying that the motherfucker stood still. See how a company of London merchant lords is 100 million of colored men in Hindustan. I doubt the story of 100 million, however, the hot sons of India exalt. I have remarked the brains of Europeans who sojourn long there, but be it as they say, the fact is astounding. Whilst I now write, the Celtic race is preparing to seize northern Africa by the same right as we seized Hindustan. That is, might, physical force. The only real right is physical force, whilst we, not to be behind in the grass of more acres, annex New Zealand and all of its dependencies to the British dominions, to be wrested from us and by our sons and descendants, as the United States were and Canada will be, for no Saxon race can ever hold a colony long. The coolness with which this act of appropriation has been done is, I think, quite unparalleled in the history of aggressions. A slip of parchment signed officially is issued from that den of all abuses. The office of the Colonial Secretary declaring New Zealand to be a colony of Britain with all its dependencies, lands, fishes, mines, inhabitants. The Aborigines are to be protected. Not the black motherfuckers, but the Aborigines are to be protected. Now, if the crown will let them alone, they can protect themselves. But this would not suit the wolf who took care of the sheep. Still, mark the organized hypocrisy of the official opening of the letters of others. The Aborigines are not declared Britons. They are merely to be protected. The Indian Empire, as we call it, having turned out profitable an investment of the British capital, although the obvious reasons it never came to become a permanent colony of England suggest to the office the idea of founding a similar empire in the heart of Africa. Everything seemed favorable for the enterprise. Southern Africa had long been ours. Bragging, Southern Africa been ours. The southern extratropical part, partly held nominally by the Portuguese, that is, as good as not held as at all. A wild desert separating Central Africa from the Moroccan, from the Southern, the Algier, and from the present-day Egyptian ruler. Central Africa full of wealth, a productive soil, and feeble black population. Nothing could be more favorable, and I have not the smallest doubt that the officials of the colonial office already contemplate another India in Central Africa. The wealth, the product of labor, and many millions of Africans in reality slaves as the natives of Hindustan, but held to be free by a legal fiction, might be poured into the coffers of the office. But alas, for land-seeking colonial secretaries, climate interfered, exterminated the crews of their ships, and scattered the hopes of the patriot lord and the head of that office. Since the earliest times then, the dark races have been the slaves of their inferior brethren. The dark races have been slaves to the inferior brethren. Now, how is this? Mr. Gibbons solves the question in his usual dogmatic way. He speaks of the obvious physical inferiority of the Negro. See, this is what I mean. Why the fuck is you reading this book and you using it as a source to help you come to a dumbass conclusion? Because you literally are reading this bullshit and you think this shit is on fire. Craziness. This may not depend altogether deficiency in the size of the brain of their mass and the partial defects, to which, however, I shall advert presently, but rather perhaps to specific characters in the quality of the brain itself. It may perhaps be right to consider first the different obvious physical qualities of the dark races before we enter on this history of the position as regard to the mass of mankind, and especially as regards those races which seem destined, if not to destroy them altogether, at least to limit their position. You just heard him. He wants to if we can't destroy them altogether, then let's limit their position to those regions of the earth where the fair races can neither labor nor live. The equatorial regions and the regions adjoining the tropics, usually termed by romanticists and travelers, and not unfairly, the grave of Europeans. So let's subject the black people to only the equatorial area. First, as regard to mere physical strength, the dark races are generally much inferior to the Saxons and the Celts. So black people are weaker. The dark races are weaker. The bracelets.
That's what Yodi believe. That's what Yodi believe.
Right. The bracelets worn by the Kafirs, when placed on our arms, prove this. Secondly, in the size of the brain, didn't I say this earlier about the brain? And he said he doesn't use craniology. He wasn't talking about that. Listen to what he
Wait,
said.
you said kafir? That's a Arabic word for like, ain't that's
Yeah.
what the
Yes.
like a kafir.
Yeah.
What's
So
that got to do with this?
hold on, I'm not finished. He says, secondly, in the size of the brain, they seem also considerably inferior to the above races. When I told you that he uses the brain, he's telling us that we stupid, motherfucker. And no doubt also to Samaritan and the Slavonic. Thirdly, the form of the skull, which you just said that he don't talk about that. This is how I know you didn't read the book. This is why I keep trying to tell you new age Negroes, you 42 years old, nigga, and you running around this bitch trying to tell us what the fuck a book saying and don't say, and all you got to do is read it, and it's saying it loud and clear. Like I can't make it more clear than what the fuck I'm making it now. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an example of an abo dying at his own source.
He never read the shit. Thirdly, the form of the skull differs from ours. Why he mentioned the brain, then he came back to the goddamn skull, and it's placed differently on the neck. The texture of the brain is, I think, generally darker. How the fuck you got a dark brain? And the white part more strongly fibrous. But I speak from extremely limited experience. Or he's telling us he don't know. Mr. Tideman, I think it is, who says that the convulsions of the upper surface of the two hemispheres of the brain are nearly symmetrical in our brain. The reverse always happens. Lastly, so our brain ain't going in the same direction as reverse. Lastly, the whole shape of the skeleton differs from ours. And so also I find the forms of almost every muscle of the body. The upper jaw is uniformly or extraordinarily sized. You remember when I told y'all that the fucking book is outdated and pseudo, and they were using bad shit to prove something? I'm just reading what the fuck he's saying about the dark races. He ain't said shit pleasant. He ain't said shit pleasant. They want to restrict us to all the hot areas of the world.
Sean, you're not supposed to be reading the whole chapter. You're only supposed to cherry pick and pick the parts that make black people feel good about themselves and tell them that they always been here. What's wrong with you? You don't know how to read?
Man, listen. Ain't none of that shit saying what this shit. And Native Americans ain't black, you dumbass nigga, Yodi. Let's continue. In the Peruvian skull, at 12 years old, Von Ducci thinks he had detected a new germ of bone in the interpartial bone, in fact, peculiar to that of the Native American race. The physical differences in the structure of the Boshi women and the Hottentots are unmistakably. Still, be it remembered that we have no accurate account of the structural differences of the races of men on which we can depend. Mere scraps of observation scarcely worthy of notice. The Negro muscles are differently shaped from ours. The curly, corkscrew locks of the Hottentot bear no resemblance to the lank black hair of the Esquimaux. The Tasmanian and Australian races are said to show many peculiarities in structure. Let it be remembered, however, that after all, it is to the exterior we must look for more remarkable characteristics of animals. It is it alone with nature loves to decorate and to vary. The interior organs of animals not far removed from each other vary but little. Skip ahead. There is one thing obvious in the history of the dark races that are all more or less exhibit the outline of the interior more strongly marked than in the fair race general. Thus, the face of the adult Negro or Hottentot resembles, from the want of flesh, a skeleton over which has been drawn a black skin. Blackened skin. But who are the dark races of the ancient and modern times? It would not be easy to answer this question. Were the Copts a dark race? What about the Jews? What about the Gypsies, the Chinese? Dark they are to a certain extent. So are all the Mongol tribes, the American Indian and the Esquimaux, the inhabitants of nearly all of Africa, of the east of Australia. He just said the Indians, the Mongols, the Jew. Bro, this book made you dumb and you believed it. Then the moment that you sit here and try to justify it and said they was doing good science back then, nigga, you don't even know what fucking science is. I proved that when you told me that you don't even understand the germ theory. This same author that you're using as one of your reasons for coming to your conclusions even told you about disease and how it was taking the people that was here. But let's skip ahead, right? We're supposed to be cherry picking, so I should be using Control F instead of reading this shit. Section 2 on the dark races of who? Africa. What the Portuguese thought and did when they first landed at the Cape of the Storms has not been recorded, and so far as I know, records no doubt exist somewhere buried in the archives of Lisbon or Coimbra. The Comians was a Lusitanian, and there may have been other mines in the peninsula calculated by the laborers of scientific literature to prove the race to be somewhat above the beast of the field and the objects of pursuit. The Portuguese, who first doubled Cape Alagoas, were in search of gold and of the Indies. Southern Africa, with its parched soil, strange-looking beasts, and still stranger men, did not suit them. They landed, soon abandoned it, leaving the races it contained in the tender mercies of the most selfish, commercial trading, narrow-minded, unimproving of all the Saxon races, the skippers of the Rotterdam and Amsterdam and their descendants. These men, of whom I have spoken in my lecture in the section, Saxon followed in the wake of the Portuguese. They landed at the Cape, probably the Table of Bay, by the base of the romantic Tafelberg. And though they found the country poor and generally sought Vader, they did not altogether despise it. Skipping ahead. But what were the races of men and animals he found there? Were they the same, or did they resemble in any way of the men and the animals had left fatherland and beloved the Holland? Not in the least. Neither men nor animal bore any resemblance to those of Europe. The races of men they first encountered were the Hottentots and the Bosjemen, the yellow race or races of Africa. The former word of doubtful origin expresses the taller and stronger tribes which were armed with the Asangai, held flocks and the sheep cattle, but no horses. The term Bosman simply means the man of the bush, or the bushman is what he's basically saying. Then we further understand the section of the yellow race smaller in the stature than those of the Hottentots, less civilized, if such a term could possibly be so used and misapplied, living with flocks of herds, huts or tents, employing the bow and poison arrow, children of the desert. Our present business is the primitive race, the Aborigines, as they are called, of Southern Africa, called by the Dutch. Some 300 years of Hottentots and Bushmen names unknown the language of the race, and they call themselves the Atquat and the Quincos. Did the Dutch, the Christian Dutch, consider these races to be men and women? I scarcely think so. Truly, they held on to a theory all women and men come from a pair like all cows and pigs and sheep. But this was a mere theory. In practice, they held them to be as something different. The colored men, the Dutch called the boys. The colored women, they called maids. And speaking of the parsons composing of commando, for example, they would say that there were of 30 men meaning Dutchmen and 50 boys meaning black men. Did you catch that? They called grown-ass black men boys. I ain't even finna read no more of this to prove to the point. I've already told you that he mentioned goddamn skulls. You try to say he didn't, he did. He talked about the deformity of the brain, the fucked up color of the skin, all of this old shit. I'm not finna keep on reading this racist ass bullshit. This book is based on pseudoscience. And it's outdated as fuck. And it don't help you draw no goddamn conclusion that your people been in South America or black people been in South America since. This nigga try to say, I don't understand what I'm reading when all I've been doing is reading, bro. Let me show you something, bro. Let me show you something. Let me take my background off real quick. This nigga said that I don't understand what I'm reading. My reading comprehension far exceeds your mental capacity to be able to think for 30 seconds. Fuck is you talking about? Let me show your dumb ass something. So you know who the fuck you talking to. This ain't even all my books, nigga. This ain't even all my books, nigga. But I done read all the books over there, but 9 now. Was 12, 9 now. And I can go downstairs. And there's more over there. Excuse the mess. There's a whole lot of storage shit in here. All of a sudden, in the last 3 months. One more time for this dumbass nigga. And I don't do little books. 500, 600 pages, 1,000-page books. So for you to sit there and say, I don't understand what I'm reading. No, motherfucker. You don't understand what you're reading because I simply told you what he was saying in the book before I even said anything. You denied it. He's like, oh, he don't talk about the brain in the book. Oh, he don't mention the skulls in the book. He did. He ran right behind you and said chronology in the brain. He ran right behind you. Try to call motherfucking black people stupid as fuck. Try to tell us we're dumb. Everybody else is faster than us and more educated than
He
us.
said that they're superior. They're
Correct.
superior to.
Correct.
He said, and I asked him, did he stand by this book? Everything in this book, and he said yes.
Exactly. After this motherfucker just pissed on black people. He literally
I specifically asked him that. So Yodi. I don't know why I keep calling him with a K. Yodi. You say you stand by this racism stuff. So you think black people are inferior, have bigger brains that are empty and dumb, and deserve to be subjugated by the white man because that's your source. You standing by it.
He did everything that I told you he was going to do because the source is outdated and based on pseudoscience. When the Negro is crossed with the Hottentot race, the product of a mal-tempered, industrious person, when the white race, the result is scoundrel. But cross as you will, the mulatto cannot hold this ground as a mulatto. Back to the breed will go to one or another, the pure breeds, white or black. I have already explained all this. And for now, the Negro and Negro land, Central Africa, as yet untrodden and unknown, look at the Negro so well known to you and say, need I describe him? Is the shape like any white person? Is the anatomy of the frame of his muscles and organs like ours? Does he walk like us, think like us, act like us? Not in the least. What an innate hatred the Saxons has for him, and how I have laughed at the mock philanthropy for England. But I have spoken of this already, and it is a painful topic, and yet this despised race drove the warlike French from San Domingo, and the issue of a struggle with them in Jamaica might be doubtful, but come it will, and then the courage of the Negro will be tried against the England. Already they defeated France, but after all, this was not the climate. For that any body of dark men in this world will ever fight successfully a French army of 20,000 men I never shall believe. And it happened. With 1,000 white men, all the blacks of San Domingo could defeat in a single action. This is my opinion of the dark races. The Negro race accompanies Central Africa, extending from the Kalahari to the confines of the Sahara. Other races of men occupy the remainder. The Mauritania or Moor are the Cabals, the race probably with the Phoenicians found there on their first settlement. But the Moors is bably not indigenous. Though of the vast and unknown antiquities, so also is the Cop. And the Abyssinians and the Zolas are, it seems, almost impossible to say, seemings that the Bruce of Harris African travelers have either started mad or returned mad, the heat of the climate nor doubt affecting their brains. Is the Negro race confined to Central Africa? It would seem not. Report describes their presence in Madagascar, even in Borno, Sumatra, and in the Eastern Islands. The Australians are black, but they are not Negro. Wow.
Hey, say it again. Say it again.
Even the pseudo is telling you that the Australians are black, but they are not Negroes. That's a damn shame. The past history of the Negroes and of the Kafri the Hottentot and the Bushmen is simply blank. This motherfucker said our past history is blank. San Domingo forming but an episode. Can the black races become civilized? I should say not. He's telling you this in his book. The motherfucker said the black races can't be civilized. Their future history then must resemble the past. The Saxon race will never tolerate them, never amalgamate, never be at peace. The hottest actual war ever carried on, the bloodiest of Napoleon's campaign, is not equal to that now waging between our descendants in America and the dark races. It is a war of extermination, inscribed on each of the banner of his death head, and no surrender. One or other must fall. But here, climate steps in and says to the land-grasping Saxons, I give you a choice of evils. Cultivate Central Africa or Central America with your own hands, and you perish. Employ the colored man, your brother, as a slave. The colored man, your brother, as a slave, and live under the continual fear of his terrible vengeance. Terrible when it comes, as it come, it will. Unrelenting, merciless. A million of slaveholders cut off a cold-blooded tomorrow would call forth no tear of sympathy in Europe. Bravo, we should say. The slave has risen and burst his chains. He deserves to be free. I ain't reading no more of this shit. Because I told you about this book already. It is pseudo. From the beginning to the fucking end. He tells you he's talking race. A pseudoscientific argument. Then he encompasses it by saying that we dumb, slow, and stupid. And you finna sit here and like she said, you swore by it. He just said it in the thing. Look at this fool. Look what he just said. So, Negro doesn't mean black? Who said it don't? That's how stupid you sound, bro. Don't get your ass
So he's
kicked
saying
out.
he calling all of
The
the black
author
people
of
dumb.
the book said that the people were not the same. And they're not the same. They could be black, but that don't make them Negro. We are not even related to those them people down there.
The Aboriginal people of Australia.
Aborigines.
We're not.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we're genetically different than them. So I know you don't really like genetics or science or whatever, but when you're like contrary to it in an ignorant way, like you haven't explored it, it just makes you look stupid and you're just espousing like inaccurate things because we are genetically different than the people of Australia. It's not us trying to say that they're bad people or anything. It's just that, a long time ago, they went there and they have been there isolated for so long that they just have different genes than we do. And we have left Africa, but we haven't left Africa that long. So we don't have different genes in them. Like it's literally that simple. Don't need to complicate it.
Motherfucker stupid. Stupid as hell.
What channel did Yodi come from? He's from Aboriginal Power.
I don't
Where
know.
he's from?
I don't have me lying.
How did you find over here, Yodi? Because right now you know, you really should have like done. I'm gonna just give you some help. You should do research on a channel before you hit the link. You should go to their archives. You should watch some of their videos because you're really looking like you're just coming up with very already defeated arguments. So you're looking like a little baby Abo. Just FYI.
Dude, crazy.
Wait, what is that? What he could be either coming from um Ogun. If you don't stop talking shit about my phone, Sean ain't telling me if I'm breaking up.
You is,
I'm
but I
breaking up.
don't even care.
Why is it breaking up? I know it's gonna sound worse if I go on speakerphone. Should I go on speakerphone?
I don't know if you should. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know how that works. Cause y'all busy always talking about somebody's phone. It could be their Bluetooth or their speaker. Uh, so he said, hell no. That's how I was saying, hell no. You said you didn't want me to talk in my southern accent. See, I said it. It sounds good. He's clearly a top cat flunky. I don't know if he top cat, aboriginal power. I be getting them confused. A1 and aboriginal power. I don't know. Oh, he said no speakerphone. Okay. I don't want to hold the phone up to my ear. That just sounds weird. Okay, well, since my mic sounding crazy, I'm gonna just drop down. My apologies if I messed up your show.
Oh, you good.
Please.
You sure? I ain't even listening to Yodi no more. Bro, there's a whole suit of. Your phone been bugging since you been on the last couple of hours, but it's all good. But listen, man, I appreciate y'all tapping in, man. Make sure y'all like the show, share the show. It's a reason for the season. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason for the season. That fool wanted to use that old pseudo-ass book, bro. They do that shit all the time, man. And they're the worst behind it. I'm gonna drop this shit in the chat so y'all can see. And then y'all can, never mind, I ain't gonna say. I'm gonna see who do it. Yodi debunked itself. Challenged his own self the whole 9 yards. Niggas trash, bro. No education. Didn't even graduate high school. At least have some goddamn college. You ain't got none of that shit, bro. That shit's crazy. Shit crazy.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all
Died
ain't
by
find
his
y'all?
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all
I
did.
don't feel like you standing on business.
And y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to his meat, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of meat. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO, by your own genealogy.